je sais quand qu'elle commence. Donc on le dit. Après, tes parents rentrés. Je mangerai pendant une demi-heure. Et ce serait. On commencera après la route qui a pris là. Ah là, je vais le mettre en plein écran par contre, ok. On ira voir ça par après, il n'y a pas encore 1000 temps. On retourne au salon. Ici, petit. On va prendre 4 mobiles solo. Oui, solo. C'est vraiment envie le truc là. Donc, si vous voulez savoir, hier c'est le top 25 qui est passé. En Europe, on avait nous, Venez, fallait en douter. C'est Tikami que je connais. Normalement, Rite et Ritual sont aussi en Europe, si je me souviens bien. Kai Pars aussi, Kaylee Fast qui aussi. Malibu Casse de Massage D. Et normalement, Hydra vers un panda et Misha et Timmy aussi. Je me souviens bien. Donc oui. Pour les grandes finales, on a quasi sûr que Zivelo vous cache beaucoup. Ah, la dernière, ils nous ont pas fait beaucoup. Ah, d'accord, il y a 2 games, ils ont raté leur cours. Donc là, il a mis en cours, mais les 0 points, etc. C'est normalement vers 16-17 heures que ça commence. Donc là, s'il n'y a pas de game, on aurait nos 2 duos français qui seront qualifiés. S'il n'y a aucune game qui peut se lancer. Comme Sneezy et Podasai qui étaient là la journée d'avant. Ils n'ont pas fait beaucoup de points. Une dernière, ils ont même fait beaucoup pour une cup comme ça, mais. Ouais, ils ont fait quoi ici, ils ont fait des points de top ici, avec 4 points de kill, du coup 16 points de kill et que des points de top après. On va dire, ceux-là, ils ont fait que 1 kill sur toute la cup. Hein. Et ils sont morts dès le début à chaque fois. Malibu Kai Thomas HD, faut pas oublier que ils ont été contestés par des équipes, la même, je sais plus, les Knicks aussi. Ils ont été contestés 2 games où ils ont pas réussi, peut-être la 3ème aussi. Voilà, donc c'est quand même 3 games pour essayer de s'en sortir, hein, les deux. C'est je reconnais son nom, mais j'arriverai pas à le lire. Canada, voilà, Canada. Maintenant, faut retrouver Canada. Ah là, Canada. Ils ont pu faire une bonne game. Donc non, ils se sont fait éliminer dès le début. Ils ont que pu faire 2 games, quoi. Vous récupérez en 2 games comme 50 points. Avec plus de points d'élim que de points de top. Bon, c'est quand je pose une game là. Je pars les FNCS, frérot. Et c'est final, voilà. Voilà tout ce qu'il y a comme argent gagné, 1 million. Ah, c'est 1 million entre les deux. Ah merde. Ah, j'ai cru que c'était 2 millions, la personne, pardon. Au total, il y a 4 millions de cash prize, ça veut dire, alors je crois. Je crois que c'est le total, c'est 4 millions de cash prize, mais c'est autant par personne, quoi. Donc c'est un truc de cash cup de duo avec les 2 points plus sur les lignes, quoi, comme d'hab sur les FNCS. Et on regarde ici. 2 points des lignes, c'est la cash cup. 4 points des lignes. c'est une cache-cœur. Mais comme le terre, ça c'est comme une cache-cœur, ouais. Oui. Oh, j'ai fait 4 games avec un pote. Hein. Voilà, si vous voulez. Parce qu'on a eu une game où on a fait l'île plus bot. On a fait beaucoup de games avec les bots aussi. On les joue à chaque fois, hein, les bots. Je peux pas qu'une game ou c'est trop là? Non, parce que je viens faire la ranquette, hein, mais si ça ne faut pas. On est combien en 19 000. C'est plus genre on va passer sur les classiques en 2000 normal. Ah, j'ai proc. Ah putain. Bon. Alors c'est parti pour être concentré. Concentrado. Normalement les games de la World Cup commencent vers, je dirais, 17h comme hier. Allez, j'ai eu sa couronne, chef. Bonjour le sniper. Bon, les gars, on connaît mon spawn. Je suppose. Soit je joue ici, ou soit je joue quelque part où je peux avoir une tour dès le début. Bon, comme je vais là pour une fois, la énième fois, je vais le tenir. C'est parti. De toute façon, il y a quand le Todoroki dans le jeu, je n'arrive pas à capter. Ils ont enlevé la maillot académie, mais ils ont quand même laissé Todoroki. Je spawn battre là-bas, j'ai trop pique. Je me suis déjà arrivé, j'ai trop pique. Je peux aller en ligne, il y a très rien, non? Ouais, j'ai bien trop pique. La personne là, elle a trop ralenti.
Aha! Yeah. Et I am!
Non, bon, c'est vraiment la toute première game que je lance de la journée. Jugez pas. Si je suis pas réactif, c'est normal. Je lance une game de rocket dès le début de la journée. Je suis pété, je suis. Bonjour ma tourelle.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, here are.
Ouais, ce qu'il faut juste, c'est que j'ai la carte. Une feuille, tiens. Ça va passer un peu sur la feuille. Dans tous les cas, j'ai les pires choix du jeu. Là, je l'aurais foudroyé. Allez, on commence à casser les couilles. Non mais frère, voilà, elle a le pompe. Elle a le pompe, frérot, elle me tue comme ça. Non mais là c'est chiant, frère. Elle a pas le pompe, je la tue. Ah bah heureusement que j'ai pris beaucoup. Ah là là. Je vais sur le temps, je crois que je peux aller sauter, tu vois si ça a déjà commencé. Ne vous inquiétez pas, je sais quand je peux. Ça prend encore pour. Je suis désolé, mais je sais pas si j'ai changé ma première. Pourquoi ça met toujours ça? Mais vous, jamais je vous fais. Et voilà, ça fait le beurre. J'ai toujours une quête qui me. Une quête à faire. Une quête qui est nouvelle, etc. Oh, je vais encore une ou deux games, mais. Après, ça va être à voir comment vraiment les. Alors, le capel recommence. Ah, c'est un proc. Génial. Mais non, on va essayer de faire un balayage d'ennemis, c'est bon. Plus frérot, juste parce que le mec il a un nouveau le tactique cheaté là. Le nouveau frérot, je l'ai pas, il est là. Il fait, oh, le mec il avait resté à Rumblery dans ce petit quartier là toute la game. Hein. Ça fait un peu con. Hein. J'aime bien la caméra qui est belle, mais bon, allez. Oh non, jamais je reprends la Thompson, frère. Ah, moi, ce qui est unique, c'est ma stratégie en pique sur en caprice. C'est que je mets le 3. Normalement, j'ai toujours un bon drop au droit. Dès que j'ai le 3, j'ai un très bon drop comparé aux autres. Mais à part là. T'as déjà un mec qui a un sniper au toi, ok. Si impossible, je vais. Ils ont tous des armes de partout. Génial. Mais non, mais là non. Ah, mes frères, non, ta mère. Ah non, par contre, vraiment, dit le mec. Non, c'est vraiment abusé là. Mais tire sur l'autre! Mais tire sur l'autre! Mais vous abusez, non, là, vous abusez, ça y est pas. Ah frère, vous abusez de cette game, il y a pas. En plus, tu sais, je vais même pas refaire le renfort pour ça de la vie. Mais non, ce serait trop demandé. Non mais là, non, là c'est abusé. Frère, y'a tout le monde qui campe comme ça, H24 partout. Frérot, je me fais poursuivre par un mec, frérot, c'est un fils de pute. C'est abusé, frère. Ah, je suis désolé, y'a l'abus, frère. Mais déjà qu'en plus, ça prend même pas le choutou directement. Fou. On casse mes couilles, frère. De l'abus, l'abus. que ça prend facile à proc. Pire game ranked de build de ma vie, frère. Faut que je me fasse poursuivre par le mec dans les airs parce qu'il m'a mis une balle. Maintenant c'est le mec, l'autre mec qui est plus proche que lui. Mais c'est quand même moi qui doit venir spam jusqu'à un HP. C'est le mec qui était là dans les airs. Je les ai vus tous les deux. Allez lui. Le plus loin mais c'est lui que je dois toucher. Tu disais, ils ont eu la faille, aucun des deux n'a eu le temps de se shield, il a que 52 shields, frérot. Tu tires sur le premier, le plus proche que tu vois, pour lui mettre le plus de dégâts possible. Et après t'as une full Jésus sur l'autre, mais non, je ne fonctionne pas comme ça. Je dis pas que c'est...
Hey, on! Hey! Hey, you want your way out? Oh my life. Huh? Hey, on! Yeah.
Je joue comme les mecs. Bah non mais frère, il a tout le shoot de la vie. Il a tout le shoot de la vie, je prends 5 dégâts chute d'aussi bas. Ah non, je suis désolé frère. Il a qu'une pierre frère, il a... Non là c'est dégueu frère, encore une fois frère. Oui je perds pour ça. Ah c'est bon. Frère, il vit que pour sa PM du connard. Oh là là. Non frérot, le mec il vit que avec sa PM. Là j'en fais une dernière frérot, c'est... On va voir comment ça se passe. Non, mais je vais pas aller dans tout le conflit là-bas d'un coup sec. Avec mon room que j'adore, mais c'est quand même environ de ces marrons du pire. J'ai compris. C'est pour ça que j'ai piqué sur le bas. J'ai piqué sur des forts.
Yeah. Nowhere! Nowhere! Hey, you won't! Oh, yes.
Non, mais il a de la chance que je suis nul au truc là.
Oh, yes. Oh, well. Hey, oh! Aha! Wow! Oh, aye, aye! Here! I-O-M! P-I-A-O-M! Stay on! Hello! Yeah. Hi-yo, yeah. Hey, here I am. Yeah. 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 They are. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Hi, over here. Hey, oh, wow. Yeah. Henry. Thì do này ôi em.
Arrow.
Au moins c'est clair et net, on ne casse plus les couilles. Mais il me faudrait juste un plaquage. Juste pour que tu fasses trop attaquer avec tes zones de choc pour le vraiment oh bah du tien. Si lui me met pas bien, frérot, dit. Là, j'aurais pas eu le temps de j'aurais été mort. Non mais frère, là, c'est abusé, frère. Ah, par contre, je le voyais 150 fois mort. Hein. Frérot. C'est gratuit ça. De moi après. Alors on était king frère. On n'avait pas mis très bien. Ah mais frère c'est bon, t'es king là. Qui est j'ai le globage. De toute façon, j'ai le globage dans mon stock. Pas bon, ne pas essayer. Pas bon essayer. Pas bon, ne pas essayer. J'aurais tout mis tard de ne pas essayer. J'ai déjà une très bonne team pour moi. Qu'est-ce que je dis? L'île, je l'ai fumé. Je vais pas faire trop tard. Je vais pas utiliser mon petit balai. C'est mieux. J'étais dit en plus. Bah, génial. Eh, c'est bon. Mais frérot, dis. Non mais le gamin on dirait qu'il a comment dans sa vie.
Ça va?
Ouais, ça va, t'inquiète.
Et j'ai vu, il y avait Loulou, il jouait.
Ah, pour te dire. Ah, mais moi j'étais pas au courant. Non, mais là par contre c'est dégueu.
Mais non, mais là il est dans le salon. Pourquoi il y a mon pote, il veut.
Bah, mais frère, la meuf c'est une pute, frère.
Attends, je regarde si c'est bien le salon. Ouais, bah c'est Blue Rolando, c'est lui, ouais. Bah ouais, il est salon de Battle Royale.
Non, mais frère, la meuf elle a mis dans le meilleur surf de la game. Pourquoi? Parce qu'elle m'a buté moi.
Pourquoi
Je suis presque
mon pote il m'a
élite
vu?
en no build. Je suis presque élite en no build.
Pourquoi mon pote il m'a vu tout le temps maintenant? J'ai fait comme le pote et j'ai quitté.
Je suis presque.
Ah, il a un petit faux.
En build, je suis presque élite. Et j'ai pris full pourcent, j'avais fait top 5, 6 kills. Non, moi j'aurais pu faire plus, mais t'as l'autre salope là par derrière, gros. Elle campe toute la game derrière ma gueule, elle me fait que me tirer sur moi, et à la fin elle a réussi à m'avoir. Hein, ça me va.
Bah, est-ce que je peux rejoindre vite mon pote, lui demander qu'est-ce qu'il me veut et après je rejoins?
T'inquiète.
Attends. Je sais fait jouer. Ah non. Ah si, en ligne il y a 4 secondes. T'as quitté.
Là, il est tout seul en the pit.
Ouais, t'as vu? Il a pas de pote de jeu. Oh, mais là, il m'appelle sur Snap. Il veut quoi, lui? T'as non, chef, là, il abuse. C'est des free de maths. Je sais que t'aimes pas.
Attends, je vais
Pourquoi tu l'aimes pas?
Alors là, même moi, j'ai pas la raison.
Même King K, tu vois, j'aurais voulu le kick vite, là, tu vois, et tout. Genre, je comprends pas.
En 15 minutes 24, ça a commencé, je crois. Ok.
Mais pourquoi le FNC, ça commence à quelle heure?
Bah là, c'est dans 15 minutes et quelques, normalement, ça devrait commencer.
Tu veux qu'on fasse un truc après? On aille les voir?
Ouais, mais de toute façon, c'est de faire des 1v1 dans la map.
Allez, on va map la croisée des légendes.
On a invité une.
T'as vu fort?
On a un foot, on a
Je connais trop. Tu as dit qui? Ah.
Quand on rejoint quand il veut. Par contre, abusé comment j'ai pas de chance avec les syndicats mais souvent.
T'aimes bien ce skin?
Je l'adore, hein. Mais j'ai jamais de chance avec. Mais toi que dès que je trouvais un mec, j'avais une pompe tactique par exemple, et j'avais une pompe tactique en bleu, légendaire, tout ce que tu voulais, le mec il avait en exo, il me tuait.
Pourquoi je te avec mon pote, on a fait top 15 7 kills, on a gagné 1%. 1%. Oh, je bug là. Non, diamant. Adieu.
Bah en Jam 3 j'ai fait
On
un
prend
top
encore un
5.
pompe.
Normalement tu la mets aléatoire parce que ça fonctionne plus. Ouais, la dernière fois que j'ai fait, bah, juste hier avec un pote.
Si moi ça fonctionnait, tantôt j'ai testé avec un mec.
Mais ça me mettait pas moi sur le pont quoi. Ah si maintenant ça le met, hier ça le mettait pas c'est tout.
T'as mis quoi comme pompe?
J'ai mis space sur ma ARM truc. AR double.
Premièrement je bug. Vas-y j'arrive. C'est quoi VA? C'est où? Ah bah box fight.
En plus c'est de la boxe.
Ah oui ça l'a mis. Non mais ton truc par Non bah voilà.
Non par contre tu me l'as mis à travers là.
Non c'est juste que je bug.
Mais tu me l'as mis grave à travers frère, je mets mon mur, deux ans après tu tires après mon mur frérot, tu me mets la balle. Il y a dans l'abus, il a bu là. Ok, la balle à travers, elle est très belle.
Non moi j'avais ton coude.
Mais bah c'est pas avec ça que tu mets un 60 et quelques hein.
Je te mets moi 37 il est fait. Ouais je suis quoi ça?
C'est la storm, tiens.
Il y a pas la star normalement, on a box fight bâtard.
Ouais, tu sais faire de la box fight avec la storm hein. Là frère, mais les seules balles qui doivent passer elles passent pas frère. Parce que t'as une caméra qui bug sa mère la pute.
Et après, j'en sais ta mère là. j'ai 203 centimes, ça veut dire 15 fois plus.
Ah, mais quand t'as une caméra qui bug, frérot, je peux rien faire.
Est-ce que c'était
On va faire d'autres que de m'énerve dessus.
ça va, t'as une caméra qui bug. Moi j'aime.
Bah, tu sais très bien que c'est très casse-couille d'avoir une caméra.
Ah, j'ai pas compris, mais moi je bug tout court, c'est encore. C'est pas pire. Dans ce moment, on. Oh non.
Tu sais que tu peux toujours timer un fiche.
My Glomed. Ouais. Et tu sais, je bug sur même si un fixe, je suis galère. Je crois que j'étais en un box fight. Non, en episode 3, je bug pas.
Dans 2 secondes, je
Voilà,
vais vite fait voir si je peux nettoyer ça vite fait comme ça.
Oh, t'as essayé ou pas avec un cure-dent?
J'ai déjà fait plusieurs fois avec un cure-dent sur toute une manette, t'inquiète. Mais là, c'est juste le truc comme je l'ai nettoyé comme ça et là la caméra c'est bon, elle fonctionne. Allez, c'est pas que elle bug pas, elle bouge dans tous les sens comme d'hab, mais elle bug plus, elle est plus hyper lente.
Mais est-ce que genre ça fait trembler?
C'est pas que ça fait trembler, c'est juste que c'est casse-couille. Et genre moi ça me fait bouger tout seul quoi, c'est comme si on va dire comme la manette elle a une trop petite zone morte en même temps que de base avec la zone morte que j'ai là je joue très bien avec toutes mes manettes. Mais bon Edith bonhomme aussi hein.
Bonhomme. Bonhomme.
Vite fait un peu augmenter la sensi, le truc là. Un peu de zone morte.
Oh. Machoul, t'as regardé tous les FNCS, ah oui. Bah, je pose des questions FNCS. Attends, je vais regarder juste ici.
Enfin, toutes,
sur chapter tweet. Bah, viens pas, je vais voir les.
Oui, mais le fait c'est qu'ils gagnent, je vais pas les connaître par cœur non plus, hein, tu sais.
Attends, si je dis, c'est qui? Ah, attends, je regarde quand même. Ouh, je connais comment. Un peu. Oui, attention, j'ai vu des mecs que j'aime bien.
Et qui a pas abusé non plus. Hein. Je sais pas dire.
Alors, c'est qui a gagné chapitre 2 saison 4 en Europe?
Chapitre 2 saison 4.
C'est où il y avait un roman, il me semble.
Ah, t'inquiète, attends, j'essaye de me souvenir. Mais franchement, je sais pas, parce que c'est pas à ce moment-là j'ai suivi la compétition par cœur. Hein.
Il y en a un, c'est pour moi le meilleur joueur du monde. Anglais, il est anglais le mec.
Mais t'as beaucoup de joueurs anglais, hein. Tu vas me dire, t'as Veno, Cusi,
oui, non, mais pour moi, c'est un des meilleurs. Genre, depuis le début, il est trop chaud. Je vois y avoir. Genre, je trouve qu'il a vraiment fait pas tout à Fortnite, mais genre, il gère vraiment. C'est un peu le mec. Vraiment, quand genre, il a même fait un même par rapport à l'épée. Oh non, ça c'est de renfort quand même.
À l'épée?
Tu vois pas? Le même avec l'épée de la
l'infini. Je sais c'est quoi le même, hein, mais les noms, j'ai pas les reconnaître par cœur, hein, tu sais. Je l'ai dit en plus.
Hein. Il a 2 A dans son blaze.
Il a 2 A dans son blaze.
A d'affilée, c'est pas genre. Non.
Ah, je sais pas. Hein.
Ils sont 3 là. C'est mon Graal, Litro et Tyson.
Mon Graal en Europe?
Ouais, on va voir au pire. Mais...
Ouais, je m'en souviens.
Chapitre 2 saison. Ici là. En Europe. Hein.
Oh, mais c'est j'en ai.
Je sais pas si c'est les gagnants.
Oh, ça casse les couilles, ce truc de merde.
De quoi?
Maintenant que je suis dans la queue, mais j'ai pu me livrer la queue, mais en même temps que j'ai en attente pour me faire un match, je peux pas rentrer dans le truc. Quoi. Ah ouais, mon Graal.
Et c'est qui gagnait en chapitre 2 saison 2? Ah bah tu vas voir.
Mais je l'ai vu juste avant chapitre 2 saison 2.
Et pourquoi contre, je savais pas que Nate était en délai, c'est là. Et ça, c'est. Ils l'ont gagné, hein. Il est là-dedans. Attends, j'arrive. Mais je bug. Attends, je bug.
Mais moi, il y a ma caméra qui tourne toujours dans tous les sens, donc...
En plus, je l'entends, c'est en train de.
Non, mais là, c'est parce que moi, j'ai tapé un peu sur le truc de la caméra, c'est tout.
What? Attends,
Ouais, d'accord, mais ça met pas de mur, frère.
mais c'est déjà un mur.
Non, il y en avait pas.
Bah,
Sauf
si,
que la
j'avais mis un
vérité,
mur, mais
tu vois.
j'avais dit pas triangle. Ah, j'avais dit.
Ouais, mais j'aime, tu passes à travers tous les walls, frère.
C'est moi.
Bah, mes frères, c'est trop, là. Et voilà.
Oh, bah, tu tires à travers tous les walls.
Moi, tu passes, j'ai pas dit tu tires à travers tous les walls.
Attends. Franchement, je bug, ça me fout ça. C'est à 15 minutes le truc.
Environ un peu moins. Ah, où c'est censé commencer. Oh, génial le 62, frérot. Là, le deal damage, je l'ai pas du tout là, en contraire. Hein. Ouais, frérot, attends, là, c'est dégueulasse, frère. Je te vois même pas, tu sais me tirer dessus, frère.
Je me trop, c'est ça. Et c'est quoi là, sur le côté?
Bah, c'est en mini.
C'est en direct?
Oui, c'est en mini. En mini, ce qu'il y a là-bas.
Comment ça bug là? Fort.
Bah, c'est toi qui bug, hein.
Ah, c'est vrai, merde.
Par contre, c'est dégueulasse quand t'arrives encore à mettre des balles à travers, il sera tant que tu bug. Hein. Je te vois pas, tu me tires dessus, tu me tues. Et je te mets un 61, toi tu mets un 150.
Moi, dans le visée. Ouais, toujours plus, toi.
Bah, toujours plus, frérot, tu sais que vu que tu bugs, c'est désavantageux pour moi aussi parce que du coup je te vois bugger, mais je peux pas te tirer dessus des fois parce que tu mets la balle en même temps que je te vois pas du tout. Hein.
Ouais, je sais.
Et je suis désolé, hein, mais tu vois la balle que tu m'as mis avant, la pompe crack.
Ouais.
Bah, de base, tu me l'aurais pas mis parce que je t'aurais tiré dessus, je t'aurais touché, mais vu que t'as bugué, t'es resté dans les airs un peu, tu m'as mis la balle.
C'est pas la faille.
Ouais, bah, il y a Snakesy pour la salle aujourd'hui
Pas la
aussi.
faille. Non, juste ça noir.
Mais aujourd'hui, il y a deux duos français. Il y a Snakesy Poda et Clément Kaizen.
En direct, il est pas X%.
Non, mais il s'est pas qualifié, c'était les 75 premiers dans tous les FNCS au total, Major 1, 2, 3, et les 25 en sup des dernières chances.
Ah, c'est bon. Pourquoi tu mets moi
les
des
25. Non, je t'ai mis 2 balles là. Donc en fait, il y a les 25 qualifiés de la manche 1, donc des 50 premiers. Donc des 50 qualifiés sur les SFNCS normales.
Attends, je vais c'est quoi ici?
C'est une sorte de... Je crois que c'est du Bill Fight, ça, je suis pas sûr.
Bah, joue celle-ci. C'est quand tu gagnes, et celle-là, c'est quoi?
Non, maintenant c'est l'autre quand tu gagnes. C'est celle multicolore quand tu gagnes, et l'autre
Ah, ça, c'est l'ancienne, on va dire.
Ouais, les méthodes
en vrai, sans mentir, je préfère. Ah, tu peux vraiment me faire.
Mais du coup, je disais que du coup, les 50 premiers étaient là hier, les 50 premiers gagnants, les 50 premiers qualifiés des FNCS. Et aujourd'hui, tu as les 25 qui sont pas qualifiés hier, qui jouent en même temps que les 25 qui sont qualifiés aux dernières chances.
Oh, c'est dur. On a
Par
tout
contre, on a un
franchement,
box
si...
fight.
Hum
On a un build fight, un box fight loot. Hein. Ah mais frérot, c'est abusé comment la caméra elle tourne dans tous les sens là. Y a même pas un moment où elle tourne pas. Hein. Ou j'ai pas à la reprendre. Hein.
En vrai, si tu te pouces tout le temps sur le dossier, ça doit aller, non?
Attends, je vais juste baisser alors vite fait encore un peu les sens modifiés.
Voilà, on tire.
On va les remettre comme avant.
Mais pourquoi il est pas écrit? Il est pas écrit ici quand ça commence le game?
Non.
Ouais, je suis comme ça.
Il n'y a pas écrit quand ça a commencé, tu dois vraiment regarder le timer pur.
Oui.
Ah, c'est bon.
On l'a en dessous? Ou c'est juste moi qui a décidé de mon PC?
De quoi?
Oh oui, c'est un PC! Là en dessous. Ouais, sur l'écran. Là c'est le podium, là c'est il y a le script FPS et là c'est où il joue. En bas, en dessous de l'écran. Là-bas.
Ça va commencer. Ça
Oh,
va
genre en
commencer
dessous
bien.
de FPS.
Le timer a été enlevé. Ah mais c'est vrai que je suis dans la queue d'attente, moi j'ai comment enlever de la queue d'attente d'avant.
Ah, on se dit vraiment pas de fois qu'il y a une
Soit là ils vont présenter tout le monde, ou alors là ils vont commencer. Ils vont présenter d'abord tout le monde.
Ah mais pourquoi moi je le vois plus?
Non, ils vont d'abord présenter, mais ils vont d'abord présenter tout le monde.
Mais pourquoi est-ce que les skins les skins les ont remis dans le...
Pas encore.
Ou bas? Ah bah moi j'en flou. Oh waouh! Est-ce que on va un jour porter ce fameux trophée?
Donc là ils vont présenter tout le monde, etc. Et après ça va commencer.
Oui, sinon en même temps je vais faire mes devoirs.
Moi en fait je vais aller me chercher
Alors.
le cure-dent pour essayer de voir la manette.
Ouais, t'inquiète, vas-y. Ouais. Oh, il y a beaucoup de Nemo éteints.
Just 25 duos can make tomorrow's grand final. We have so many players nervously lining up behind that stage ready to meet their fate. In Copenhagen, I think we should lend them your voices right now. Are you ready to meet your players? I said Copenhagen! Are you ready to meet your players? Let's bring them on.
It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how you pick yourself back up. And these guys plan to do just that today. They want to continue their dream. They want to continue that journey to the Global Championship Final.
What happened yesterday doesn't matter. This is a new lobby with
Oh, il y a pas d'assaille!
and if there's any takeaways from their day one, it's that all it takes is one good game to break through.
And this is what they plan to do. Take a couple of those moments from yesterday, the experience, everything that they have learned, and put on a show for the Royal Arena to keep it all going.
Second chances do not come often. Everyone wants today to be the start of something great
Mais si, j'ai vu pas d'assaille!
with this competition.
And this
Ta
is
gueule.
Maïsoul? Maïsoul? C'est qui encore? Ah, il veut le montrer, je pense. C'est un joueur à blond, il est anglais, je pense. Un joueur qui a FNCS. Blond, blanc.
Je sais pas.
En vrai, c'est quand même full très stressant, non?
Oui, et surtout que c'est pas tes settings à toi, etc.
Après, t'as vu, il a un truc pour se muscler les mains. Mais juste, pourquoi ils ont que des simples écouteurs?
Comment ça, les simples écouteurs?
Bah, genre, les deux premiers joueurs qui nous ont montré, ils ont juste mis genre des simples écouteurs, tu vois, genre. Oh, pas de ça! Vas-y,
Bah non,
ouais!
c'est Edger, c'est Canada.
Moi, là, je vois Emote Snazy et Ponasai. Moi, je vois
Et Edger, c'est Canada, eux, ils étaient contestés par Malibuka hier, et Thomas HD. Du coup, ils ont pu faire deux
Mais
games.
franchement,
Ils ont pu caisser 2 games à faire des points, ils ont fait 50 points en 2 games, quoi.
mais franchement, moi, là, je vais voir Ponasai et Snazy.
Mais oui. Tout est mis dans le même ordre pour tout le monde.
Ah, c'est peut-être je bug, non? Ou quoi?
Ben non, vu que le premier. Là, c'est Poda et Sneezy, on les a entendus.
Poda, moi, je vais les voir maintenant. Regarde, là, je vais dire c'est qui les prochains, alors. C'est mon Graal, non, je rigole. Là, on voit tout le monde. Là, on voit des mecs.
Là, par contre, ils sont focus
Genre deux mecs
sur
ensemble, un
Poda
mec.
Snake, là. Sur Poda, pardon.
Après, j'ai vu le mec de Solari avec le t-shirt Aldi. On a vu un mec avec un t-shirt de Lunari aussi, mais dans le stade, on va dire. Là, on va voir quelque chose de japonais. Un mec méga musclé, méga bodybuildé. On va te voir.
Le mec de Solari, c'est Clément, je signale.
Je connais pas les noms.
Ouais, t'as Clément, Artkill, DK. Normalement, Andy aussi.
Bah oui, mais.
Je suis sûr s'il fait partie encore de Solari.
Et pourquoi je connais? Regarde, là, maintenant, on voit CG Janit et Focus Ryzen AY97. CGN Janit, 7 placements, total poids 228, total énergie 16 et 21,3, je sais pas quoi.
Il est quand même musclé de Saint-Saint. Hein. Je crois que t'as de la.
Franchement, moi, je sais pas si je suis en retard. Ah ouais, c'est peut-être possible. Attends, mais peut-être quitte sur l'écran et après tu remets l'écran, peut-être.
Non, parce que chez moi, ça sera la même chose.
Là, je vois les trois, il y a le mec avec un habillé en vert, il est en train de parler.
Moi, c'est
Ok.
le blanc qui parle.
C'est genre, si je vois quelqu'un dessus, je suis pas. Ah, il parle maintenant le blanc, moi. Là, non, c'est Sented et Elite Paxlar Z7. Tu vois? Et eux sont top 2, 269 fois 23 average point placement, pardon. Ils étaient
Sur
à
leur
top.
FNTS à eux, ils sont fait qualifier. Hein.
Là, est-ce qu'il y a déjà eu des gagnants?
Quoi?
Est-ce que dans les gens qui jouent, ont déjà gagné les FNCS?
Ça se peut, ça se peut.
Et est-ce que les mecs qui présentent, est-ce qu'ils sont forts au jeu ou c'est juste des mecs qui présentent?
Ça, on sait pas, j'ai jamais vraiment vu jouer.
Okay.
Attends,
Là,
juste
je
un
vois.
peu augmenter le son de mon truc.
Oh, c'est quoi comme son? Il faut augmenter sa dialogue, il faut augmenter quoi pour...
No success there. And then, of course, the last chance major is where they clutched up. If it's anything that I know about Scented, he's going to be looking towards the low ground. He loves being down there, especially when he was alongside Cole. It looked like they just ran through anybody that was in their way. I'm expecting to see more of that today.
Là, on voit des gens.
You know what I'm expecting to see? The last half of the duels from the last chance major arena. Give them a welcome.
Last but certainly not least, our final group of players taking the stage.
comme il y aura quelque chose d'intéressant, etc. Faut juste pas que tu me le dises, quoi, parce que moi je serai pas là à ce moment-là, quoi.
Ouais, je vois pas. Oh my god, il a plus contrôle. Ouais. Oh, les choisissent leur skin.
Through a last chance situation, and today's going to be no different. The Global Championship Battle Bus is leaving with or without you. It's
Là, ils
time
choisissent
to
leur
see
skin, c'est
which
bien.
25 teams will claim their seats.
Those seats are a hot
Il
commodity
paye
this
pour lui.
weekend. Only 50
Est-ce que tu
teams
veux des
will be able to
informations
make
ou
it
juste
there.
une
We saw
compagnie là?
half of them qualify yesterday. Today, we will
Moi, j'ai
secure
dit
our
qu'ils choisissent
final
leur
entrance
skin.
onto that battle bus.
Oui, normalement c'est eux qui
Who do you want to
choisissent.
see take it all?
Bah oui, genre j'ai vu un moment, on voit qu'ils faisaient leur skin. Oh, il y a un peu
logique aussi, hein.
Bah c'est le mec qui était en solo là, Kirby.
Ouais, mais Kirby il est en solo.
Jacob PR, I need to give you a job as
Ah,
just
mais
my
il a
hype
déjà
man.
fait ou pas?
I just need you to follow
Kirby,
me
je suis pas
around
sûr.
and hype up
Mais je
everything
crois.
that I do. But man,
Il a- en vrai, il a vraiment pas le
now
choix.
we have
Parce que
the
hier, il y
full
avait un
body
mec
of
solo,
players. Now we
team.
wanted to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Wigacy. Now originally they're part of two
Ouais,
separate
il a
duos,
vraiment pas
but
de
their
chance.
dual mates
Et
couldn't
bah
make
lui,
it, so
toujours
now
le
they've
mec,
been allowed
il
to come
crache.
together and
Il
form
relance pas
one
de game, ah
duo
ouais.
for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there, so they're going to have to sort of use the in-game tools to communicate, landing it to the north side of the map,
Non, moi,
just to the
j'en-
west.
Là, il y a un mec
Really
qui s'appelle
interesting
Tu,
drop
Adapté et
spot.
Bravado.
You might have a few issues with
Non,
Storm,
attends,
so
mais
the
si j'ai
team's
bien
actually
compris ce
using
qu'ils ont
that
dit,
massive mountain that's just
ils ont mis
outside of
Kirby
that
avec
drop
un autre
to take
mec.
advantage of them, but anything can happen. This is why I wanted to talk about this.
Mais non, ils ont pas le droit aussi.
Literally anything can happen.
De base,
I've
c'est
never
pas
seen them play
mi-temps,
together
mais
before, so
vu que c'est la World Cup et
literally, who knows
qu'il
what's
c'est
gonna
sûr il
happen.
n'arrivera jamais en
It's a little
solo,
bit of
quoi.
an X factor, right? You never know what could
Ouais, c'est la
happen.
version où j'ai fait
Fortnite loves
Big
to do
Goat.
this thing where when you don't know
En
what could
deux
happen,
avions.
that's when the
Voilà, quoi.
craziest things happen. A last duo here, FKS and Adapter. What do you want to talk about this duo, Vid?
Listen, I mean, I love where they are.
Est-ce que t'as regardé
dropping
la-
across, and of course, we saw
la World
Easy
Cup?
and Evento do
Juste,
very, very
pas-
well
pas.
from this drop spot yesterday, right? Kind of taking the reins.
T'as regardé ou pas la World Cup?
And honestly, I was looking towards it because I was like, hey,
Hier, je l'ai
I think they
regardé.
can do very good from this drop spot. But
Non,
of
la
course,
Cup
it's
en mode,
Fortnite,
il y a-
it's Fortnite,
il y a
it's the
5 ans.
Global Championship. We love
Il
to
a
always
fait
mix
ça. J'ai
up
pas regardé.
a
J'ai pas
little bit
vraiment
of
focus sur
drama
le jeu,
in
etc.
there. And, I was checking out socials a little bit earlier on this morning, and it looks
Moi
like
non plus.
Suns
Là,
and
je regarde
might
toujours
be
le bout
switching
et tout quand il y
over
allait, tu vois,
to
mais pas.
contest this duo. So my eyes are going to be towards that fight as we jump in to these first couple of games.
That is crazy. And if I remember correctly, these guys were at Invitation, all right? So they already have some LAN experience. Do you feel like that could play a factor coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? Any of the duos that have experience, especially the ones that have been, you know,
Ah, c'est lui.
together when it comes to
Ah, moi,
international
le mec, il a
events, playing in
plus le
person
bras.
alone. And then, of course, you know, some of these duos,
Pas si
one
tu
half
vois,
of them
c'est
kind of
que
have that
j'ai-
experience as well.
Ça
So
les a vu
I'll be excited
hier.
to see, you know, if they can
Tu
kind
vois
of
qu'ils
take the
choisissent leur
reins and make
skin,
sure they
leur
can
truc.
cool, calm, and collected up.
Yeah, like you mentioned, they're now contested
contre, le
because
petit
that
câlin,
just
moi,
shows
j'ai
what the
fait-
lower bracket can do.
Hey,
Anything
base
can happen.
mon
These
livre.
guys would have been preparing to be uncontested. Now they are contested by Suns.
Le mec,
and
comment il
Amos.
fait
I
un
mean,
tease en
that's
mode
gonna throw
voilà,
Story
en mode
Sunday
à
worse, and
caméra.
that is crazy because they would have been preparing. Yes, we're going to rotate
Juste, on va
to get
refaire
our
continuer.
surge, go and landing us. We'll be chilling. We'll be enjoying ourselves. Next thing you know,
German.
two Australians. They're flying in, and things are all going out the window. All the plans are like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is why we talk about adaptability so much. Not only in the whole game, the whole meta, the whole season, per day in this format. That's when you need to be adaptable as well.
And I wanted to kind of bring it back to full circle. Something we talked about originally was that it's only 5 games. We're used to kind of seeing either 6 games one day or a total of 12, right? Spread across. Only 5 games, though it's one less. It sounds like, it's just one less game. It's actually that much harder.
Yeah. I mean, it's extremely tough. And one thing that I want to talk about, right, when it comes to the mentality that the
Dans 12
players
minutes.
En vrai,
need to be
c'est
thinking
bien.
about to qualify to the global championship,
Ouais,
right, for
c'est-
these
c'est
upper
bien un
bracket
truc, hein.
teams, you pretty much have to play.
C'est
bien, ah, là, je donne un
And
index,
that's easy,
non?
that's a very, very
Yeah.
large region. But for a
La
lot of the
prochaine
smaller
game
regions, it was a
devrait
lot
commencer
tighter for that, right? So
approximativement
they're used to
12
kind of like winning or placing very, very high.
Voilà, je vais voir Atlantic Casino et un autre Atlantic. Mais en vrai, c'est quand même bien protéger, protéger. Juste pas qu'on regarde sur ton écran.
Mais
Ouais,
surtout qu'il y a un mec derrière lui aussi.
Clutching up. I mean, they made it all
Ouais,
the way
toi.
to the last event of the year, right? The last
Et
one
voir
to
si
actually
tu
make it
joues,
to
non?
the global championships, they clutched up. Today, is a clutch situation.
Yeah, and one team that are synonymous with clutch, Steno and Lucy. I was speaking to a few people earlier. A few people were around me.
Là, il doit avoir une bonne connexion Wi-Fi.
Danish. They said Steno and Lucy. And they're Danish as well, of course. This is
Oh,
fantastic.
personne n'entend
I'm excited
plus.
to see how this goes. Yeah, give it a roll.
Non, mais je-
Yeah, why not?
Mais tu sais, est-ce que
I mean,
tous
these
les...
guys are fantastic.
C'est pas
I really
les
want to
PC
play
au
this
mec
team to
qui
know
jouent,
how
c'est
each other
les
play
PC
so well. They vibe
Non,
par,
c'est les PC.
par
They have
Fortnite,
LAN
non?
experience as well. They did so
Oh, Kirby, il avait Wick Easy. Oh, Kirby like Wick Easy.
that LAN experience, that chemistry that they have
make
in
a
a LAN
Easy
environment
for
to
the-
this event, because I mean they have the fans for it.
Yeah,
Oh.
for sure. So let's say, you know, we know we have these 5 games.
Parce que
Do we just
pour la
send
faille,
everything,
Crazy.
right? At
Pour
this
la
point,
faille,
we've got to make top
Bah,
25.
est-ce que
You
c'est
can
vraiment bien
argue
par
maybe
les
just try and do
lunettes
something kind of
jaunes là?
any
Kaizen
kind
et
of
tout,
strategy,
j'ai vu
secret,
Kaizen
and
vite
just
fait.
hope that you can kind of save that for tomorrow. With only 5 games though,
Oh.
is that enough wiggle room, man? I feel like it's just not. You just got to go full send now.
Nah, I mean, if you're holding back now,
Moi,
I think you're
est-ce que c'est
trolling
bien
a
par les
little bit,
lunettes comme
honestly.
il avait
I mean, full send for
Star
sure.
avant.
And that's the thing
Sur
though
les
about
lunettes,
Fortnite. And I love the fact that
jaunes.
you're talking about strategy because I feel like we have 2 major different playstyles, right? People who
Pas
like
pour
to play
pas
a
monter
little
Dieu,
bit
là,
more
pardon.
passive, and then we have those aggressive duos, ones that are looking for those one pop-off games with 10 plus eliminations. I'll be excited to see which duos kind of
That's
pull out
easy.
each one of those strategies.
Yeah, and of course, I think you have to just use the strategies that you practice for the first couple of games. If things go wrong and you have to pull out the grand final strategy, then do it. Because if you don't do
Là,
it now,
là, je suis
you
voir
won't even
qui
make it to the
et
grand
phase de-
final. So there's no point in
phase
hiding
de-
them away. We saw some great
et-
strats yesterday from Zagu and Pepper
Qui-
with using the shield mushrooms to get some extra surge. Some great
K,
ideas from these teams that we
L,
haven't seen on other regions, and that's what this is all about. Who's going to pull what out of the hat?
I love that
Sinon, qu'est-ce
too.
qu'on
I
peut
mean,
faire?
social media yesterday and even today was just like, what
Quoi?
is their strategy? Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see what they're thinking, what they're cooking, and then come out tomorrow. And that could be
Tu veux
like the
quoi?
difference maker, them winning and becoming
On a carte tourne au
global
salon et relancer
champions.
parce que si maintenant il y a
That
trop
would just be wild.
de
Another
différence
duel.
entre
You know, we
nous,
cannot
c'est casse-couille pour moi quoi.
Vas-y.
Bah, par contre le truc oh ça mère la pute, ça fait mal aux oreilles. Ça fait mal aux oreilles.
De quoi?
Mais vu que j'ai mes bruitages qui sont plus forts. Oh c'est fort ça mère la pute. C'est même trop fort. Hop là.
Faut juste boire un petit coup. J'arrive.
Deux. Trois. Quatre.
And honestly, yeah.
Viens, on se pète les oreilles.
Yeah, we only made it off spawn 2 games, and both of those games, headshots.
Yeah.
Headshot snipes actually were the ones that actually ended up closing out their games for them in both of those scenarios. So maybe there's something they have to switch up a little bit there, maybe a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe they're not used to dealing with those snipers, but I'm sure they can do it.
I mean, the biggest problem for this team throughout this whole year was Storm Surge coming out of that racetrack spot. And they were uncontested in Major Number 3 Grand Finals. They fixed their Storm Surge problems. And Vivid, would you like to remind me what happened in Major 3 Grand Finals on NA?
Oh, they won.
Oh, they won. That's right. So hopefully today, if they can find that same mentality, that same way of playing, they'll be all right.
Well, I'm getting word. It is that time. We are about to kick off the lower bracket of Global Championship
No.
day number 2. So,
Ça commence pas à
casters,
parler.
take us in.
Now is the moment you have all
Là, tu vois qui,
been
là,
waiting
sur l'écran?
for. Game 1
Là,
of
je
the
vois
lower
Taco
bracket is
avec,
ready
le
to
loup.
get underway. And
Ça va
Taco,
là.
if I had
Bon.
a seat here, I would be on the edge of my seat ready to call this action.
You can feel
Je vois
the
pas ce qui
nerves
passait.
have just been kicking the entire time. Everyone here
Qui,
is
d'accord?
just wide awake.
C'est une
And the
meuf
battle buzz
qui est
is
full
well.
m'a
Pourquoi
pleuré.
Already heading into game number 1.
Oh, j'avais la Romana aussi. Link Day 2 Match 1. C'est ça ou pas, Sophie?
Oui. Là, je vois tous les écrans pop, là, c'est bon.
Attends.
On est en même temps, je crois.
Moi aussi, et là voilà, là je vois la carte.
Oui, on est en même temps, on est en même
Attends,
temps.
là, c'est quoi les points blancs?
C'est les points, moi, que les teams ont mis, mais que eux, il y a que qui peuvent voir, quoi. Mais sur, sur le rediff, c'est mis comme ça à chaque fois. Là, on va réaliser les Chinese qui vont spawn à la petite tour.
Ouais, je trouve stylé.
Et ça, c'est pas le même mode spec hein, que d'habitude.
Ouais, non, eux, c'est un mode spec grand pro, quoi.
Up at the far north side, Giannis immediately heading for this crude harbor drop.
C'est pas con comment... Non mais c'est pas con comment Janice et Amarizon ont joué.
Oh, il a déjà mort.
Il a déjà eu un que Noxy est mort. Ah mais il a eu les 2 kills, ok. Il a eu une team en entière. Donc les premiers kills sont faits par Chubbs. Et aussi il a un FNCS World Cup, donc logique il est fort.
Oui,
Patch
mais les deux kills... Quoi les deux? Mais quoi les FNCS, regarde?
Oui mais...
Par ici.
Il doit y avoir un truc derrière celle-là aussi, hein, mais je sais pas.
Quoi, j'aime trop ce champion.
Bah trop bien.
C'est adapté. Ah ça, c'est vraiment trop.
Oh, il y aurait Exclusive et nous, non, il y aurait Exclusive et nous, il y aurait eu 3 teams de battants. Ah, la flèche.
Quoi, c'est pas ce que je...
Oh là là, la PM épique. Oh la PM épique, ça va faire mal.
Ouais. Mais c'est pas si genre sur FNCS, c'était la même la place, mais il a sorti un message écrit FNCS. Oh, tu as adapté en... Je sais pas quand il faut écrire. Est-ce que le JFT il est avec... Ah non. Tu as adapté, il a avec Bravado ou pas?
Adapteur, il est avec... Bravado et Suns, il est avec Anogon. Et ils sont sur le truc.
Après, je sais pas.
Là, il y a le censure.
Couche un peu en avance de toi. Les vidanges sont mal.
En fait, Julien, il veut bien laisser mettre la pression, mais il doit aller au courant pour pas qu'ils aient la tour. Hein.
Oh, Bravado ici,
Bravado, il va partir.
Ouais.
Bah en vrai c'est pas con de partir parce qu'ils ont la... ils peuvent pas aller les push avec les builds qu'ils ont mis dessus.
Click. Ah c'est Click.
Ouais mais il y a Click, ok Click qui s'est qualifié avec les dernières chances avec Epic.
Ah c'est pas Click, c'est
contested over towards Mega City, but I feel like that's no different. All
il y a quand même
season long they've been contested about 2 or 3 other teams.
Il y a 4 teams à Mega
To
City.
work with. There's so much loot to share. As long as they don't get caught off guard, it's business
Mega
as usual.
At the same time, there is so much traffic inside of Mega City, and as far as the vault is concerned, there's definitely something worth fighting over. You have to expect that regardless of where that high card spawn is at, people are going to be looking to make sure to take out whoever actually secures that vault key card.
Oh wow! Actually, they weren't necessarily contested. They were taking out on their drop. You saw Video go ahead and get that reboot card, trying to give his team a second chance at life.
On a un joueur manette.
Ready to put some respect on his name, already getting 1 elimination. He's looking for another, but first he has a stop to make. Let's clean up this loot. Let's try to get as jam-packed as possible. You see the fallen teammate, Deguro was going to be right above him. He knows no matter what, as he continues his journey, he's going to have to try to get that reboot card, because doing this alone is not something anybody wants to face.
But at the same time, that siphon there for Okis definitely gave him a nice little bit to work with in comparison to Dieta, who doesn't have shields. And Okis wants to pressure this.
Solo manette là-dedans.
Capable of doing so, but it seems as though his mentality right now is just to stay on the move. Being in this sort of solo situation, deep in the jungle biome here at Rumble Ruins, especially in this lower elevation territory, he might be able to sneak up on some other teams.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Surge as one of the first things, because yesterday, if it showed us anything, Surge is not the easiest thing to come by in a lobby like this. And uncontested this time around, so now Agers getting a chance to fight off spawn, and immediately they go to what they know works from the past, trying to get Surge underneath their own belt, so that way they don't have to worry about it too much later in the game. But Vico and Pink, another team that has experience from day one, contested by Acorn and Cold. This time around, they're ready to take their fights to their opponent, and on the other side of things, it is going to be Bully and Shadow.
But look at this height battle as well. Pink and Bully, both of them trying to provide cover fire for their fraggers down below. As far as Viku and Shadow are concerned, a little bit of a pause here, not directly trying to challenge. Seems as though Viku Vico is trying to look for a regroup circumstance, but
Est-ce que tu peux
again,
couper
you
les
have to
FPS
keep
pas?
some form of a
Non,
barrier
je vois pas les
between yourself
FPS.
and another team. Bully just trying to do what he can as far as making sure that he's able to suppress Pink in the process, but they're not trying to give up any sort of resources for free here.
Yeah, and you can
Well,
kind of
just
already see
hold
in the
on.
mini map just a little bit. You've seen it here. Bully and Shadow,
but
they had
they-
no intention on trying to take that engage. They split up to try to get even more surge early on in the
Ils ont
game
pas de
before
points,
the
ils ont pas
zone
pris de
does get
kills,
too small. Snazy and Podeside probably have the fan favorites on their side in the stadium. I hear them loud and proud already, and they're trying to go
y a un
ahead
mec qui arrive à
and use
côté
that
d'eux.
energy to fuel them here today. A little bit of a misstep on day one, but they're picking
En fait,
themselves
c'est
up,
méga risqué
dusting
de-
themselves off, and ready to put on
Ok.
the
Déjà,
show.
Snazy
Just
peut
because
d'assaut
you
pour
stumble
normalement
doesn't
pas se
mean you fall, and
qualifier.
it's got to be such an invigorating feeling
Pourquoi on peut
knowing
pas?
that you have
Ils
so
pourront
many
certainement
fans
se
in
qualifier
the
parce que déjà
venue
comme
just cheering for you
d'accord, hier
every
c'est plus dur
step
parce
of
que
the
hier
way.
t'avais pas ceux qui se
It's not even
qualifiaient à la
like these guys are
dernière
gonna
chance.
piece the action right yet. They're just
Là ils en ont
Moi,
25 dernière chance
And
et
you've
les
got
25 ils étaient les pires en
cheering for
fait.
them. It's
Les
just
25
awesome
pires
to see
des
that kind of
SPX normal quoi.
One of the best controller players in the
Right here.
lobby. Polarized, teamed up with Scented over on the other side. They're taking a
Peut-être
split that
un
in
coup
day
de
one
stress.
belonged to another team.
Non, comment je vais
It's probably
montrer
part of their
les
strategy. Use this to try to
Oh, putain, la
qualify.
tour,
We'll
frère.
figure it out later because that's the biggest things. At this stage in the game, there's no reason to save all your secrets for that championship Sunday because you have to be able to make it there. Mini might have set himself to open up the show. What good are those strategies? What good are those tricks underneath your sleeves if you're not able to use them in the biggest moments possible?
Je peux le faire pour...
Juste sur la pote de
Trouble
Snazy
now.
Poda là.
not for Podesai just yet.
Oh, no,
kind of
sorry.
working around this bush. He
Je voulais voir
knows
ça.
that he's got a couple contenders down beneath him, and as for Shalom and MK Papa, they want to take their time. I mean,
Dis-moi que tu
kind
veux
of
moi
tough to try and fight that uphill
Ceux qui
battle
sont
quite
ceux qui
literally.
espèrent c'est
So instead,
chez l'homme
just
ou
continue to wait
papa.
things out, wait for a better opportunity to look for a rotation out. It can be difficult as well when you're playing right here on the edge side of where these zone pulls are happening because, again, for Podesai, it seems as though the intent is just to
King,
prioritize
Phaser
positioning.
One team that changed their positioning overall to another. King, Phaser. You can already see they're over towards Shattered Slab. Zone is pulling all the way towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long journey to go, and you can even see it at the edge of Mega City here on Pink and Vico. So they have even more rotations to go later on in the game. But for now, it's Batman, Booga, and Rapid who beat him to the punch. The top of the hill, just west of Mega City. And they immediately got out of Mega City because that's one of the things we talked about to start the show is how contested it actually is. They could easily take a building on top, but they're taking a little bit of the safer route or what they thought would be because right now Pink and Vico are slowly but surely looking like they're going to try and sneak up and see if they have any opportunity to take over. But as you can see in the mini-map, they're going to choose to go the other way. It's not something they want to battle this early on in the game.
You can already see some shots, though, coming from a little bit of a distance here. Rapid just trying to be wary of his surroundings, and it makes perfect sense why you'd want to ditch from Mega City ASAP when there's 4 separate teams landing there. Again, it's just so much traffic to actually deal with, so why risk it when every single game is so important? I think for Rapid and Batman Booga, not necessarily getting max resources, max materials, it's not as bad as it might initially look because they can always find the refresh because again, storm surge strategies is definitely an issue for a lot of teams in day 1. And this is day 2. It's not like the competition's gotten any less.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams taking that prime real estate to where they know players are going to rotate into. You've seen him go for the reboot card onto Mr. Savage, uncontested Northdown Nets. That's a no-brainer that he's going to get him back into the game, back up as a duo. But as you can see in the mini-map, they are split up. They called out the strategy to start the game. They're trying to cover more ground. They're trying to take more space away. This also allows them to get better lines of sight around the map for their Storm Surge. They already know what has happened in the past when Storm Surge is lacking. It forces you to make plays. It's almost like you don't have control over the game, and they are trying to do their best to keep control of their own destiny.
It's definitely something that has haunted Mr. Savage and Vidil all chapter long as far as Major 3 was concerned, even leading into that last chance major where we saw them switching up their drop spot even over to Drift Ridge just because of the fact that Mr. Savage has mentioned he doesn't like to be contested. Sure, they got it uncon then, but it's still never
Et ils vont vers
easy,
shitty
whether you're
moon.
unconned or contested, as far as establishing a solid storm surge strategy.
Yep, Fanayan and Moneymaker. Moneymaker probably one of our youngest players competing here today, showing that anything is truly possible as long as you have a chance, and they've given themselves just that opportunity on the biggest stage in the world when it comes to Fortnite. And you can already see the augment that he's choosing out. First Assault, Scope Salvo, two of the biggest ones that are needed when it comes to Storm Surge to allow them to keep their distance and keep hitting those shots.
Like seeing this with Kudos as well.
Ah, Snazy Poda qui sont en fight.
Prioritizations onto Snazy.
Contre Jouma et...
Good. Trying to see if they can push forward in this box
J'ai pas l'autre
fight.
nom. J'ai mon.
Shots being taken by Podesai as well, just to even trade out so far. No real damage inflicted by either side just yet. But you and Jamon, they get
La chose, s'ils meurent, ils font quoi? Ils regardent ou...
They've got more company coming.
Who already taking trying to third party take some shots onto both Pink and Vico, who took down Otis. Going to be there, and you can see Yuma and Jamon probably share that same weapons cache, so they're going to be forced to wait till Snazy and Podesai leave off of this spot to try to pick up the scraps, figure out whatever is left along. But a team that, you know, taking a lot of time towards Slappy Shores. My only question for them is how is their surge? Because a lot of the teams are on the western side of the zone for now. They haven't begun to rotate over towards Slappy Shores. Not a lot of teams landing here right out of the gates. So for them, that's probably what's on their mind right now. We've looted up. We've got everything we need. Now we just need Storm Surge.
And hey, we're talking about Storm Surge so often for Pink and Vico. This is going to be a massive contributing factor, getting that elimination onto Otis. Advantage of that 2v1 situation, and that's something that's not necessarily going to be easy to come by at this stage of the game. For Rapid and Mambuga,
si je quitte le mode de jeu, est-ce que pour rentrer, je dois quitter?
And they just haven't managed yet to find that pressure situation to actually secure eliminations for the refreshes that they would like. And they don't necessarily have time resources either, because there's other teams moving in at this point. There's other teams already establishing good positioning off of earlier rotations, so trying to expand resources. You're just going to keep getting lit up.
Yeah, down is at 7-man's inventory now. You can already see they won the ball over towards Relentless Retreat. It's a little unorthodox. Typically, you would grab something to pass across with a Sharp Tooth, an Infiltrator, or even a Maven, but he's going to go without it for now, hoping that that Mythic Stinger does more than enough damage in moments notice to survive. It all depends on how you control that recoil, honestly. Because I remember that
It's so obvious that the intention, though, is that up-close and personal battle. The question is, will they actually manage to force themselves into that type of situation? And Rift Island can definitely be a location where we expect those battles to come, but even all throughout day one, we hardly saw any sort of concentration over this Rift Island. Sending all the way up, though, definitely having some issues as far as maintaining his shields are concerned. Those are going to be completely depleted. Granted, they have ample shield potions to make up for it, but it's going to be Hen, it's going to be Bass actually looking to contest. They don't want to let this Rift Island objective points go for free.
If only they saw the damage that was put on both of these players before they even touched down on the island. Surely they would try to take advantage of it. And you can see one man chest, another man's treasure, Mero and Cooper sneaking up on the side, trying to take away the position. The French team of Snazy and Podesai also willing to contest this Rift Island. And that's one of the things I was thinking. It was very, very passive yesterday. Even solos were able to take it. But as the VOD review goes on, as time passes, players are going to realize there's nobody up there. But when everybody thinks the same, now we have 4 teams on top of Rift Island ready to battle it out. One of them, Hen and Bask, 141 above the damage threshold. They're going to be the ones to contain it, plus 15 points for them. And that's going to be huge because we already see teams qualify with those points of the objectives.
Ok, Liouche et Stenon.
Je vois là, attends, t'es sur qui là?
Liouche et Stenon.
We've gotten a good idea of what's been happening directly in game so far. However, got a mid-game analyst to give us a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on
Nice.
Le micro qui veut pas, frère.
and Luge were able to get
Ah,
an
ok,
elimination on
J'ai
Mr.
dit,
là, tu es sur qui, là?
Je suis sur Steno.
Hit the ground. Then we saw Steno
Ah, moi
be able
aussi.
to find a
Là, il vient
key
d'acheter un
which he
pompe.
used to
Oh
unlock
Ouais, il vient
a
d'acheter le
mythic
pompe
shotgun.
le plus
Quickly,
cheaté
they
en
regrouped,
build,
built
je
up a
dirais.
surge tower, and as you can see, they have vision on
Ouais,
two
parce que
duos
il
of
peut
Jamin
fort.
and
Oh, c'est bon,
Connor.
oh, je me branle les doigts.
An
Ouais, je
excellent
me fais
mid
chercher.
and
Je me branle les
late
doigts,
game.
très carrément.
Let's see how they
Eh.
do.
Calme-toi un peu, je suis en live. Hein.
Ah merde, shit, salut Jean. Je sais pas c'est
Pink,
qui non.
Pixie va cheating. Je veux dire c'est Pink, mais c'est Pixie et cheating. On est dessus.
With slightly earlier drops to just pick you off with the elevation difference.
Le nom de Pink, ma Pixie sur Champo, c'est Pixie Bar et Pink Bar.
You can always expect to bounce back. I mean, we already
Ils sont bons ou pas Poda ça y est l'autre?
Poda et Sneeze, oui.
Easy to say that
Sont bons?
anything can happen.
Non, ils sont pas. Ah non, j'ai compris qu'ils sont bons.
Ah oui non, ça chute.
Non, ils sont morts, ça je sais pas. Ils sont sur l'île, ça c'est sûr. Ils sont partis sur l'île, ça c'est sûr.
Mais pourquoi tu dis qu'ils étaient en face?
Sneezy KO, Sneezy KO. Ah non, Sneezy il est mort direct.
Il est mort.
Ouais, soit il a été. Non, peut-être Poda est mort, ou alors peut-être.
Oh, il y a Clément.
Ou alors un des deux s'est fait terminer quoi. Non, ils sont morts. Non, il y a Kopoda, il y a Kopoda, il y a Kopoda.
Ouais, il y a Poda. Non, Poda, qu'est-ce que t'as foutu?
Non, c'est Sneeze. C'est Sneeze.
Ouais, mais il a pas aidé, c'est pour sa faute. Non.
Peut-être parce qu'il. Non, peut-être que Poda a géré son fight aussi de son côté, hein. Et que c'est Sneezy qui a perdu son fight, mais Poda il a gagné le chien.
C'est sûr. Oh, c'est sûrement ça. Mais ça, c'est quoi ça? À côté écrit dommage, Shield Shoal, 347, c'est quoi ça?
C'est à la Storm Surge.
Il doit mettre en compte 347.
Non, ils sont au-dessus. Ils sont au-dessus. Il y a écrit above ou en fait, quand c'est mis au-dessus, il y a écrit above avec, mais au-dessus c'est au-dessus et en bas c'est en bas.
C'est-à-dire, genre si il reste pour 350 dégâts dans la zone, il prend des dégâts?
Non.
That is definitely the opportunity.
Ah non, c'est la Storm Surge.
Oui, c'est la Storm Surge.
J'ai pas capté, la Storm Surge c'est quand tu mets des dégâts.
Il y a Storm Surge par exemple, là ils sont à 221 au-dessus, ils vont pas se manger Storm Surge. Mais ceux qui vont être en dessous, même ils vont être à même 1 en dessous, ils vont se manger du 25 par 25.
Oh ouais, il est surtout qu'il a bugué à Bayuma.
Ah mais c'est logique, ça c'est la POV, c'est des fois le mode de jeu comme ça va aller. T'as compris parce que des fois le spec. Non mais le spec il est des fois comme ça.
Sinon son bugué sinon ça va être en plein genre.
Non mais ça c'est juste la POV en spec qui fonctionne pas des fois. Eux ils sont à 35 au-dessus, bah ça va baisser petit à petit aussi, mais s'ils sont en dessous, en ce moment ils vont se manger des dégâts de Storm Surge. Ah, ils sont passés au-dessus, c'est bon, ils sont bien passés au-dessus. Ils sont passés de 26 à...
Accountability as far as your surge strategies are concerned, it can be very difficult to maintain it throughout because there is just so much action happening as some of the congestion builds along this edge of zone and teams needing to move even further in. Players like Yuma are bound to get caught out on those later rotations.
Yeah, you can see they're even willing to risk it. Shalom and MK Papa, they got the elimination, or at least they saw it towards the backside of the zone. But they
Il va arrêter de m'inviter ce bâtard.
So it was almost an
Je vais le retrouver ce bâtard.
situation if they want to keep a
Quand t'entends de l'habitude, je vais pas me rejoindre l'année de ma vie.
for them to try to stay alive. I see a Vico. I don't see.
Quand t'entends de l'habitude, je vais pas me rejoindre.
Yes, he is by
Ah,
himself.
Vico il a pas beaucoup de skin qu'il est mort.
Right now.
Et
13 below
Vico
the
il a pas de soin.
Now he's in zone.
Ah et en plus ils ont la Storm Surge. Oh non mais là c'est sûr il est mort. Non mais il est mort, il a la Storm Surge aussi.
Il va mourir je pense.
Oui mais c'est sûr parce que il a voulu juste mettre des dégâts pour pas se faire niquer par la Storm Surge, mais peut-être avoir le kill après, juste 2 secondes après quoi.
Pourquoi il avait que 20 PV?
Oui parce qu'il avait la Storm Surge qui
Oh lui il est bien en fait un peu.
Canada, tu parles.
Bah, Dignitas Canada, ouais. Ouais, j'avais pas capté de lui. Juste pour la Dignitas Canada, c'est bien.
Kaizen qui a fait un kill sur Pink. Enfin, Kaizen a mis KO Pink quoi. Et du coup, il a eu le kill vu que Vico il est mort. Ah, Poda est encore en vie.
to
Oh, pour la
ensure
salle.
they require that elimination.
On peut
Là, il est
d'appuyer.
tout seul.
Oh, c'est tough.
Eliminated
C'est désastreux.
altogether. Gotta imagine Moneymaker.
Ouais, il a chacun
Mais
ou
il est
pas?
dessus,
Je pense qu'on voit pas.
Non, on va voir, mais dans tous les cas, là, c'est impossible qu'il ait rien.
Polarized, the one that took down Snazy, leaving
Ouais.
Polarized by
Il
himself.
oserait se filmer ça d'avant, c'est bon.
Above the damage threshold for now, but quickly
Faut qu'il prenne des pics là parce qu'il va se manger des dégâts de la surge.
try to find and catch somebody off guard, 'cause otherwise he's gonna have no choice.
Là, il a 14 de plus, c'est bon.
Mais sincèrement, ça va descendre.
Surely biding his time, trying to make sure that he makes the
Ah.
right play. And this is an
Ah
opportunity
oui.
for him.
Ah, il a mis les dégâts, il a mis les dégâts. C'est bon, il n'y a plus de surcharge pour l'instant.
Quoi, quasi tout le monde est au-dessus d'un truc. Oh non, ils ont pas rendu le kill.
Parce que tu vois pas ceux qui
Toi, tu vas
sont.
tenter d'y aller ou pas?
Je sais pas, mais
Toi,
je
tu vas
vois pas
tenter
qu'il
d'y
va y
aller ou
aller
pas?
parce qu'il ouais, si, il a la zone des maths.
The
Ouais,
zone
ça.
pull, a little bit brutal for some of these teams as it just keeps getting
En vrai, ça va où la zone va, ou alors peut-être la zone va par là-bas, il va attendre la zone pour aller sur le stuff.
En vrai, je regarde les trucs comme ça, je me dis que c'est méga dur. Hein.
Oui, c'est mon effort.
Oh, genre,
Canada
attends,
qui fait
t'entends pas
le
derrière?
Canada's got to be careful with this rocket
Quoi, t'entends
ramp
pas
on
ce
the
qu'il
landing.
les a derrière?
So many teams and right on the side
Il dit quoi?
of this hill.
Ah,
Can be
c'est bon.
difficult. He's trying to work his
Pas
way
tellement
back
parce
up
que moi j'ai un petit
already.
commentaire à moi.
Fully understand the fact that
Canada?
he doesn't want to have to play from the low ground, but
Tu sais,
he'll be forced to
non,
take
mais
shelter.
pas les commentateurs, les autres.
Memnis,
Si, je peux pas ne pas penser.
Oui, les autres
He
qui gueulent
has
là.
those mini shield potions won't actually
Ouais.
get an opportunity to get
Ça c'est
full
logique,
shield.
c'est les
For
spectateurs.
Aegis, this is even worse.
Ah, Canada et Just ils sont dans le mal, frère.
Oh!
Et Just qui a fait un kill! Et Just qui a eu un kill!
Oh, Dieu, il est tellement bien. Non, voilà, fiche.
Il a eu une kill sur Kiri. Oh, oh! Il a eu un autre kill!
KO, non?
Oui, KO.
Ouais.
Il t'a couru dessus.
Mais oh, il a...
Voilà, il a eu kill. Il y a Poda, ça y est, encore, on l'a encore vu. Je l'ai encore vu vite fait. Il est encore là, il est contre Mr. Savage. Là, il y a Mehdi Bru.
Oh non, c'est... Oh, le mec,
Canada,
ça va,
mais dans
je
tout cas,
le dis
il
pas.
peut mourir. Canada est encore en vie, il est dans la zone. Il prend juste des dégâts de zone.
Still, the Memnis plus the med kit
Est-ce que ça va être beau ou pas
that
sur
he'd be hoping for with so
le
many
fight?
teams having already pushed
Non, mais ils sont pas contre, mais ils sont tout près l'un de l'autre, c'est ça que je veux dire. C'est Vadil et Savage, j'ai encore vu tous les deux.
Oh, c'est gentil. Je crois en avait un,
Il a
il a
eu.
eu un peu.
Je vois quand même Mr. Savage, parce que Mr.
Quoi, je vois tellement d'icônes comme click, click.
Un clic, tiens. On parle du loup. Click, c'est son kill, ok. Ah oui, d'accord, Click, c'est son pote, on lui a un petit mentir, ok.
Ah voilà, il l'a vu.
Ah,
Mais allez dans l'autre.
Clément et Kaizen sont tout en dessous.
Attends, il a eu. Pourquoi je vois plus les kills et tout, hein? Ah si, il a tué. Il a tué.
Ok, Savage, Vadil sont quand même à 500 dessus. Là, ils peuvent tomber.
Ouais, non, eux sont bien.
Ils ont
Mais
18
pourquoi on voit
points.
pas ça? On voit plus. Oui, oh la fadone. La fadone de balade. Oh là là.
Bon, il faut qu'il move là.
Oh,
X.
Some of these teams who were asking you got what it takes to get your ticket onto the battle bus.
Oh, il y a Clément et Caucasian.
So this team's going through from down the mountain.
Attends, tu vois qui là?
Là, je suis sur X.
I think best case scenario.
Oh non, quoi, tu me fais chier.
Going south, continuing on towards that
Ah, je suis
island.
là, je suis sur Poda Faille.
Over to the west. This is going to be a
Là,
nightmare for
moi,
anybody who
je sais pas
doesn't
quand
have
je crois que
maps
c'est
as
soit
quick
en
to
avant,
use
soit
the
en
last little bit that he
retard.
does have left, but he finds another
Ah
elimination.
non, est-ce qu'après, à moi, tu vas voir genre peut-être les gars qui
Un clic, ça y a eu une deuxième élimination, tiens.
Managing to find these players who are looking to just
Moi, genre, Mr. Savage, je vais de réanimer un peu ta
But
son
again,
collègue.
this is the beauty of being able to play from that backside of the zone. Still, Clicks, Epic, trying to
Ah,
be
j'ai
careful.
fait-
Moi, là, je
Ah
vais
non,
être
non,
sur
il
Fichi,
a
je
le
crois.
problème.
Je vais être sur Fichi, je crois.
Ah, ouais, tu vois, non, je suis en avance sur toi.
Encore.
Ouais.
Bon, bah, on parle plus, il y a que moi qui vais parler, mais parle plus,
They
quoi.
look well situated to carry themselves into the top 10 at
Bon,
least.
ça, juste envie de me poser une
Even
question.
though they have
Par
high
exemple,
ground now, they
Poda.
might have to wait for some of those
Poda qui a quand même fait
teams to
14
hold
points
them
sans
to the
kill,
board
hein.
that allow them to save
Oh
some
putain,
resources,
là,
save
oh le
some
dessus de l'ascenseur
resources.
qu'il a. Oh, c'est violent.
This side, 131 below the damage threshold, only a big pop to his name. So
Et en plus, il a qu'une grosse popo, frère.
He's trying to just get as much information as possible. Where can I get this damage? But time is running out.
Savage a encore fait un kill.
Well below that threshold as Savage picks up
Savage, il s'est fait craquer, il va dire qu'il s'est fait
Ah,
KO.
non,
But it's actually Epic Well who falls.
Ah, mais c'est Epic. C'est le mec de Clix qui est tombé.
Storm Surge isn't a worry, but it's the HP, it's the zone that's pulling away.
So unfortunate though, Savage gonna be unable to do anything in terms of helping out the deal, simply has to watch and wait, continue their run
Allez,
Ouais,
Savage,
non, il trouve
survie de la
The
zone.
crash pads does a great job placing him into the
Voilà,
zone.
Savage.
Moving through all the traffic, eating shots as well, but doesn't care in the slightest. He's just continuing to push
Voilà,
forward.
Savage,
He's
t'as survécu de la
pushing his own
zone.
path through.
He's not going to be the most healthy anybody in the lobby can be, but he's definitely going to give himself
Non,
Clix encore en vie.
to work with. His Click's now going to be a solo. Probably one of the
Clix qui a KON.
players in the game.
Ah, il s'est fait tuer 2 secondes après. Ah, Clément qui a encore en vie, Kazim qui est mort.
He gets taken out by Podesai.
Clément qui a que 3 kills.
pas qu'il faut.
Ah, Podasai qui a Clix. C'est Podasai qui a Clix.
To stay this far into the game as a solo.
Qui, quoi?
You just know
Podasai a tué
that
Clix.
he's going absolutely insane
Ah
right
oui,
now.
je crois
C'est
que
Poda
j'ai
qui a eu
vu.
Clix.
Rocket Rams as well
Oh,
destroyed
bah oui,
so
du coup, je suis en
many
avance encore, moi.
crosses. He's
Pourquoi
playing
Mais voilà, la
c'est
Poda,
là.
non, la Poda et Sneezy vont être bien dès la première game.
refresh is going so far, and it's actually Bryce
C'est bon, il est où?
Chubbs now at the top of the lobby. But Bill's
Carmi qui est mort, Bouga qui est mort, Vania qui est mort, Steno qui est mort, Savage qui est mort. Clément qui survit. Non, il avait plus de fil blanc, il a 50 points Clément à Kaizen. Ah, Podasai qui est mort par Canada.
Canada.
Pourquoi j'ai vu qui? Pourquoi je vois qui a gagné?
Ah bah dis pas.
Gonna be popped.
Non, je dis pas, mais.
Patience. It's so hard to be patient.
Mais souvent c'est l'équipe à la hauteur qui gagne.
So easy to
Non,
get to
vraiment,
strike
ils
and
vont
think,
faut
okay, this is
gérer.
the perfect time to strike. A drop down to the low ground here for Canada.
Canada,
Recognize the fact that he's
Canada
got
qui
some players
soigne,
directly above
Canada qui
him.
va partir en zone,
Still has a couple of mini shield pushes to
Source qui est
utilize.
mort,
Source, on the other hand, won't
Cooper,
get through.
Cooper qui a
going
tué.
absolutely nuclear.
Oh, on dit qu'on en a rien à foutre.
Backs here.
Oh non! Ah c'est vrai, c'est ceux à la hauteur qui ont gagné. Oh putain, il a failli, Cooper a failli les avoir tous les deux frère, il a failli faire l'un v2 finale.
Pourquoi je suis voir le truc?
They played phenomenally to make it to this point, and they make a statement here in game 1 of the lower bracket. Frankie, how are they feeling?
How are you feeling? I mean, my friends up in the casting booth would like to know, so I will ask you first, Bryce.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took a victory royale here on land in Copenhagen?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
I can understand why you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the last moments of that game.
I don't know. We just took high and we won.
You took high. Okay, well, talk to me about the journey there. Did you feel like the zone was in your favor the whole time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you get around
Mais
that
attends, on a pas
situation?
payé
And how
le
were you
game.
able to make the most of what maybe wasn't the
Et
most
regarde,
ideal
il a fait une game ou
situation?
pas?
Just we got surge and we had forecast, so we just went where the zone was.
There you go. Simple. Everyone hopefully listening here will find out how to win a victory
Il relance une game.
on land thanks
Wow.
to these two. Just before I let you go, do you think you can overcome the nerves and pick up another victory royale today?
Yes, I think we can.
Brilliant. Wow, you know what? Now you've said that, I think you can too. Copenhagen, please give it up for Bryce and Chubbs.
Non, par contre, Cooper il doit être dégoûté. Hein.
You know,
Clairement. Mais pro, t'as vu comment il est mort sur l'argument?
we're crazy.
Mais clairement il est mort parce qu'il avait plus de
Number
fil
one
blanc,
of
ça
the
c'est
lower
casse-couille.
bracket does not disappoint. Bryce and Chubbs taking forecast,
Prends même pas
using that
comment
to
il est
just
mort,
help
c'est parce
them
que
get
son mec il est
ahead
mort
of the
tôt.
storm, even though
Et
they
mais
were
c'est pas
in
sa
the
faute, hein.
Kaizen, il est
Mais
mort
c'est
tôt.
que à la
didn't
fin.
matter. They were able to adapt. Yes,
Pas
Ouais.
tôt, pas tellement
Mais
tôt.
t'as vu comment il a.
but they overcame.
Ouais, oui, mais.
I love that.
Ouais,
energy,
c'est
right?
déjà ligne. Mais pourquoi t'as vu comment il a géré ou
You
pas,
feel like the
Podasai?
zones were in your
Ah
favor?
oui.
No, they weren't. I don't think they were in anybody's favor.
Attends, il a tué
I mean, a
Clix,
zone
frérot.
point
Il a eu le
over
kill.
to
En plus, je crois qu'il a eu les points de kill
back to the
du
mainland.
mec que
That
Clix
was
a
a
KO
roller
seulement.
coaster of a ride. But Bryce and Chubbs, they found the high ground in the end.
Ouais,
They
putain,
made
moi
it
il
work.
marche pas dans
I
mon
mean,
compte.
these guys land all the way to the north of the map, even more north than Creaky Compound, so high up there. Of course, as they mentioned, they had the forecast, which helped them get the step ahead. And I
Huge.
really love the way they took height right there. A little rocket ram play to knock
Oh,
out
Chubb, ils sont
Fishing, who
premiers,
were
bah
up
oui.
there for
Quatre.
seemingly a long time in that end game.
Attends, dis pas qu'ils sont
At
premiers que
that
ça, moi je peux
point,
pas parler,
they were
gars.
riding out all of their materials, all
Ouais,
of their
et
heals.
moi,
I
ils
think
sont
at
pas
one
là.
point there in that end game, I think I saw
Oh, mais je suis contre le chef. Non, mais je suis trop contre le chef.
fishing rod
Oh
in
non,
last
désolé.
zone. Things are looking rough, but it didn't work out too bad.
J'ai oublié ça.
Absolutely. Game one here on day two, the victory royale. I'm sure for them, they're feeling a little overwhelmed. And now they're just got to bring it back. More of what you do in game number 2. Now let's take a look at these standings.
Mais en vrai,
I want to see
c'est
how
bon là, est-ce qu'il a un classement ou pas?
Ok, bah bon, ils ont fait le top 1, c'est
to talk
logique.
about really quickly.
Cooper,
Let's
ok,
highlight
il était
the
deuxième,
duo in
et
second
Josh
place
Canada,
there.
c'est
Cooper and
troisième,
Miro, we
ok,
saw
Liush.
Chubbs and Bryce.
Clément et Kaizen.
Almost could have gone the
Ouais,
way
mais
of Cooper.
je crois que Poda il est aussi à 50 points, je crois environ, il est un peu après quoi.
Place after the first game.
Mais moi je veux minimum que top français soit dans le...
Il y a un France, il y a un jeu français dans le top 9.
Ah oui, lui je m'en parce qu'il... Non mais genre en mode français, en mode truc. Genre en mode qui sont dans le top 3, une équipe qui sont maintenant dans le top 3. Et c'est plus gagner carrément.
Miro himself, and I think Cooper has just proved why he deserves to play with Miro, a player of his caliber. He's clutching in the big moments on the big stage, and it didn't quite work out in a victory round for them, but what a start. That's the exact start we want to see from them to improve on yesterday.
I got to point out, though, it was close, right? Cooper finding the one knock, I was like, wait, it's doable. I think one more second, I think he would have found that other rhythm and clutched it up.
Mad close. Another duel we have to highlight. Agers and Kanata being uncontested. Man, the way they navigated that last little bit of end game there, I just love how kind of brave Kanata went. Like, I don't know if brave's the right word, maybe just like crazy, right? Like, let's just rocket ram on the side of this kind of clip, and we'll see what we find. But once again, man, you're
et après t'as Poda, il est là, il vient sur lui.
And for him to have this start, this
you're gonna say, oh, the way that they traversed the end game. No. This was a Kanata solo clutch, but let's not forget. Agers had his own actually made his way all the way to Kanata. So it was almost like they were kind of like passing the torch, right? It's like, oh, okay, I done solo clutch, now you go ahead and get us a couple more points, third place. And I mean, I want to point something out. Look at the top 4. Look at the NA representation at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing good. It's good to see. I like it. You know, they're doing very good. I mean, we still have time. 4 more games to go. I have big expectations of people like Jansen Reason. Even, can I remind you who took control of the island in that last game? Was it Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, it was. I'll give you the answer straight away. And that's something I was really surprised at as well. That island, so many more teams went up for it. It seemed like no one wanted to go all the way and try and claim it. It was Han and Vasquez who ended up saying, you know what, this is ours. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I think everyone's kind of like half
What's odd though is like, yes, for like one moment, right? They're right next by, or right next door. And then suddenly it's like, you've got Stacey Podesai rifting on up. You've got people kind of hopping on old builds. But why did no one want to take this fight, right? If we're all going to take and burn our resources or do whatever we have to get up there, why did we just give that to them for free?
You know, me and Minnie, we were watching sort of the west side of that zone, and there were so many teams that actually ended up being contested on that side of the zone, which means that all of these teams that were actually up on the Rift Island, they were happy with their position because they were getting free damage, right? Free shots off on so many teams below them. So why would you go ahead and take the fight? I mean, sure, you know, the capture point is worth those 15 points, but when you can get that much surge and actually traverse into the end game, you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about these sort of storm surge strategies. We often see teams build storm surge strategies depending on how the lobby works. Who's landing where? How can we rotate and get as much damage as we can? These guys haven't had very long at all to prepare for this, right? They haven't had a chance. We're expecting some more drama in the next few games.
Absolutely. And, why don't we hear from the players themselves? They have their own thoughts on match objectives. Take a look.
That could be the difference between you winning and you getting top 5.
Big risk sometimes, but if you're good at fighting,
c'est quand champion là, prends du temps.
For the first objective of the game, the forecast tower, there's a lot of reward. I mean, you get 2 slurps, a gold AR, and you can see the future zone.
T'inquiète pas, je suis pas là.
safe, né? Então, isso é uma vantagem tipo ridícula.
En vrai, je pas ça mais je pense que est-ce que tu penses que tu pourrais arriver à une réal?
Makes the game so much more easier if you get it.
But there's definitely a risk. You might lose all your mats, your heals, and you might even get eliminated.
The Rift Island
Et en plus, t'as un mec qui bug et tout.
Interesting for the teams that are going into endgame and don't have a lot of loot.
this makes to get
Ouais,
more
ils ont mal
aggressive.
PC.
The risk is that many people go for it.
Mais quand même sur PC, il est
It can be up
sur
to
PC, il est
like
quand même bon.
8 to 10 people on one island, all fighting in one really close area.
Son
and it
clash
gets really
skill est quand même bon.
The fights
Mais
at the mid-match
il est quand même,
objectives are going to be intense because of the high reward, but it can be the downfall of some players if they get eliminated. It gives you max mats, it gives you everything that you need to win the game. The sacrifice is that everyone can see you if you're up there.
It's a finals lobby,
and people are probably going to be scared to go for it.
Towards the later games, like when people really need that jump, if they're trying to place as high as possible, the reward will be a lot higher, but the risk is also be a lot higher.
Non, parce que quand j'étais en ce moment, moi je peux pas regarder les FNCS. Quand j'ai bugué, c'est j'ai relancé.
Oh, those 15 points can just make or break your entire game. And that could be the difference between 10,000, 100,000, even 500,000.
Se você ganhar o campeonato, você muda a tua vida, literalmente.
So it's definitely something to prioritize and
Dans
something
tout, parce qu'il parle vite, mais.
to play for as well.
Bah, là il parle des joueurs, mais en même temps il parle des games et tout. Après il te pas, non toujours quand tu regardes les FNCS, tu ça aberrant comme ça pour les mecs.
Even though it was Hen and Vasquez that were able to get the 15 Fort Rift
Là
Island,
il montre le spawn de Adapter et Dorado.
things, but also have a plan B just in case things go wrong. But the right thing is game number 2, and it's about to start now.
Mais les FNCS c'est fort. Deux fois par an, mais ça c'est les grosses FNCS sur Coupe du Monde.
Game 2, I expect to deliver all the same, if not more, as these teams, some of them getting a little bit of a taste of what the contest is like at the start, but we definitely saw plenty of teams taking things relatively slow, really just trying to prioritize the resources on Red, but for FKS, Adapter, they want all of Jiu-Jitsu to themselves. Suns nearly even on the drop, and yet Suns and Neon just barely gonna manage to get this one.
It almost looks like they want to chase him down. They're over wondering, was that bush there before? Is that something new? Shots got fired through. Just a sliver of HP left. He finally gets knocked down. Forget Luton when we could pick up these early game eliminations. That kind of leaves Anon all by himself, but luckily he was able to get across to the other side of Kinjitsu's crossing, but the timer is on. He only has a certain amount of time before he can get that reboot card back. But hasn't been fully eliminated just yet, so the timer actually hasn't started just yet.
But surely Anon Suns really being toyed with at this point by Adapter and FKS. FKS will finish off the elimination. Wants to collect the siphon and the 4 elimination points to go with it, but meanwhile, Hall of Whispers could definitely see some action here. Jamon actually want to play it out. Right now, Jamon doing their best to just try and get some materials going, because you can't really have a box fight if you don't have any boxes to build.
Yeah, and it looks like Moneymaker and Fanai not wanting to push up just yet. They're still getting things going, waiting for it to flow. Clicks and Epic well over on the other hand. Mega City, they had a phenomenal first game. They sit inside of the top 25 after one game. If they can keep this pace going, we will see them on the Grand Finals Championship Sunday. Only time will tell though, because they're actually split up right now. They are so far split to do different buildings of Mega City. Batman moved around for the 2 other teams. Nobody really wanted to push the test just yet, but Moneymaker and Fanai just end up going down low to the low ground, getting chased by Jamon and Yuma, backed up into a corner. Very little options to work with, and this is exactly what we were talking about. These bog fights, they need materials in order to be able to come out on top, because eventually, if you didn't farm up as much as the game, you will run out quick, and that's when they'll strike.
It seems as though Yuma and Jamon, they've got their prey perfectly trapped here. Fanai, Moneymaker, backs literally against the wall here.
T'as beau toi.
Might have an opportunity. Moneymaker does have that.
Maintenant on verra ça, genre l'écran genre de la World Cup, bah de la PGS, il a crash. Non, il voit vraiment de FKS au tout début, quand il y avait encore 95 personnes sur le lanceur, tu vois.
Just at least snip off some of the shields. Not very many left in their back pocket. Snazy, Podesai over on the other side of the map.
Il est bien en pile.
Pretty safely. Not too many teams contesting them.
Pourquoi ils jouent
Maybe
dans
one
une game?
north of Shattered Slabs. You know, King and Phaser are over on towards their left in a double contestation on their south towards Relentless Retreat. And they're using all the time that they have to their advantage, so that way they can have these rotations. That way they have an opportunity to play out. And they're going to be one of the first teams rotating out of that side. And Taco, I think we've seen this strategy before. FHD and Hero might be doing something that only one region has done so far on the weekend.
Zagu and Peppo are somewhat of an inspiration, one might say, as far as this strategy is concerned. I mean, you can see Bing trying to crawl away here, but that's just not going to be a possibility. The damage is being farmed. We talk about surge strategies all the time, and hey, if it works, it works.
Right now, he's got to be able to capture the other one, but it does look like Don was able to kind of get his teammate eliminated. No free surge for you anymore, and he's hoping they move off that spot so that way he can get the reboot card back, get his teammate back into the game like we saw so many times in game one. And we saw how fruitful it was on those reboots. They were able to get far into the game and kind of make it worth their while to go for such a risky attempt at that. Kaizen and Clement split up, looting up, safe as can be. But Hen is doing the same thing, and nobody is nearby, at least for now. But the zone is going to force these guys over towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the north. So eventually they're going to run into some problems.
Hey, look, we talk all the time about players splitting off from each other, looking for opportunities. One might be prioritizing farming out resources, the other looking to try and secure as many search tags as possible. But when you are this far apart from your duo, you have to be certain that you are not going to have some unexpected companies spring up on you, because if that's the case and you're not able to actually provide that backup that you would like, it could be a very quick downward spiral before you have a chance to recover.
Peut-être sur la chaîne YouTube de Fortnite, je sais pas. Bah sinon, vous regardez ça ou pas sur le téléphone?
Looks like they wanted this fight.
Les
It's a bird, it's a plane, no. It's just Death and Tahi trying to go up and over King and Phaser. Didn't work out. They land right on the top of that mountain along with them. Shots going through the build for Phaser. Him and King, they've already had their chance yesterday to qualify. And not very many people get these second chances. They're hoping to not waste it and let it dwindle away. And they're actually separated. They're almost box to box with their opponent with very little space in between. And this is where the strategy formulating some sort of a plan, maybe a little bit of a bull rush to try to take them out while they're separated, while the strength in numbers is high.
This goes for both duos. You can't get too distracted and tunnel in on one unless you are certain that your time to elimination is going to be fast. Other teams already starting to take note of this battle that started to break out just outside the Shattered Slabs for Death and Tahi. King and Phaser, well, they have a couple more problems than just each other to deal with right now.
All around the map, players are trying to rotate elevated positions, grab their spot in zones, so that way they can look back, try to hold people out. And already you're seeing where these players are positioned at towards the northeastern side of the zone. They're kind of hoping it goes over towards Brutal Bastion. Maybe even saying Sweets. Something that they can work with, so they hold their spot to keep these players out. But Pixie, you can see him not finding too much success, but he's not giving up any shots either. But Vico is down. Now it's Pink's turn to try to hold 10 toes down. Nice shot. Nice knock. Has to reload though. The mistake is happening, but he makes it. Pink stays alive, but there's still another player. A whole another team hot on their heels, not wanting to let anybody survive in this position. This is what you call a phenomenal third party, but Pink wastes no time trying to disengage. He's trying to get out, and he realized Shalom and MK they're not going to be on the chase. They're just going to get the spoils of this battle and collect all that loot as if it was their own.
He already got what he was looking for though. Vico's reboot card on top of some initial materials to build with for his escape there. Nice utilization of the crash pad as well, just not trying to waste any further time. He already secured the clutch that he needed for his teammate, and it's definitely early enough that he could certainly look for a reboot opportunity there onto Vico.
Je vais regarder un truc qui casse, parce qu'au moins tu vois la pause un peu de tout le monde.
Après, je la vanille, il casse un peu tout le monde, non? Il casse.
Même, il peut aller voir Poda ou Sneezy parce que normalement eux ils live de leur côté aussi le truc, non, je suis pas sûr.
Ah, il live, oui.
Je suis pas sûr.
As far as Polarized is concerned, Well, there's a push at the top of a building, and you know that building's not initially supposed to be there, Jacob. Players are usually gonna box around themselves while actually moving.
Yep. Well, at least you know they're sticking to the game plan. They know teams got to rotate in that position.
C'est pas AI, regarde là-bas, c'est AI.
Persa gets tagged up, trying to refarm as much as possible. His teammate doing the same thing. They get themselves a sliver of the zone just on the edge. They can move forward to try to get more position inside, so that way they don't fall behind everybody else. Like this, that's not what you want to do.
Peut-être parce que
Skid's trying to make up for it.
hier normalement il le live.
He's trying to give him time to breathe. The elimination and the siphon's going to go through, but it goes to Skids, who already was full health. Rivers trying to battle back with a little bit of that high ground. He goes down.
Mais dire quoi, j'ai
Skids and Sora are able to stay on top in that exchange, and now they get so much loot for their efforts.
5 eliminations, by the way.
Comme ils se sont aussi rapprochés que ça pour que bah l'autre il est payé, ça se voit. Non, je regarde souvent Fortnite.
To really mark themselves on the leaderboard, but the fact that they've already seen
Bah tu remets sur Twitch, tu regardes les chaînes, tu regardes Fortnite. Ouais, tu pourrais déjà la regarder si tu veux.
How well they're going to be able to prioritize their positioning, because you have to expect that their surge damage is definitely well above the threshold.
Yep.
Voilà le Twitch.
Et toi tu mets sur l'arrêt Fortnite, tu les cases en tous les cas, c'est sûr.
Ah ouais, mais sur l'arrêt Fortnite. C'est genre l'équipe de Clément, avec Google ils vont en vie.
America has won 4 of the 6 matches played this weekend. NA is showing that maybe it's not as EU strong as it once was at the Invitational, but this is only the first 2 days. We haven't received or played in the grand finals on Sunday just yet. Things can change because we know the EU region likes to go ahead and VOD review. They like to practice.
Ou alors quand tu sautes pour aller sur YouTube, tu mets Prime, tiré du bas, Soul, et il y a un mec en live.
Moi là, hoping to keep that trend going.
Lui regarde sur Fortnite sur lui-même, mais soit lui il a pas de live, c'est sûr, tu peux aller le voir. Il fait du bon contenu et tout, il peut sur live. Vas-y. La première chose là. Là t'es en live.
Off the drop, uncontested, but quickly moving around.
T'inquiète, je parle beaucoup, mais plus tard je serai beaucoup, et moi je serai genre, avec le premier, je veux dire, ouais, t'as pas de liste, c'est un des qui est le plus beau des gars.
The ones just in the stands is Kaizen and Clement. They're not too far off where Canada Agers once just were. They're trying to I think right now the strategy is to get as much surge as possible with a lot of teams.
Bah il live sur YouTube et c'est Prime, bah comme ton nom Fortnite, Prime Soul, Prime P de bas S-O-U-L.
They could probably be one of the first ones now that they don't have
to
worry about it. But for now,
comme ça fait un peu de truc.
Just trying to go ahead and shield up and ready for this next rotation. Zazie does go down the top of Mega City. He gets surrounded by both Source and Yumi.
Ça, je fais de la pub et tu rigoles.
In the distance, another team on top of Mega City just trying to get their surge by himself. He has plenty of heals to work with. My only worry is going to be that the HP, because Zone is going to be pulling forward, so he only has enough time for so much.
There's a array of heals though that A just keeps conveniently strolling through. You almost have to wonder if this was initially somebody else's base center over at Mega City. I mean,
comme il fait plus de vidéos, il fait des lives maintenant et des redites de live. C'est tout. Ça m'a là.
Et limite, la vidéo n'est pas disponible.
Sur la rive Fortnite, le cast avec toutes les pauvres comme nous on a.
Bah Jules, apparemment ton live est pas disponible, ça?
Ouais, la vidéo n'est pas disponible.
That are making the first strike.
Apparemment ton live n'est pas disponible.
Bah si, parce que
mais Arthur sur live, c'est pas une vidéo en mode il fait en direct. Attends, je regarde sur mon téléphone, mais
pourtant quelqu'un peut venir.
Et ça va, ça perce ou quoi ou... Pourquoi Tom c'est pas disponible?
Non, je vais enregistrer quelque chose. Non, il est mis en public.
Sinon je peux voir. Ouais, je peux voir moi.
Peut-être parce que son truc il est pas mis en plus âgé qu'enfant. Et vu que je mets jamais en conçu pour moi pour qu'il le chat.
far as Papa is
C'est ça
concerned,
qui peut pas aller dessus.
able to spot
Attends, je vais voir ma
player
soeur.
across the way. It's going to be Miro. And Miro, Cooper, we saw them last time, kind of hovering around this Rift Island. They know
Je mets
that
toujours
there's
jamais
going to
conçu
be
pour
a
enfants
decent
parce que
amount
comme ça je peux
of
avoir le chat,
players
mais
kind
peut-être
of taking note if
ton
we're
compte à toi
basing it all
il pas
on
mis un
how
truc
game
comme
one
tu peux pas
played so
mettre
far.
en
And
autre que
with that in
conscient.
mind, Miro and Cooper, they definitely were able to get some tags in the process.
C'est pour ça que tu peux pas venir dessus.
Nobody really contesting Rift Island this time around. Looks like it could be a possible 15 free points for Moneymaker and Fnayan. They're going to secure that underneath their belt and all the loot that does come with it. Pen and Vasquez were the other team in game one to make that one come true, but this time things have gone a whole different way. They're below the storm surge threshold, slowly falling farther down. 63 below though with nice shots. Into Vasquez, ram out. He wants to finish those shots, but it's King and Phaser.
Mais ici, il faut arrêter, c'est la liste de mon frère.
First one goes in, second one lands right next to him, but a couple
Mais
of
j'ai
shots
arrêté.
land on the head
Quand je gâteau,
on his
après, je
way
m'en ferai
there.
peut-être regarder
That's
sur
gonna
live et
slow
tout.
things
T'inquiète
down
pas.
just a little bit, and that could be a blessing in disguise for King and Phaser, because now they have a chance to stay alive.
Arthur, t'as trouvé ou pas pour regarder?
As well for Hen and Bask. I mean, you spot a great opportunity to actually look for
Arthur, actualise et retente.
no such thing as a free rotation.
Non mais c'est comme je dis, peut-être comme son cours qui est mis à moi qui peut que voir la section conçue pour les enfants.
That little moment of breathing room might
Les
be all
cadavres,
that
le
it took.
best.
As they
Oh,
look
il a
to
la
the
course
point
mentale.
backside,
Juste
King's
pour
gonna find a good left side peek opportunity. It
Là,
doesn't
chez moi,
necessarily connect though like
il
he
n'y a
would
pas
have
conçu
wanted
pour
on
les
the
enfants,
end,
c'est
but
vraiment
Hen
ça
and
qui
Bask,
enlève.
they're under enough pressure as is. It's Moneymaker, keep in mind, he was the one at the top
Ok, je
of
sais pas.
Rift Island. Seems as though Moneymaker and Fnayan, they're ready to play with everybody else on the
Pourquoi je vais me
bottom.
laver?
Yeah, they thought they had a line of sight in their favor to where they were directly under Rift Island. Somehow Moneymaker did find that angle.
Vas-y les gars, j'étais ma
Like I said,
place.
it just takes some time for a player like him to try to heat up. As Hen's now stuck by himself. Luckily thing for him is he's above the damage threshold for now, but he knows that is right around the corner. It's going to be haunting him like it's Halloween. Check a little bit of a replay here. Way trying to put the pressure onto both Bully and Shadow. Bully gets knocked first. That might even be 7-man trying to steal the loot away.
That is so tough for Bully and Shadow. They are just pincered between two separate teams. I mean, how are you really meant to box fight when you've got multiple directions that you have to be checking for against multiple teams? Definitely not the way that Bully would have hoped to go down, but as far as Way and YKZ are concerned, they're definitely happy with that collection of an elimination. Now continue trying to press their way forward. It seems that they're trying to avoid some other players in the process. Gotta be wary though at all times.
Clicks an epic well. Quickly rotating out of Mega City this time around, or at least in comparison to their competition that does land over on that side. Firing shots off into the distance, and then instantly closing the cover. He doesn't want to get caught out, even though he wants Surge. He doesn't want to give up any free Surge either. And you can see Pink, he escaped almost getting eliminated early on in this game, and he found a way to get Vico back, but it came as a cost, Taco. They're below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. Luckily for them, it's only 6. That is barely anything. They just got to breathe on another team, and now they're hot on the heels of Batman Booga. This is the opportunity that they're trying to take in order to climb above the threshold before they fall too far below.
It definitely won't take much for Pink and Vico to get themselves above that damage threshold, but at the same time, I'm looking more so at their materials. Not very many builds for Vico to work with, and again, that's largely due to the fact that they had to go for that remove ban opportunity. They didn't actually have the time to look to farm up as well as they would have liked, given the pressure they're under earlier. Vico, he's also going to eat too much damage in the process. They're trying to make it into the edge of zone, but it's just being safeguarded by so many teams already set in place.
Wow, nice shot from Pink onto Rapid. Batman Booga there to save the day and instantly going for that revive, judging by the slurp juices as well. Waste no time to heal on back up as fast as possible. And that allowed them to get Surge, even if they might not have necessarily needed it. But from one team down below Surge to another, Clement and Kaizen, but they're in a whole different situation because their Surge is now active and they're taking so much damage, and all the heals have finally been used. So time is running out. Lucy goes for a Pink. Nice shot's going to be landed. Even he is below Surge. These are 2 teams below Surge going at it. Clement tries to go ahead and bull rush into the box. He gets denied that opportunity. Lucy with only 20 damage to do. They box up Clement. They get that elimination and a huge amount of damage to boot.
It was just a moment of desperation there from Clement, but what other options do we realistically have? And even for Steno and Luigi, they collect that elimination, and it's still just barely going to be enough to put them above that damage threshold. This lobby is moving and not in the direction that they would have hoped.
This time around, you see a lot of players, even if they're above, it's not by much. It's not a feeling of comfortability whatsoever. But they know these opportunities will continue to come later on in the game. Kaizen is able to do some damage before falling. Almost taking down Luigi. Steno there to save the day as well. 27 above though. Slowly but surely climbing. But 98 in a lobby like this isn't much at all. But they have to just take it one step at a time. One foot in front of another.
Suns and Anand though. The fact that they're still making this work after how this game had started off for them is definitely some pretty good stuff here. Saw them talking about it earlier on socials. They're going to put Oshi on the map. And that seems to be the intent here in game number 2. But first, they've got to make sure they're able to acquire the position that they need to be in the first place.
Ooh. It's no bueno. Ooh. Storm Surge and Mr. Savage and Vidil targeting them together. Gapter's going to fall. FKS just using as much heals as he can, but Vidil and Mr. Savage, they don't want to let these 4 points and all that loot go out of their way. They're just trying to push themselves into the box, leave no option for their opponent. He's doing what he can to dance around, but the elimination is going to go through regardless. Even though they did take some damage along the way, they've got some heals. The exotic slap splashes to try to get themselves back up to tip-top shape, and they're going to need it. This rotation is going to be far. We're going over towards the side of Brutal Bastion. For some teams that are already there, it's going to be easy. Everyone else, good luck to you.
Working your way up elevation is certainly pretty dangerous type of pathway.
Tu regardes le live de qui là?
Though. It looked like they're set.
Tu regardes le live de qui?
Moi je suis sur le jeu même en train de regarder.
Take them a little bit further in.
Je vais regarder sur le jeu même.
Duke
ok.
and Fishy. Just keeping in mind the teams that they're working their way behind. Podeside, Stacey. Looks as though
là du coup t'es sur
aggressive here, but instead Podeside has to rethink. Doesn't want to use that backpack forward just yet after taking such huge damage from behind.
Goes for a cheeky edit, bounce pad junior play. It costs him a lot of HP along the way. Daisy,
Tiens, t'as la zone mais qui n'a pas Poda avec lui.
Use the first of 3 rocket rams to try to find a safe spot in zone. Leading the way. It could be a good call for them.
Bon,
Finally catches up. The loot is going to be dished around, but you can see the last of their heals. They are running low, so for them, a refresh is imminent. It is going to be needed, and you see Agers by himself as well below the threshold. Kanata fell not too far, not too long ago, but there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, pressure that he's felt before in their major run, trying to capitalize on it. The time is running out. Storm Surge doing so much damage. He's going to be in the same position as the other teams that we've seen. He's using a lot of heals just to stay alive. Even if it's not Storm Surge, that's Stacey and Podeside on the other side.
Storm Surge seems to be Ager's biggest opponent right now, because as long as he's given the opportunity to connect, those shots are going to put him exactly where he needs to be. Just a moment of relief here with 23 above. Romeo Redeploy also going to take him in decent ways with that soaring sprints. And again, Agers just barely managing to catapult himself to the front side of the zone, but this is a great opportunity now for him to just look for that brief moment of reset. Looks to try and catch Rapid off guard, but it doesn't just work out in his favor.
Yeah, you can see Rapid by himself. That Huga went down, so he's going to be a solo. There's actually 6 solos in the game as of now who lost their teammate. And they have the world on their shoulders to try to make something out of this game. Rapid, Q and DX aren't going to be one of them. They're a full-on duo. They've been playing well so far in this game. 1 elimination. The rest is going to be placement points. But as this one goes on, those placement points are going to continue to rack up. We're only into the top 22.
Ooh. Fox Force getting taken out by Rapid and QND. Bit sneaky as well. There's underbelly type of play over here at the Brutal Bastion. Podeside now looking to work his way through these builds. Only has this heisted accelerant to work with. He's got to be quick with the action, lands the shots, gets the enhanced effects, but just keeps it moving instead. Doesn't want to stick around for too long. Doesn't want to risk the backup opportunity from some of these other duos. He just wants the tags. He just wants the damage because that's going to buy him more time.
I feel like I got deja vu all over again. Podesai, solo, going into the end game. He made something of it in that last go around. Can he repeat? 164 above the damage threshold as well. Not too much to worry about when it comes to that part of things. It's all about just staying alive. You don't want to run into the wrong duo, maybe one that's on the other side of that storm surge threshold. He knows so many other teams are below him. They're on top and everything. And look, this is almost like a repeat. Price and Chubbs on the high ground yet again. They said it's simple. They said it's easy and they're ready to prove it B.
Nobody else is going to try and challenge for high. Bryce and Chubbs,
Juste baisser 2 secondes alors le son du j'entends correctement sur le télé parce que j'entends rien.
Bah, genre tu vois là on voit sur la carte on voit partout le nom des gens avec le nombre d'HP visés.
Oui.
Est-ce que dans certaines coupes les joueurs arrivent à voir
Non, tu sais pas voir la vie de la personne en face de toi, etc.
Ouais, ça je sais, mais genre dans certaines coupes, non?
Non, dans aucune coupe.
Find the elimination. Clicks gets knocked. Epic well knows to try to go ahead without him, but a misplay on the bounce pad. He falls as well, but at least they got some points for their efforts. Consistency is key, but it's Agers as the solo who is able to find that elimination and keep him and Kanata alive within contention of that top 25.
We're talking about consistency, and right now for Bryce and Chubbs, so far they're consistently holding on to that high PX in. Kitos trying to tart through some of these secondary high layers. So far, haven't managed to encounter anybody just yet. Agers, though, breaks through the build and he doesn't want to find himself behind. That's going to be an elimination. Credit to Shalom is now PA's in. Kitos, try to tuck their way forward, crash pad, get a shot up on height, but it's not enough to actually break anything or knock down Bryce.
Yeah, but they're one of the few teams that sees what's going on above. They can easily try to make that a target if it's something they want to do. Quanti and TK, you heard him qualifying in that last game thanks to a big clutch by Quanti trying to keep that show on the road. Reason goes down. Jen is trying to make up for it. Elimination's going to be found. Runs out of builds, runs out of map. That's Noxy who's going to be able to take him down.
Quanti and TK, they seem to have found a slight gap. Nobody else quite discovering them just yet. PA's in and Kitos, though, they've managed to make a resurgence for the high ground. Pixie and Cheatin down below on the opposite end of the spectrum. They're still forced to deal with some of the congestion that remains.
Bryce and Chubbs have a chance. Brute win from the high ground, win from the low ground as Pixie takes down PHN, saving that siphon for later. Now it's going to come in handy. As soon as somebody else does eliminate it, that is going to be TK who cleans that one up. Only one player here left as a solo. Quanti going around the high ground. That's Kitos, the final solo. He gets dropped in the palm of his hands, but he dunks on him as Cheatin picks up that elimination on TK. Quanti falls. Top 2 situation with Cheatin and Pixie being our final duo.
Dommage, il a failli refaire un top 1 2 secondes après, quoi.
Using that early high ground to his advantage.
Allez, c'est Pixie et Cheatin qui refait le top 1.
So long. Cheatin and Pixie take the game.
What a way to state your victory royale. Cheatin and Pixie wasted absolutely no time with taking over the low ground, and we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheatin. How did it feel on the lobby today?
It's really nice. Like, we are full sec the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy, but it's not easy to take a victory royale in front of a very loud crowd here in Copenhagen. How are the nerves right now?
Feeling a bit nervous, but it's fine.
So how did you control those nerves when you were in those final fights?
Yeah, we just went for low ground and just won the game from there.
Do you think that low ground is a strategy that can work for you all the way to Sunday?
I'm pretty confident that we are doing good on Sunday, so we just keep going.
Well, you're doing good right now. For you, how did you get ready for this experience of being on LAN?
We practice customs a lot and just play tournaments together, so yeah.
Any customs you'd recommend?
Noble.
Noble, there you go. Custom Noble, check it out. Guys, congratulations on making it this far. I do need to ask, do you think you can take another victory royale now you've already got one?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, I love the confidence. So, boys, I'll let you get ready for the next battle bus as we head back to the desk. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Congratulations, Cheatin' and Pixie, a victory royale. Well, Vivid, that's an EU team.
Yep.
That's an EU team that's got a victory royale. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And it's going to be on top. It's fine. How do you feel about that one, Mini Miner?
Feeling great. I mean, what a win. What a way to close it out. Really happy for these guys as well. Of course, qualifying to that last chance major. We haven't seen them yet this weekend. And
Bon, ben, au moins on sait que c'est déjà Pixie et truc qu'ils ont eu une game en plus cheating de gagner, en plus une game de gagner. On va pas aller plus loin que ça. Déjà 11 vues. Ah putain. Les 48 dernières heures, ça fait total up de recherche YouTube. Utilité là, page à la chaîne. Je veux dire qu'on est déjà à plus de 2h30 en live. Wesh. Bah putain. Bah moi j'aurais pas cru, j'avais été en 2h30 en live. Ah non, il y a les premiers qui s'arrêtent. Ça move de partout. Non, pas stud. Quoi le jeu? Ah non, c'est logique, je suis à ma vitesse sur ma internet, tu sais voir quelque chose. T'inquiète. Ouais, je peux pas voir depuis que...
They're doing it, but it is working out great. And then obviously the transition into the height takes so good.
What's crazy to me is after game one, Bryson Chubbs, you know, you could tell they were definitely nervous. It was a little bit overwhelming, but as we're playing out these games, man, they look so on form. I mean, if they can bring that tomorrow, how far could they take it?
I mean, hey, listen, you know, we've seen some teams already, it's particularly yesterday, I think Queasy and Venner, right? They're pretty good at higher guns, so contesting them up there, that'll be a tall task to try and tackle. We still got 3 more games to go through, though, so I'm excited to see who else maybe tries to contest them up there.
Well, let's take a look at the high ground. Bison, Quitos, we got to come to the Brazilian region to take a look at how this all unfolded, but from their own perspective. Once again, just disgusting play we are seeing. And what I love so much about the competition, boys, it's not just one duo. There's so much action across the map, so many duos all looking to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this duo right here, going for so many of these little pre-edit refreshes. That's how they were able to get, of course, the builds to go all the way up on high ground. You can see what it means to those guys. Of course, not quite closing out the victory, but they know exactly what happens when it comes to those end games. If you can consistently make...
Waouh, putain, ça m'a rappelé le son.
Or this day, I should say. I mean, they're looking good for qualifying for tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Guess what? We have Levin2K. He is standing by. Let's go see what he has for us.
Yes, Zeke, I am here in the arena with M8 Nikov himself. Nikov, you've got to tell me, man, how you feeling, how you enjoying the event so far?
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. It's very good and I love them.
It's very loud, you can say that for sure. Tell me, who are you supporting for? Of course, you're representing M8, so I'm sure you're supporting them, but tell me in particular who you're looking out for?
Of course, I support the best team in the world. Gentlemen, look this New Jersey, very beautiful, and the best crowd. Look at them. Look at them.
They are the best crowd, it feels like right now. You've obviously had experience playing on stages like this as well in your career. You competed at the highest level before. Do you have any advice for any of these players on this stage here right now?
I don't know, but I think no, just focus on yourself and your game, and that's it. Huh?
Advice for his favorite players. Everybody else, he doesn't really care too much. Fair enough, fair enough. And I guess the only thing for me is, do you have anything to say to the ultras?
I know. What can I say? Like, this is the best community in the world. French, look at them.
Allez les bleus, as they say. Back to you, Zeke.
They are going crazy. Thank you so much for that. I mean, apparently the French community, they can cheer the loudest Denmark. I don't know, but I'm getting word we are ready to just get right back into all of the action. This is game number 3.
I just have one question. Do you think they would accept me? Can I be French for today or maybe even the weekend? Because that is absolutely insane. I'm across the stage. I got headphones on and I hear them like I'm sitting right next to them.
I'm sure they'd be more than happy to bring you on board, Jacob. All you really need is a matching jersey at this point, right?
Ooh, I might have to grab me one of those because Snazy and Podusai have been playing crazy. And let's that continue here in game 3 because it starts now. This is officially the halfway point. Game 3, where teams will have their backs up against the wall if they don't reach inside of that top 25 or as close as humanly possible. I say humanly though, because some of these guys are playing like they're robots. They're like insane out of this world.
And hey, for some of these teams, keep in mind, entering game number 3, the cutoff threshold right now for that top 25 is looking to be 36 points. There is a decent amount of ground to cover, and game number 3 would be the perfect opportunity to try and find your place on the leaderboard if you haven't already.
Quick to the punch. Moneymaker getting one side of Mini Bastion, getting some minis. He at least got a silenced pistol. You see the shield getting boosted up, the turrets getting tossed down. That's at least going to give them information if they cross any one of those paths. Moneymaker cuts off the launch pad, doesn't let them go anywhere. Shots are getting fired in from multiple angles, and Moneymaker strikes first. Even with the shield turrets doing so much damage, he's able to do what he can, but it's blocked off. They went for it again. Jamon's getting trapped. It doesn't matter what help you have on your side because Moneymaker comes out on top.
The 200 IQ play to place those cones preemptively. The moment that Moneymaker saw Jamon make that initial escape, he was like, it's not happening again. Just a beautiful cutoff that leads to 2 easy eliminations there. I mean, when a duo self-isolates, well, what else are you really left to do? And Fanai Moneymaker making the most of that opportunity.
You can see Suns and Anon changing it up yet again. Said enough flying past Kenjutsu. We're ready to take it over as their own. But FKS and Adapter, they have a little bit of elevation. Things are working out just as they planned up until this point. A little bit more loot towards the top, even finding the Sharp Tooth, breaking through the walls, possibly trying to cut off their path. So that way, even if they do try to escape, there's nowhere to go. They all had see each other there. Suns repositions. Anon does not, though. He gets caught off guard, but he's trying to draw them in. The turret there to spot him out. At least his position is going to be known. Suns doing what he can, trying to burst through those builds, but Adapter is there for the bait and switch. He gets just not enough. Both Suns and Anon go down again.
That just looks so awkward for Suns and Anon. Suns especially, for whether or not he should actually try to challenge up on that balcony, but hey, as far as Kenjutsu Crossing is concerned, that's not going to go Oshi's way in the slightest here. Opposite side of the map, though, at Sanguine Suites. Peterbot and Byla recognizing the fact that they're under a little bit of pressure from that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. And again, for Peterbot, you have to consider, Peterbot's been talking all week, top 25, that's the easiest thing in the world. But we're here in the lower bracket, and it's not looking that easy to actually be in the top 25.
Yeah, they've already pushed that one team off, trying to get Sanguine Sweets as their own, but a fight that we saw in that last time goes a whole different way. Crisp and Noxy able to take down P8 Sin, leaving Kitos by himself. And if this has any indication, any sort of resemblance towards that last game, it's no worries. Kitos is as strong as can be. He already picked up a second place by himself. And since it's so early on in the game, there's so much opportunity for him to go back, get that reboot card, get his teammate back up, because it's already happened countless times on the day so far.
But also, as far as Kitos and PH Zen are concerned, they've built themselves a pretty surmountable amount of points here. Heading into game number 3, they had 138. We're leading in that second place position on the leaderboard. Have to consider them relatively safe as far as their spot in that top 25 is concerned. So maybe not as much pressure there onto Kitos as far as whether or not he'll be able to get that reboot off onto PH Zen. For a team like Noxy and Chris, that's just another 4 points to get them that much closer.
Yeah, yesterday we saw 25th qualify with 91 points. Can't say that's going to be exact here today, but at least they have some sort of goal to achieve. Anything is definitely possible. And you saw to start the game off that it was both Wixie and Curb on the other side, putting some shots down over towards Sanguine Sweets. But now the tables have turned. They try to get aggressive, but it's the angles from both Cheatin and Pixie, the game number 2 winners, that are trying to chop him down to size. You see Pixie trying to go in, but he gets pressured as well. Everything comes to a standstill momentarily, waiting for somebody to make the big move, but hopefully it's not a misstep. They're separated. This might be the saving grace for both Kirby and Wixie, because they're two players that are two different regions. As the shots get fired off, he's ready to finish this fight, breaks into the box and takes down Cheatin. This is what we came to see, a duo from two different regions coming together to make one, and already coming out on top. Another shot, but that backs Wixie down.
Wixie, though, will finally get knocked. Siphon going to be immediately taken there by Pixie. Kirby, though, with another massive shot off that Sharp Tooth. Keeps pressuring inside the box. Pixie down to 1 HP. Kirby low enough as well. He actually thinks better of the immediate push in. Whoever comes out on top here might just have the opportunity to look for that reboot card, reboot opportunity, but Kirby faring certainly significantly better than Pixie for the time being. No, Pixie able to find the refresh that he wanted as far as materials are concerned. These resources taking him so far. And Kirby just unable to build up right away. He knows that he only has a limited amount of time to work with here before his opposition starts trying to close in himself.
You see him taking this time. Try to pick some augments, seeing if anything helps him in this exchange.
Relatively even, though, health-wise.
Yeah. And actually, no, Curb had, even though, yeah, so they're relatively even health-wise, but Kirby at the bottom has materials. He has the extra heals. So if he wants to try to build up to take this, drain Pixie dry in terms of materials, that could be good. But you see over towards the right side, Sanguine Sweets. That's Peterbot and Bylaw. If they look on over, see this action going down, that's a possible third-party opportunity for them. Maybe even 2 eliminations. So they have to be careful which way they travel across this mountain. But it does look like Kirby is going to be the first one to try to disengage. Got the reboot card and trying to stay alive so that way he can get his teammate back into the game, because we talked about the strength in numbers is huge in an event like this.
Pretty decent tag there from Pixie, but it is going to give Kirby a decent indicator as to how far up Pixie actually is. And Kirby seemingly trying to farm out even more resources. It's clear that Kirby would like to go for the disengage, probably recognizing the fact that that pressure from Sanguine Sweets might come sooner rather than later. But we're talking about pressure here at the Creaky Compound. Sorif and Skits, they're dealing with a good chunk of aggression out of Raru and Greedy.
See, it's pausing for a moment, rightfully so. We said slap dab in the middle of Creaky. There's so many teams around them, even more pushing in. They are on the edge of zone, so you have to be very, very careful. And I think they know that, and that's why things have come to a halt. If they make that wrong move, it might not be even the original opponents that we're fighting that does the brunt force of that damage. And it continues to kind of push towards the east this time around, but instead of the north, it has a southern lean when it comes to the zone. So they realize their journey does not stop here. They want to get as close to it as possible. But sometimes in this game, Taco, you have to wait for your opponents to begin that rotation before you can try to escape yourself.
As far as rotations are concerned, though, for Pixie, seems as though he's willing to take his time here on that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. The problem at this point, though, Jacob, definitely starts to become just how much time is really worth investing here. Because it seems as though Kirby is definitely cool with just letting this go through and disengaging entirely. But I guess we do have a listening to get more insight for as to how the players are really thinking.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy. I'm down. Shall I come now? Get the stats?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like... On me, on me. 40. I'm crash fighting on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going for Meta.
Cracked him, cracked him. Dead.
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
Nice find by both Pink and Vico to take down one. And that's a team. When they went down in Game 5 yesterday, they were in 24th place. They were forced to watch every team that got into that top 25 pass them and send them down to the lower bracket. King and Phaser, they're trying to have a second chance at life. Skits and Sorf is another one. Yesterday definitely wasn't their day. Today is a whole new chapter in their story, and this is one that I'm excited to see finish. But they're still stuck around both Greedy and Raru. Neither team really able to rotate just yet. And I think when push comes to shove, at least Greedy does have that rocket ram to try to get out of a tight spot. But if Raru doesn't have one himself, that could be possibly why they're waiting for the moment that the players above them try to rotate first. And everybody in this position is going to have to rotate because we get another far pull to the east side. So this is going to be huge.
At the same time, though, you can tell that Skits and Soar, if they want a piece of the action, if they can make it happen, they know that their surge strategy has definitely been difficult to come by. So 1 or 2 eliminations right now would put them in an excellent position to just prioritize positioning. Rotations can just be so make or break at this stage of the game, especially when you factor in that there are going to be teams throughout the match looking to acquire those forecast towers that have been such a huge help as well.
You saw that stat that popped up, 1st and 25th, the exact same amount of points through these 2 matches as they were yesterday. And if that continues, you got to look at that threshold from when they qualified. 25th yesterday in the upper bracket, had 91 points. So that's the threshold they're looking to come close to, even past, to give themselves the best chance to reach our global championship final. First place is $1 million split between 2. That's more than enough money even I know what to do with.
Well, it depends on who you're asking.
True, I might just buy food. $1 million worth of food. Noxy, Chris trying to rotate away. Hen and Vasquez trying to make up for that last game. At least they have the Rift Island underneath their belt from Game 1, giving them a 15-point boost. They just have to try to continue that pace. They've done more than enough work in the first half.
Sometimes it really feels like nobody wants to be the first person to shoot. When you can tell that there are so many other teams surrounding you, the moment that you sound off shots, it just draws so much unwanted attention. And then you have to split your focus. And how many times already have we seen teams where they try to separate a duo? Maybe they're temporarily successful, but even with that circumstance on the mountain north of Brutal, but more on that later. Because right now, Skits, Sorif, we're talking about them wanting to get a little bit more active here. Shot not going to connect in the way that they would have hoped. Maven Auto primed, ready to go here for Skits. He looks to reposition, wants the high ground over Raru and Greedy. Crouch walking, just seeing what he can come across here. Greedy, Raru. They've got to be suspecting of who's going to drop into their box. Maven Auto shots are firing, but it's going to be Sorif who comes out on top. Ultimately, the tag team damage more than enough, and a nice quick and clean double elimination process here for Skits and Sorif.
Like a double elbow drop off the top rope. Cleaned house, Fishy and DMK. Trying to go for Rift Island. DMK taking some damage. And that's the thing. Even though there's a lot of elevation, a lot of line of sights over on the top of Rift Island, for the players that are in the distance, for the ones that did build their surge base, that also allows them to go for those shots onto you on that Rift Island. So far, nobody really contesting it. Maybe one team nearby thinking about it. But I don't think that one's going to come to fruition. So for them, it is going to be a free 15 points. A whole lot of loot on top of that as well.
And a pretty decent spot to look over the rest of the lobby. Maybe catch wind to players like Savage and Medeal, who've got their split bases right now. Not too far off from their initial dropping point as Medeal, Savage, or at least for Medeal's concerns, he seems like he's more primarily interested on trying to get some tags in on these teams in Mega City. And I like this approach, though, from Savage and Medeal, because they're both trying to just focus in on two separate angles to attack towards that high ground territory for teams that are trying to base up on some of these buildings here in Mega City.
They've already got their spot inside of the top 25 for now. It's all about holding on to it, staying consistent. But at least they got a ton of the hard work out of the way. MK, Papa, and Shalom. Kind of looks like a free rotation in towards the zone, almost 300 above the Storm Surge threshold. So for them, it's almost looking like smooth sailing for now. Not much to worry about, but as the zone continues to pull in that direction, if they don't get it, they're going to have to battle through some of these teams.
It's looking like a predominantly dead side rotation here for MK, Papa, and Shalom. And the question is, how much surge were they actually able to acquire throughout that process? Because I've seen plenty of times teams, they'll have great positioning because of dead side rotations, but they won't have the surge to go with it, and then they're forced into moments of desperation where they're essentially forfeiting their ideal positioning and oftentimes their lives in the process, because what other option do you have when you've got that Storm Surge damage raining in on you?
And you see Clicks looking towards the backside of the zone. He's trying his best to not to have to worry about that Storm Surge. Doing good so far, 259. Rapid and Batman Booga were the ones positioned behind them. You see them, the yellow markers on your mini-map down below. Since it is going to be in the storm, they're going to have to rotate, give up some of that elevation. That way they can save some of that HP and those heals for later on in the same game. Kaizen and Clement. A lot of teams kind of falling behind in this game when it comes to the zone. At least 4 of them right before our very eyes, taking damage. Each second pass is going to make it harder for them to try to survive. Forced to use a lot of those resources in order to get that HP back. But if you look at both Kaizen and Clement, they have more than enough heals to make it possible to get in toward the zone.
Decent amount of teams also looking to conglomerate over at the Drift Ridge. When Racetrack is this poppin' and you see teams like Clement and Kaizen that have to run through that territory, you have to expect that it is going to be incredibly difficult to actually make it through unscathed. Or they might have a nice opportunity to look for some of those third-party circumstances. Only time will tell, but right now, the story for Fatch and Pamso definitely seems to be as if they are already situated a really nice elevated position so far, well ahead of where they need to be. Vico and Pink could definitely be in some trouble here.
Pamso and Fatch, they spotted out a rift far along that ridge, waiting for somebody to try to go for it. Probably being their plan A, waiting for the zone to pull in. That's where they're going to put their eyes back on it. It's King and Phaser, they're just trying to reunite, get the most out of those splashes. We've already seen King put on a show yesterday in the upper bracket with that sniper. Trying to do it here yet again. And you can see the difference in augments between two teams. First shotgun is going to have the commonality between the two, but now they get aggressed on that high ground. Phaser trying to reposition. That's AIM and Zazie, who aren't afraid to take a fight against Brazil's best, and they come out on top for now. King goes down. Another team drops in. That's Cal Gamer and 7man. They take advantage of the third party, getting all the loot, all the resources, and they already had a good loadout as well. The MK Alpha over towards Relentless Retreat. They're just adding each tool to their tool belt.
That's just salt in the wounds there. To have to watch your opposition just reap the benefits of your bounty. No celebration time for eliminations in certain situations. 7man, Cal Gamer though, definitely more than happy for what they managed to stumble across. Other teams, though, that would certainly be happy if they could add a couple more points, a couple more eliminations to their count. Duke and Edgy, certainly one of them. Team that definitely struggled throughout day number 1, but here in day 2, hoping to have the resurgence in order to find themselves in that finals lobby for the Global Championship Sunday.
Yeah, you can see where the zone's heading on this game as well. Very, very similar to that last. We're going up mountains, down water. You got to be able to prepare for that, and luckily for them, it did just happen once before. They got to be able to try to mimic the blueprint if they did make it far, change things up if they did not, as Kanata and Agers this time around trying to rotate as a full duo, leaving nothing for one person to try to handle. And so far, it is looking well. They're trying to go up the side of this mountain where not too many teams are positioned so far, but they run into both Lucy and Steno momentarily, who are caught sleeping there for a moment. So that gives them a free path towards the zone. And for them, that's a little bit of a blessing. On the other side, Rapid, not feeling that same thing. The slurp juice is going to be popped, though. It runs out just as we tune on board. So it's going to be up to them to try to find some sort of a refresh. You see QNDX trying to shoot above with the breacher, maybe to drop somebody down because they realize without no builds, without any heals, now becoming the focus, they have to think outside of the box to make this happen.
Right now, QND is just hoping that somebody else can divert the attention of some of these teams surrounding them, but it is a relentless amount of suppressive fire into these box edits, and QND Rapid, they finally get a moment to focus, but they're not the only team that's found themselves in sticky situations. We've got other teams as well, still looking to power through, still looking to make their way, cheating, turn and burn situations. Don't know who Fahad thought he was shooting at alongside Hero, but cheating, he had everything in his arsenal to make some magic happen. Granted, Hero and Fahad were relatively low stepping into that engagement, but cheating not one to stray away from a clutch situation.
That he might be the hero, but I'm the villain of this story. He's just looking around. 45 materials, 5 minis, but it's the HP that is really lacking because you can see the storm surge is well above the threshold as well. Everything going their way, and that goes to show that these early game battles, it is a risk, but it has a huge reward on it as well. As a lot of these teams finally make it to the zone, but most of them are stacked up on the west side, a little bit more on the southern edge. As Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they made that rotation around Mega City, trying to dodge line of sight to both Clicks at Epicwell and everybody else on the side of that mountain. They've been doing a good job. They were at the top of the leaderboard, and they're holding on to their position. You see them there in 6th place. If they can continue this consistency, remember the 91-point threshold. It isn't official, but you got to imagine it's going to be close.
But depending on where Batman Booga actually chooses to throw that business turret, he might be able to catch some of these teams off guard, or at least get some decent information. So much congestion, though, building up in some of these mid-tier layers. Mr. Savage, the deal, looking for a way to tarp through. They know they're going to have to take some fights first before they can get anywhere. Clownski, Grolls, going to fall right in front of their very eyes. Pink and Vico surrounding Mr. Savage and the deal as well. It's going to be 2 players trying to enter the box.
Wow.
Ursa eliminated off rip. Mr. Savage did not come to mess around. And Vadil, immediate backup fire. These two are just tearing through right now.
That was huge. They didn't even look the direction of Mr. Savage, not even once. And that was 2 huge shots that he used to his advantage. As Clicks and Epicwell finally find their way in towards zone, but as soon as they do, it pulls towards the left, where a lot of those teams are congested on that side of the map compared to the north side, and they're ready to fight their way through. But very, very little heals to their name. At least Epicwell, once it slows down just a little bit, can throw that business turret down, try to get some information, but for now they're trying to beat everybody else to the punch. They don't want to be the ones that are being held out by more than half of the lobby, and you can see the different elevated teams, some high in the sky, others far below, but they're finding any nook and cranny to go through, but it's Clicks who actually falls to the deal. Even Bylop picking up an elimination. Kaizen's left by himself. Epicwell trying to survive. He's doing everything that he can because placement points haven't really set in. A huge shot towards the back, and he goes down before able to stabilize and use that slurp juice, and that's going to be a huge treasure for somebody to find.
Massive for Lucy and Steno, as they're the ones we saw a little bit further towards the center of the zone, but now it's going to be a scramble. Everybody's got to get a move on in order to make it, as the moving zones will become all the more problematic for these players to deal with. But Vidil and Savage, they've done an excellent job at just holding down the positioning in that mid round.
Say it looked like a safe rotation, but don't be fooled. Players are hiding around every corner. Shields are going to get dropped. It's Cal Gamer and 7-man showing up big here on the high ground for now. But ninth zone, we've seen so many teams get tossed below due to rocket rams and sneak attacks. Kaizen's trying to break in and do one of those himself, recycling a bounce pad, hot on the heels of Frosty, but he doesn't go as high, so that player is going to be able to escape for now. And you see Kaizen, he's trying to recycle as many builds as possible, but he gets tagged up, forced to use, down to 5. At least he has some heals to work with, so he has a chance to stagger himself, but only for so long. He's down on the threshold. MK pop-up falls, leaving Shalom by himself. He has more than enough to work with.
But that's only temporary, because 25 builds can be gone just like that, especially when there's so much pressure being applied both above and below you. Shalom just trying to figure out which direction he wants to go next. Maybe spotted out Hen directly next to his box for the time being, but Kaizen, he's still making the most of things. Lash, splash, going to be used, but a rocket ram to quicken the rotation. Jess has to hope that nobody spots him on the way back down. Miro is going to be the first that he comes up behind. Kaizen actually finds the knock onto Miro. The elimination siphon, a little bit of material refresh, but Cooper with a quick revenge.
Almost a huge W for him. Into the top 13 we go. Majority of the placement points have already been picked up to this point, but if you want to make sure you qualify, you got to continue going. Vidil under pressure. Mr. Savage said it himself. Vidil is someone I trust to frag out at the end, to pick up these points. If he has a moment to stabilize, he could get some HP back. Shields on top of that, but running out of resources, fresh out. He's going to have to think of something outside of the box, inside of somebody else's box, into the distance, lands a shot onto Source. That gives him a little bit of a speed boost thanks to accelerated Maven, even gets a knock onto Peterbot before going down altogether.
The sabotage, though, from Vidil onto Peterbot. That's going to stop Peterbot's run for the time being. Kanata, though, still keeping things moving right now, all by his lonesome. Doesn't have Aegis with him, does have a nice pick-off view, but won't be able to connect. That Preacher so good at destroying builds, but can definitely be tough to land some shots.
Cal Gamer on the top, along with Nutty. Hopefully they don't run into each other, but Cal Gamer knows where his teammate did go down. Even though the reboot card, some would say he's going after, but it's all that materials into the top 5. 3 players are running around as solos. Bylaw is going to be one of them, but the Kings on top of the castle for now is going to be polarized and scented as they fall down below. Cal Gamer was another one. A nice shot's going to be landed, but no resources continue to build up for polarized, but scented is there. They put the pressure on. A lot of damage, and the siphon goes through. They clean house to take him out. Bylaw flies next. 2v2 situation. NA versus NA. Duke and Edgy versus polarized and scented, but this is going to be drawn out just a little bit. The building of Mega City, it's indestructible. It's hard to break through, but Duke finally finds the wall that he can bypass. A little bit of builds, a little bit of resources left.
Duke and Edgy, they know that they needed this one. It's been a tough time so far in these first couple of games. And for game number 3, this could definitely be their moment. Polarized and Los, though, they're not looking to let it go anytime soon. Up the center and immediately taken back down. Edgy stood no hope here. Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him. What? Massive shot, though, onto Sentry. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
I thought their finals run was insane enough, but they have topped it tenfold. Probably one of the best clutches we have witnessed in Fortnite history. And I'm going to throw it on over to Frankie on the stage to pick a piece of their mind of what just happened.
Duke, that was one of the plays of the tournament so far, the 2v2 situation. You're left solo on your own, and suddenly you jump and you get that shot. Talk me through it.
I'm just in shock. That was like, I don't know, I just one-pumped the first kid and side jump and just hit the other one. I don't know, that was crazy.
It was centered and polarized. You took out your North American brothers. Does that make it any more satisfying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And I've got to come over to you. That must have been terrifying watching your partner in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going for a play and it didn't really work, but I'm just playing the best player in the world. You just won it. I don't know.
So, Edgy, what's happening then when your partner is solo? Are you talking to him, or are you just letting him feel and listen to what's happening?
I mean, since I'm knocked, I can't really see much, so I'm just kind of letting him focus, do his own thing. But I mean, if I was spectating, I'd be able to help him out a bit. But right there, I wasn't able to help.
And just how much did you need this victory royale today?
A lot, just so like I could get the qual out the way. Yeah, needed a lot.
And hopefully we will see you in Sunday. I mean, the chances are now very high. What would it mean for you to raise that trophy tomorrow?
It'd mean the world to me.
And you?
I mean, it's just my dream. I just want to, it'd be amazing.
Well, Dukes, I hope your dreams come true. Thank you so much, Edgy, as well. Congratulations, Copenhagen. Let's hear it.
Dukes, what on earth are we seeing transpire here on LAN? There is no world where stuff like this can happen, and Dukes just said, watch me. My gosh, the story of this as well. Scented up against Edgy, old teammates. Edgy goes on to win an FNCS. Scented looking for that title. Old teammates head to head, and Dukes is the one to slam the door closed.
I mean, I think we all knew that Dukes had it in him. We've seen him perform on a high level for such a long time. To lose Edgy in this moment, and like you said, the edit with the one pump right there, the side jump, and then another was absolutely incredible, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting ready to come up here and start talking about how I didn't think that was the best play from Edgy, and I was wondering why he decided to go up on his own and Dukes wasn't there. But Dukes just completely throwing out the window, right? There are no situations where you expect the solo player to win that, right?
I mean,
you don't expect him to go in and just hit both one pumps just so easily.
You saw Duke's reaction. I don't even think he expected to be able to do that. So I cannot wait to see how far they're going to be jumping up now. And that was just such an incredible end to that game. You know that's going to give them the confidence boost that they need.
Yeah.
NA going head to head for that last victory royale moment. Now, of course, I did forget one big key factor here. It's 11-2K and Kelly Link are joining us here on the analyst desk. You guys can give them a big warm welcome, but my gosh, that was insane. Let's jump to the standings. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is the Global Championship. At the end of the day, we're looking to come top 20 to move on to tomorrow. Chubbs, Bryce, they started the day with the Victory Royale, and they have not let go of that #1 spot. But as we take a look at this leaderboard, I mean, this stuff is changing. Agers and Kanata. Yesterday's performance, lackluster. Today, though, a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata definitely having a better day now that he's not having to go up to the likes of Thomas HD and Malibuka right there. But even when he does lose Ager, you know that Kanata is focusing in right now and is able to grab some great eliminations with Agers.
Yeah, and I mean, he's repaying the favor, right? It was only a couple games ago where Agers was the one that was, doing his best solo sort of efforts to try and survive in these games. I think the big thing here is, like you said, right, they're not having to deal with the pressure of going up against Thomas and Malibuka. Kanata himself said, look, we're going to come in today, we're going to be much more prepared, and they're definitely delivering on that right now.
For sure, for sure. Now, just a reminder here, we are halfway through the competition today. So players will have a little bit of a moment here to get up, go grab a snack, go talk to the coaches, whatever, decompress, because we have 2 more games before we call today close. Much to discuss so far. I'd love to kind of get your guys' thoughts. You've been watching the games. I wanted to kind of see where you guys are at coming in so far.
I mean, for me, I think we've seen a lot of incredible performances from teams that I think a lot of people kind of wrote out. And I just want to talk about Batman Booga and Rapid. Batman Booga has been a player that has grown over the last few years right here, and jumping up into this 3rd place spot, I think showcases it so well.
Yeah, 100%. It's not an easy situation, especially coming into this stage of the competition when you're in that lower bracket. It's very, very, very difficult. Of course, you see now the effects for Duke and Edgy in terms of that performance hasn't on them, right, where they're now sitting in 14th. They're a lot more comfortable of a position for them. But then when you look at some of the other names here, there are a couple of these names where, even though they're currently in that top 25, they need, to continue that, because there are definitely names people will expect. And just sitting on the bubble there, Podesai and Snazy, 23rd. I personally want to see them qualify just because I want the M8 fans here on Sunday. I want to hear them going loud. But of course, very, very close to being on the edge.
Another big team that we're looking at right now, and that screen was Patch and Camsto, another fan favorite right there. Very close to the bubble of 25 that are going to be moving forward to tomorrow.
That's right, and I think something we need to call out from yesterday. 125. Yesterday was 91 points. That's the target that got people in. Yes, now of course today's a different day. That's fine, but still, we know if you can even break 100 points. Aggressively than we see EU has. Why do you think that is?
A big part of what I've seen in these games that's been super interesting is just actually how the mid-ground and low-ground lanes are being played, right? I think one thing about the NA teams that we've seen that's been so effective for them, a lot of them being a lot more proactive, right, in these moving zones, making sure they're getting ahead, looking back for refreshes where possible, even in situations where...
Nous allons vite fait regarder quelque chose. Enfin, quelque chose. Ah, quelque chose. Ah bah ouais, quelque chose. Quelque chose, elle a très vu quelque chose. Quelque chose fait déjà quelque chose. 22 ça va me dire, frère. Ok, dernière 48 heures, bah oui c'est logique. Il y en a qu'un qui a regardé ça les dernières 48 heures, ok. Elle date à celle-là. Celle-là elle date un peu. Celle-là non, bah c'est déjà aujourd'hui. Hier. Aujourd'hui. Celle-là elle est aujourd'hui. Celle-là elle était hier.
It's going to be a lot about what happens in the mid game, right? I think that's where in any sort of global competition, when you have so many different teams from so many different regions, the difference making a lot of these games is what you can actually do, the places you maneuver, how you get your surge, right? Certain teams are accustomed to doing things in their region, right? They know the team in a POI nearby is going to behave in a certain way or take certain positions. You come into this lobby, it's completely different. You know, certain places where you would typically go for big damage that go to your surge total, you can't go there now. You're not getting that same damage. How do you adapt to that? That's where a lot of these teams are struggling, and that's where you're going to have to, you know, make up the difference if you want to start pushing yourself into the top 25.
I love this conversation. We'll continue to talk about this, but first, Mini Miner. We've got him with Amar. Mini Miner. Say.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Absolutely. I'm here with the legend, Amar himself. Everybody, we got a little bit of round of applause now. I mean, you're a legend. I mean, that's great. Okay, give it up then. Okay. He's a legend. I mean, we don't need to tell you that. But, I mean, you are a legend in the EU scene, right? It's a global competition. For those that don't know you, what do you do? What is your role in the community?
Basically, I'm doing like viewing parties for like, I think 4 years now. I was playing competitive myself. I was Summer Skirmish winner week 6, I think, back in the day. So I was a pro, kind of, but then I just too old.
C'est vu que chaque personne, je peux pas foutre vraiment grand chose, quoi. À part me dire, je vais aller regarder vite fait, je sais pas, un tracker. Pas vraiment faire quelque chose d'autre de plus, quoi. Ouais, donc, bah oui, je sais pas vraiment dire grand chose parce que mon téléphone qui occupe à charger, c'est là-dessus où je regarde les... Attendez. Ok.
For Siphon here in this hall, Siphon is the best invention ever because I think the clutches you can make with Siphon is crazy. Okay, sorry Epic Games for saying that, but I had to do this. But yeah, I think like today was also like really focused because like a lot of German players are playing right now and I'm cheering for them. Vidil just qualified with Mr. Savage. Like, I just love this. Reason has to qualify with Janice and Vico has to qualify with Pink. Same as Click, so, you know, I'm cheering for a lot of players. Hen as well, yeah. My boys are over there.
That's great. Now, we know who you're cheering for. Of course, you're doing a viewing party. What has your chat reaction been like? Tell us, give us a little insight into those vibes. Who are they cheering for?
Oh, same as me. I think that's why we're so similar. And also for the Frenchies, of course, for Snazy, Partizan, you know, make it up for them. Gentlemates, great organization as well, yeah. They're doing good stuff.
That's great to hear. Now, thank you very much for coming on this interview. Just quickly before we go, where can people find you online?
They can find me anywhere with Amar, yeah.
Amar, easy as that. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll leave it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Amar. It is fantastic to see you, and we're happy that you could be here for this event. Man, oh man, there's still so much to talk about. We have about another 9 minutes before we start kicking the competition back off. Let's talk about Storm Surge. You kind of talked about it a little bit, but I want to break that down more. It seems like a lot of these duos are having these issues. Now, of course, I do want to set that to the lens of this is a global championship. These are the very best duos in the world, so I'd imagine Storm Surge is definitely difficult.
I mean, it's definitely difficult, but if we're going to talk about the best players, then we got to talk about Savage and Fadil, of course. What they did in game number 3 to deal with their Storm Surge is that they were able to kind of split up just a little bit so that they were getting better angles onto Mega City, especially with how the zone pulled, making sure that they had every position covered there. So I love that strategy that they went with.
Yeah, it's a game of numbers, right? You know, you want to try to have that bigger field of view as possible so you have the chance to see as many teams. And it's no good just seeing them. You didn't have to connect in here, but it's Mr. Savage and Fadil we're talking about here. They got the ability to hit them kind of shots.
Another great strategy was what we saw 7man and Cal Gamer do, where they just third-partied 2 teams there. And that definitely seemed to work out for them, being able to make it all the way into the end game.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many little things, like even carrying a player down onto the slurp plants, having it help regenerate them, and then continuing to build up that damage. Our players, how have they been dealing with it? Take a look at this listen-in.
Watch out, there's more people in tilted. How many whites did you bring?
I have you have two medkits on you. I have 2 medkits too.
Okay.
I brought 4.
Look
and
north. People are gonna get ahead of us north. We fry them.
I'm staring at north.
40 crack.
Yep. Reach echo, look.
Yeah. No, I can't.
Go. Take them.
30.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get to the ridge. Come. The peeking. Flip. This is way here, then we just crash pad, I think. We need to look for some surge wall. There's a team right here, by the way. I'm waiting for them to move.
60?
Nice.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy.
I'm down.
Shall I come now? Get this fast?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like... On me. 40. I'm crash padding on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going from right side.
Cracked him. Dead?
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
Crazy stuff. Storm Surge, all types of ways of dealing with it, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was the key, right? All the different types of ways, right? We saw certain players making these sneaky plays where you're trying to sneak up on a team you know is not maybe going to be aware of where you exactly are. You have teams just basing up, straight up. You have players actually just waiting for anything, right? When you're shambles with Surge, you'll just take anything you can get, right? We saw that kind of situation as well. So many different ways to deal with that.
Fantastic. Oh, there we go. Well, guess what? We actually have a very special interview. French community, I feel like y'all are going to be really excited. We got Frankie standing by with Stacey and Photoside.
I do. Stacey, what's it like hearing your fans out in the arena?
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, all the fans.
He says merci. And they hear him and they love it. I've got to come to you, Photoside. I need to ask, what went wrong yesterday?
Yesterday we have a problem with the Storm Surge, and we didn't play our game, so we did a bad game. And today I think we play already better, but it's not finished. There is 2 more games, and I hope we qualify.
I hope you qualify too, because you've given me this interview, so now I have to root for you. You're currently in 23rd position. I want to ask about the first game. We saw you go to Rift Island, but you didn't really fight Hen for it. So tell me, is that something you're intending to do going forward?
Yeah, we take the island because we want to farm more, because we have a lot low mats, and we got below third. We need to hit some negate, and we try to fight someone, but I die, and Potasai clash this game.
Podosai has been left on his own early in games 1 and game 2. You definitely struggle with Mats as well in game 2. Tell me how you feel when you are left to solo clutch it out.
I think solo I'm the best player, so I'm very confident, and when I'm solo I'm unstoppable. So I clutch every game, and that's it.
Well, I can't wait to see if you can clutch out a game later today. But before I let you go, because the fans are out there cheering your every answer, would you like to say something to them in French? I'll let the two of you stand side by side and share the microphone.
Can I say it in French?
Bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup à tous les fans d'Gentleman, ça fait vraiment plaisir que vous soyez tous là. Vous nous apportez beaucoup de soutien, on vous voit tous crier quand on arrive et tout. Vraiment, merci énormément d'être venus. Et puis on va essayer de se qualifier pour vous rendre fiers.
Une dernière fois les gars, Gentle.
He's going for the win. Merci à tous. Thank you so much. Thank you fans as well.
Thank you so much, Frankie. What a fantastic interview. You can see the French community going absolutely crazy. I believe the saying is "Allez les bleus." Is that right?
That's all the French I know, really.
That's it. That's it. I hope that was enough for y'all. We love y'all. They're so passionate. So are the players. The fans here have been absolutely amazing. If you were able to make it out here, man, the energy here, the vibes here, it's just unlike anything else.
And you have to feel that that's definitely inspiring the French duo with all these players, all of these fans respecting, giving them shout outs and everything. And I think that in an instance where they might have had some tournament jitters, I think those are now gone.
Well, yeah, you'd say that, but then again, it's like they're 23rd right now, sitting just on the edge, right? It's getting close for them. They have to make good use of these last couple of games. I think they can do it though. I think they've shown today that in a clutch situation, one of them is going to step up. Of course, it's been Podosai a couple times, but I really do believe in these guys and their ability to make it through.
I mean, definitely with that high-set accelerant shotgun right there, he was able to not just grab eliminations, but also move through the zone as a solo player. Mobility is so important. So being able to do that, being able to just get a few more points with that was definitely beneficial.
For sure. Another duo that jumps to mind, Janice and Reason. Amara actually talked about them on his recent interview. Another duo looking to end the day in the top 25. How do you guys feel like they've been performing so far on the day?
I think you'd probably say they're near enough safe, right? I think that's what Amar feels. I think that's probably what they will be feeling as well. Realistically, Janice and Reason are a team that I don't think should have been playing in the last chance major whatsoever, right? I think this is a team that is more than good enough to have qualified straight for the majors. In fact, if you rewind your memories all the way back in Major 1, after day 1 of the grand finals, they were in first place. Like, they should have been here when you think about it, right? And so I think, you know, these guys will be happy knowing that they've probably done enough to make it in there, and they'll have a big chip on their shoulders coming into Sunday, because definitely a team with a lot of pedigree, a lot of fans, a high status, and all the ability in the world.
So you're already calling that they're making it into Grands tomorrow.
Wait. Is that 11-2K guarantee?
I can guarantee that Janice and Reason will be playing tomorrow.
Well, we have proof. We have proof.
The script is leaked.
That's it. The script of the future is leaked. But of course, for all you fans, if you believe in duos out there, please just shower them in love and support. Tweet at them, send them, I don't even know, all kinds of messages on all social medias. Just support them, right? These are some of the very best players in the world. They've worked so hard to be here. So please just send love their way. We are getting closer and closer, and all my heart can think about is that bubble, the pressure. If I am anxious, I know these players are.
Well, I think a duo that's probably not too anxious right now is Chubbs and Bryce. And although they didn't have the best game 3 that we saw, I think they went around in zone 9, which again is pretty good after their performances in games 1 and 2 right now. I think that they're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, no, these guys have been very, very good today. And that's an understatement, right, when you're in first place. Chubbs and Bryce, they've just been so locked in, right? I've been to the player lounge a couple times throughout the event, and every single time I always see Bryce just there, grinding, locked in, ready, practicing, because they knew coming into today, they were not gonna let this moment slip past them, right? They came in with clear intentions, and they're showing that they're gonna be a formidable team come tomorrow.
Yeah, is there anybody else that kind of stands out or you know, you would argue is going to kind of affect the lobby as a whole? I mean, Mr. Savage, the deal, right? Currently sitting in that top 10. Probably a lock, I'd say highly likely, 99.9%.
Stop jinxing these
My bad,
kings.
my bad. Caster curse, my bad.
Nah, they are.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Is that 11? I'm just kidding.
No. We're not doing that again, mate. We're not doing that whole spiel.
For sure, but you know, these guys being able to come through tomorrow, again, maybe a duo that probably should not have made it as far as the last chance, but it should have kind of gotten through before, but...
One placement off, right?
One placement off,
off in Major 2.
How can we maybe see them affect the lobby tomorrow?
I think honestly that they're doing a pretty good job showcasing their ability today right here. They've kind of shown a lot of strats that showcase why they are in the position that they're in the top 10 right now. I think they're doing a great job, and I think they just kind of need to keep going with what they're doing.
It's interesting, right? Because when you talk about the effect they can have on the lobby tomorrow, I'm going to expect something very different from them. I think when you look at the way they've played throughout the year, the way they've even played here, it's been impressive in terms of then maybe shaking up what we expect to see tomorrow. I wouldn't maybe go that far, right? Maybe with a Chubbs and Bryce, it's different because we've seen in these games the way they're playing height is a bit different to some of the NA teams. You know, we've seen the EU teams dominate. Not many of the NA teams been playing for height. Those guys were. So again, when I see shake-ups in the lobby, I think, okay, how do these guys come into the equation? Savage of it was more of like they slot right in, right? You sort of know what you can expect from them. They slot right in. A couple end games here and there, you're going to see them popping up. Obviously, as a Mr. Savage and Vidal fan, I want to see more than that, right? But I think that's where they sort of fit in. It's a lot more of a comfortable fit for them.
Well, you're saying, you know, they're not really going for height right there, but with all the performances we've seen from the low and mid ground these last 3 games, I don't think they need to go for height. They're grabbing eliminations, and they're also able to take that first place spot from the low to mid ground, which isn't a typical thing we see.
That's right. Well, we are getting word. Games are ready to go for us. Wait, just kidding. That's in a moment, but I do want to highlight here. Let's talk about Clicks.
Oh, yeah.
Clicks fans, Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Let me hear you.
Clicks fans, are you guys awake? Are the Clicks fans awake?
I think they're awake.
They're awake. Clicks and Epic Whale currently in 22nd. The job's not done, right? We're right here on the bubble. A single mistake could have them fall out of that top 25. But for the duo right now, are they performing at your expectations currently?
I mean, you know, Epic Whale has that 6X on his name for a reason. You know that he's an incredible champion, and Clicks obviously a great player as well. And they're making it to the end game pretty much every single time. They're just having some issues getting into that 11th zone, 12th zone position there. But they definitely have the aggression. They're not having any issues off of drop or rotations in this moment. And honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about that duo is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clicks is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they've not been playing their best, but they're making things happen, they're making things work. What happens in these last couple games, Kelly, when they maybe do start to play at their best?
I mean, I'm excited to see. I think the only issue that we're having here is that these mid-game engagements that they're having, they're using a lot of mats and then not able to recover that towards the end game. Yeah. So if they're able to kind of work around that a little bit, they're going to have a much better time in our final 2 games.
And on top of that, many duos, right, finding themselves in these situations where it's just a solo rider. They're kind of finding these engagements where they're trying to split up the map as much as they can, and then suddenly a duo's waiting. They're strike, hey, this person's by himself, take them down. I feel like, you know, is that the kind of route we want to go? Is that high risk, high reward worth it? Savage earlier on, the very beginning of the show was like, yeah, it's a risk, it's a reward, but is that worth it?
Which route would you go, Zeke?
Nah, man, I'm too safe.
No, Zeke, I just want to know, like, which route would you go?
I would go safe.
It doesn't matter what route you go. We don't care about what Zeke has to say.
See, I walked into it.
I don't care what Zeke has to say. Look, if you are one of those players, I think ultimately in crunch time, because this is crunch time now for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You just got to go with what you're used to, what the formula is. I don't think you should do anything too dissimilar to what's gotten you here. You've been such a phenomenal player, you know, at times this year. That's why you're sitting on that stage right now. Don't switch up anything too crazy. Don't get too, you know, insane up there.
And I think we are seeing that from a lot of our solar players. I think we actually saw it from Agers in game number 2, where he was able to use incredible rotates through his augments. And even though he was kind of dodging all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure. Kanata there. He's just doing him, you know, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Cal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, go into grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And we saw how confident Cal Gamer was yesterday, right? You know, when he was being interviewed, you know, the most confident man in the arena potentially, you know, how confident he was, and understandably so, right? They've you know, had success in their region, you know, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver here. And I think it's been a much better day from them, right? We've been seeing them over, you know, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their day in a much more controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, when we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped, and using these opportunities also to third-party other players, grab as many elimination points as they can too. I mean, again, I've said it a few days ago, Cal Gamer is an incredibly intelligent player. He just studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
For sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment.
Oh,
We
yeah.
saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PH Zin and Kitos. I feel like, you know, we haven't quite had the BR representation as we did at Invitational, but I still hear y'all up there, which is crazy. For PHN and Kitos, I want to see more of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're capable of.
I mean, we saw what they were capable of in game number 2 there, grabbing a handful of eliminations and finding at the exact right moment on the mid ground to make their move to the high ground. And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right, where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHN to come in and do their thing. And obviously, you know, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it, but they have still showed up where necessary today. And I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots here were absolutely spectacular. And so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and Phaser, showing up so huge. See, there we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
You trying to start rioting there, man. You gotta calm down.
I just want, we all are here because of our love for Fortnite. And if that means we go crazy, we chant, we cheer, we laugh, we cry, I'm about that life. But for King and for Phaser, King has surprised me. I feel like for me, King is one of those guys. It just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, oh, I've got nothing. Doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles. That's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly. I don't know how anyone could deal with that if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment once again, but he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. You know, no doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays. But we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, ideally.
For sure, for sure. Is there any duos that are standing out to you we haven't had a chance to cover yet?
I mean, Batman Booga. I've already talked about them though.
Okay,
yeah,
you can't. Yeah, get with the NA West. Kelly's always like, yeah.
Any opportunity.
Talk about a duo? How about someone for NA West?
Oh, you know what? We talked about them yet. I don't know if we talked about them.
Okay, all right. What do you want to talk about Batman Booga besides him being incredible?
He's incredible. That's all I wanted to say.
Any opportunity to bring up an NAS team. Let me just bring up a random EU team. Just bring up any EU team and let's just talk. You know,
that's why I have all of you separate. It's like I want to talk about NA.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Vivid, where's he? NA West. Kelly, where's she? 11 2K, Mini Minor EU. It's just an easy little moment there to do. I wanted to kind of highlight here a listen in from Dukes and Edgy. Wanted to see and catch up with their comms in one of their plays. Take a look.
3 minis. I'm like pretty shammed.
We just cross put in from here.
Okay. Look for Surge. 55 above. Look hard left.
Okay.
Got cracked. 30 blue.
Here.
These teams are getting it. They're coming. Right. Look. Spray this.
100.
33 white.
Dead,
Alright, can you crash on us? Can you crash on us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm doing it.
It curves to the left. I'm in.
Nice, I got 2 kills there.
Man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier. I just look at Edgy going, oh my god, we did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a victory out. Let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a victory out to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that victory out feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Edgy went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like, let's go, you know? He realizes in that moment, like, everything went to plan, you know, nothing wrong there. And of course, right, both incredible players, you know, we saw them during Major 2 and they won. And a lot of people, you know, sort of looked at them and went, yeah, man, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't know how these guys did it, but they're here to prove people wrong, right? You know, it wasn't a fluke. These are very good players, top players within their region. And I think they can keep hitting shots like, you know, Dukes was hitting towards the end there. Boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how it happened, but he should be feeling good after that.
Just like an instant, like instincts take over, snap headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo, I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lucy. Looking to qual here. Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, BR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some Fortnite. Talk to me about it.
Listen, Steno and Lucy started the day off strong, and I'm ready to see them in game number 4.
These guys do what they do. It's typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions, and they're delivering today.
Well, speaking of delivering, it is time. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait, especially after those explosive clutch moments from Dukes, and it sounds like game number 4 is ready. Copenhagen, let's get right back to it. Game number 4 is underway.
This is the moment. We saw it yesterday. Big games in game 4. Outside of the bubble, teams were able to qualify. The same thing happened in game 5, but now their backs are up against the wall with no choice but to go big or go home.
Go big or go home is the name of the game. We have these bubble teams contesting one another. The Shattered Labs, the story of Snazy and Podosai is only just beginning. They are not quite set yet, but neither is Tahi. Neither is Death, who are just to the north of them, all of which are on that same exact threshold. Here we have Jamon, Moneymaker, Yuma, Venation just nearby. They go for the pickaxe play. It's not going to be enough. Down goes one. Can they get the second now?
Yeah, that's tough. They're in 20th place, Moneymaker and Fanayan, to start this game off. So if they go down here, that's going to really put things in a tough spot. But Yuma and Jamon, they're definitely picking up the pace, especially after that loss off spawn battle in that last game. They're finally figuring out where he's hiding. And Moneymaker's really just thinking outside of the box. Any nook, any cranny that he can fit in, he's going ahead and trying to hide and trying to keep them on the run, going in and outside of the same covers. But eventually he's going to have to go ahead and run into both of these players unless he can get the launch pad and get out. And that's exactly what he's going to do to stay alive.
Wow. Yuma is going to spot him, though he puts a couple tags down. Very crucial, but not enough to finish the job. Alba, Yuma, and Jamon, of course, representing for the Asia region. That elimination alone jumps them up 3 or 4 spots, putting them in the upper 30s now. That just shows you how close the cutoff is for top 25. This truly is the story now on the back half. It's the race to the finish line, but for some, they might be gasping out just trying to get there.
This is huge. Another battle off spawn towards Creaky Compound. Bahad and Hero, who's trying to make up for all that lost time early on in the day. Quickly trying to capture Creaky Compound. And there's a strength in numbers, I've been saying all weekend long, but it's here on the flag as well. As long as both of them are standing in it, they're going to get it much faster to try to get that loot as we try to capture everything that's gone down. You see Hero already with 1 elimination, and Skits, that's going to be the second one. And that's a must-have because Skits and his duo were having such a hot streak out of the gates, much better than they performed yesterday.
Absolutely. Crazy to think how many performances have been seen as far as above average from the NA side. So many of the NA teams are literally putting themselves closer and closer towards the finals. I don't think that's been emphasized enough, how well of a performance they've had, and I'm here to champion for them, as I'm, of course, been rooting in the background. But Vatch and Pamstil, of course, if they make it to Sunday, they will be giving Cammy and Seti an issue there, so we'll see what happens. All these qualifications do matter. Staying in data still, sneaking up.
Taking a page out of Misha and Teeny's playbook, something we haven't really seen anybody else do but them. Instead of hiding in a bush, though, they're ready to pounce. They realize they are separated just enough for their liking as they continuously try to creep in. Fahad's going to try to get away, but the shot strike, more than half of his HP is going to be gone. And that leaves Hero to try to run, cover the distance, get there as fast as possible. And I think this is going to come out into a 2v2 situation with Stain and Datas having the advantage early on.
ME versus Asia right here, right now, but a third party comes in to put their influence into the mix. That was almost a perfectly coordinated attack from our favorites here, Stain and Datas, and now the problem lies in their side. They've been hurt big time here. The compound no longer safe, and there is also a solo in the mix here, making his way south through. Meanwhile, we jump over with Kitos here, setting up the ambush onto Raru.
Trying to go in, nice little sneak shot, but he ain't gonna fall for that bait. Kitos quickly trying to back up, take the high ground back. Jin is right there by his side, but Greedy's trying to chop him down to size. Both of these duos try to reunite one another. Jin, not very many heals left, and instantly it's Kitos who shares. Oh, but the snipe from the side. Wow. They forgot about the top of the mountain. Jin goes down and leaves a lot of pressure on the Kitos to try to clutch up. Raru and Greedy, they're the ones trying to take advantage of it as well.
And the awareness from Raru to understand the snipe comes in and it puts them at a disadvantage. They didn't miss a beat there. They turned things around immediately. Talk about a lucky save for them, as they were on the backside for a moment there.
Oh, what are these just third parties, one after the next? Oh
my gosh.
Greedy gets chopped down to size as well. Raru has to kind of about face. He can no longer go after Kitos, who has a solo, because he has to reunite with Greedy. He doesn't want to have his game end here very, very early in match 4.
For a second there, it was looking like the warm-up games, like straight W key.
But we got a listen in with Hen, seeing how he's doing in the early portions of this game.
On the right, like towards 50.
Yeah.
You're killing me there.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR?
Yes, on the right.
That? Kiri.
Absolute clean elimination right there. That's the way you want to start your games off, picking off damage. Question is, can he get the finish there in time? Either way, 8 players already eliminated here. That's 3 full duos and some fragmented. Let's take a look here. Zone going far north. Things mixing up here for day 2 so far. We'd like to see some variety.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some northeast. We've seen some southeast. Now we're just going to have a straight north for now. It does have a little bit of a western lean, but it could definitely center up. Figure out where it actually goes later on in the game. But Bully and Shadow changing up things just a little bit. Don't want to go against Peak and Vico far too often, but that's 7-man and Cal Gamer that they're going up against, and they're on a hot streak. They're on a hot streak for sure, climbing up that leaderboard to try to get their spot into Championship Sunday. And all Shadow wanted was a couple of tags thanks to that surge, and now he's going elsewhere.
Oh, Mr. Savage has to be careful here, though, deep in the zone, but he is holding things down. Can he get adapter? He does. Swatted out the sky. Nicely done for him. And FKS now back against the wall, hurt as well. Vadil, one of the best to ever do it. When he sees you hurt, he comes in and closes it. Makes it look easy. Let's see, Savage comes from behind here. Yup, he's boxed up. It's only going to take one more shot. FKS is fighting. He's fighting hard, but for how long can he last?
Yep, quick moves by Mr. Savage as well, dodging a lot of those shots.
Okay.
Might have cursed him there, but he goes down nonetheless. Vidil is the one who gets credit. He just took too much damage trying to get that reboot off. He goes down to the storm itself so early on. But that's Vidil and Mr. Savage. This is what they've known best. Even though they wanted uncontested, well, they got it.
Best part about it is they need those points to continue to give them the cushion to go ahead and stay in the money, stay in the save zone. It's nice to be in top 4 now. Should be all he needs. Take a look now at Batman Booga. Rapid, of course, a favorite. NA puts in a lot of work here, but Pink on the other side says, hold that thought. We got action, and we have it now. Finds Rapid there. The duo of Batman Booga. Now back against the wall. Just a solo here. We'll have to retreat for the moment as there is a duo lurking above.
I'm waiting for this third party. It's actually Kaizen and Clement who are trying to go ahead and use those berries. That way they don't have to use too much of their own heals. It is working out. That could be the distraction needed for Batman Booga to try to stay alive. And for Pink and Vico, this is a moment for them to stabilize themselves. They started this game in 32nd place, almost a repeat of yesterday with 2 chances left. They have to lay it all on the line. No regrets, no excuses. The time is now.
That's right. Fresh duos rotating in the surrounding vicinity as well. Clement's going to go on up. They say, hey, look, we got the solo singled out here. I think we can go ahead and take advantage here. If they do just that, could put them in the position to have the surge they need. There it is. They trap him from underneath and force him out the box. Batman Booga expending all the metal now. Backs into a corner. The double shot comes through from Kaizen and Clement, and the synergy here, you have to respect it now. This Elim is worth 4 points. They want to close it out or give it back to Vico, potentially now. And Batman Booga will not give it up without a run for it. Kaizen and Clement secure the deal there and earn themselves 4.
They got to be careful, though. Now it's Pink and Vico territory. A lot of that real estate is going to be owned by them, and they know it. So Clement and Kaizen immediately get out, build some fresh spot for them to go ahead and try to regain composure. And with the zone pulling forward, a lot of these teams are going to have to continue to rotate towards the north side of the map, which means Pink and Vico, they have the advantage. They are full health as well. They have all the heals, so they either could stay, try to camp above Clement and Kaizen, or try to rotate first and hold them out nonetheless.
Pink and Vico do need several more slots to go. You can see they're just holding that 30th placement. That's with the 4 that they earned this game off the elimination. So truly and surely they have to get more elims, and more importantly, they have to stay alive as Vico is severely damaged here. It's Clicks and Epic Whale setting up the ambush nearby, and they would love to pick up some of that sweet material, but no, instead going to prioritize to rotate out. It's going to come at a welcome surprise, I think, to Clement or Vico and Pink there. They were definitely damaged.
I would say I do like this change-up coming out of both Clicks and Epic Whale. It was in that last game. They were stayed too far in towards Mega City, let all the other teams bypass them. So by the time it was their turn to rotate, they just got held out. They got separated and taken down as Chubbs and Bryce land a monster of a shot. They don't want to continue this fight as solos. Bryce is yet to go ahead and reunite with his teammate. So that's going to be Chubbs just backing up. Bryce, he has his shoulder. I'll watch it. You try to get out. And it's a fight for the forecast tower. So it's definitely something worth the risk if you're ready to gain that reward.
Chubbs and Bryce have had an incredible showing, as have Shalom and MK Papa every single time I've tuned in with this duo here. Today just really has been them finding their stride here amongst some of the greatest. Already at 2 eliminations, a big 8-point game. I'd say this is definitely a team that is jumping onto the radar here now.
That was Pam, Stu, and Fatch that they just took out of this lobby. Pam, Stu, and Fatch have about 48 points, 29th place. The only place they can go from here, though, is down. They leave it up to the last and final game of the day to try to qualify. And from one fight to the next, they run into Pings, who quickly bounce pads out. He doesn't want to have any of that noise. He is a solo, so he's probably looking for a least contested part of this zone to try to go ahead and get his teammate back.
Let's take a look at these elims here that MK Papa and Shalom picked up, because the significance here, they go from top 25 to top 20 here. by eliminating Thatch and Pam here on the rotate around the storm line. A very significant pair of eliminations for them here. That could be the difference to their Sunday ride. But now with Fishy and DMK also at 3, Elam's turning online. They find Epic Whale, and that's a huge punishing blow, forcing them to stop now and heal. We already knew they didn't have many white heals. That's why they were playing the shrooms. So now Epic Whale is truly hurt.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because they don't have the elevation as well. Luckily, though, they are by this Rift Island, so a couple of teams might try to contest it, which leaves an open path somewhere for them to try to find and try to get on track. They started the game in 15th, then they moved up to 10th, but at that last game, they fell all the way down to 22nd place, and the time is definitely ticking for a lot of these teams to claim their spot on that battle bus for the grand finals.
Well, Jacob, let me tell you, the 3 or 4 duos I see nearby all absolutely need this Rift Island, and if you think back to that content piece, this is when it is the most dangerous. You have to be the most cautious going for the Rift Island right here, right now, because you know those 15 points are going to be worth fighting for right now. Datus and Stain recognize that Chubbs is hurt here. They try to go in, but Gap Zero's not missing a shot at all right now. A very, very great job. So far, so good. But remember, Chubbs and Bryce, they're good. They have the ride to Sunday. They're going to do okay.
Just about practice for them. Still on the international stage. Every moment matters. You said it himself. He's nervous. Now it's time for him to shake those nerves, get ready for tomorrow. And you hear the crowd going wild. Bushi and Steno, they got themselves a nice bit of elevation, but just on the corner of the zone. And that's exactly why they're going to try to disengage off that spot, rotate deeper in. And depending on what teams have the forecast tower, they might try to beat them there, but it is across the map from that Rift Island. So you already know around the 4th, the 5th, even 6th zone, it will pull away from Rift Island.
This is incredible. Snazy, Podesai, Clicks, Epic Whale, Stain, Datus. An incredible amount of variety here. Trying to play for the Rift Island. At the most dangerous time to do so as well. This is going to make or break a tournament run right now. Who will secure it?
Even Chubbs and Bryce, they say, I want a piece of this pie. We may have won a game, but we haven't captured Rift Island yet. This could be our chance to continue to add to our lead. And they're ready to fight for it. You see shots coming down from a bottom. There's about 4 teams, maybe even 5 on top of Rift Island. Clicks and Epic Whale, they got pushed off of that flag, no longer able to contest it, but at least they have the position high above the rest. And it looks like they're going to try to fight for some piece control, some real estate, anything that they can get their hands on before they look at the edge of the island for more Storm Surge.
A little too passive, though. They're playing the launch pad and not the actual objective. They do have to be careful. You have FHD and Hero looking right on down, slowly maneuvering their way inside. Clicks and Epic now second-guessing the decision to be here. Eliminations could be very well worth it, but securing the point seems unlikely at this point, as Chubbs and Bryce are like, hey, we would love to be #1 for the day. Why not put the risk on the line here? Why not risk it all?
Literally have nothing to lose this situation. This is exactly what I thought Clicks and Epic Whale were going to do. They have just the edge of the zone to continue contesting it, and now they're looking on down below to try to get that Storm Surge, but you can see their awareness. They're constantly looking around. We saw Vasquez go down early on. PHZin and Kitos ready to finish off this duo, send them back to the lobby and try to jump up that leaderboard. That is a huge amount of confidence ready to be built.
Vamos Quito and PHZin, well played. Big set of eliminations. It's going to put them in a good spot. Here's Clement, Kaizen on the move. We already saw the very tough spot they were put in when faced off against Pink and Vico, trying to secure the elimination on Batman Booga. It cost them a lot of material, and now they're pretty much a foot behind. Meanwhile, Pink, Vico coming back here. They drop Miro, take down Cooper shortly after. Look at that. Already done in wraps, and Pink and Vico absolutely needed that one. Huge, huge pickup right there. And for Cooper and Miro, who are inside the top 10, I think they'll be all right, but they'll surely slip down coming into the last and final game here.
It's definitely going to put them on the edge of their seat, and you can see what they're fighting for. Not only the 2 eliminations, which is H points, it's that weapons cache as well to try to bolster their loadout as much as possible. The main thing is going to be those slurp juices to try to keep them alive. They don't want to wait to the last game to make their qualification possible. Way and Frosty, they're stuck on the edge of zone, just outside as well. They got a couple of feet to cover before they find some safety with inside. But even then, once they get in towards zone, their journey doesn't stop there. The zone continues to pull towards the far north side of the map.
The majority of the players are down here as well. Big congestion happening here. It's going to be a very, very difficult rotate for the bulk. See what happens here. But back to the Rift Island, back to the most contested island, the island where all of the teams on the bubble lie. Mr. Savage has 2 elims. Guess what? One of them is Bryce. Can they get Chubbs here? Can they find their 4th elimination right now? Badil already working his way in, looking good. Chubbs goes down, but it's not to them. It's to the hands of FHD and Hero here, a team that equally needed those elims. They needed those points, but who secures the loot?
Yeah, I heard it get captured there at the tail end, but I don't know who actually got credit for the capture. We see the loot falling through. Badil and Mr. Savage trying to steal as much of it as possible. Might have been Fahad and Hero who grabbed that one. Clicks and Epic Weld, long gone off of Rift Island. You saw them cover up that bounce pad, and now they're trying to use it. Suns and Anon trying to make something of their last opportunities here on the day. They saw Alex and Worthy qualify out of OCE, and they don't want to leave them as the lone team in the grand finals representing their region. Nice opportunity here to pick up more points. He's going to slip on through. That's Chris on the other side. Suns not only needs the points, but he needs the refresh. He needs that loot that he has in his hands, and Anon, him, can't stay too much longer in this zone before they go down.
Also recognizing the additional damage turning on here. Look at how quickly they're falling underneath the Storm Surge. Storm Surge will, of course, turn on just about 10 seconds. Start dealing tons of damage to the lobby. Huge tag right there, though. That might be a game changer. No, it's only worth 100. Into the zone they go. Here it is. Let's see what they can do.
Heroes right next to him. At least Suns made it in, giving him a shot. The Storm Surge taking him down. One more tick before he goes back to the lobby.
Wow.
He's doing what he can. 40 below, and he barely goes above by 81. The risk versus the reward. At least he stays alive.
That was actually so impressive. Swings through, finds a tag, and slips out before the Surge can actually hit him. He was just a moment away from hanging out in the lobby for a second there. But trouble still looming. Trouble still on the horizon here. Pink and Vico don't stop, though. They are looking to make the dreams and wishes of their communities come true as they're coming right back to it. Let's relive the moment. Let's recapture that. Vico walks in, takes down the 2 from the side. He gets both elimination credit there, and look at that. Feeling very good about it.
I mean, Pink said it himself. What do diamonds make? Well, it's actually diamonds are made from pressure, and he's feeling that pressure now in the moment, using it to fuel himself. I think this might be one of the best games they've had all weekend long. And Monster, at this stage in the game, there are more teams alive outside of that top 25 bubble than teams that are inside. So they're trying to take these last 2 games of opportunity and really push themselves to the limit.
Really changing the narrative right now. Pink and Vico are in 28th now. Right there, really trying to change this whole story around. Half the lobby has just about been eliminated, including some of our favorites, like you said, up inside the top 10. Most of those teams are down and out, so this is really going to allow the funnel of points to flow south to the bottom of the standings, which is going to make the final game that much more tougher to break through into the top 25. You know, it's a very different game when even those that were at the bottom are now starting to pick it up. It only takes 2 games, 2 good games.
It's a recipe for excitement. Players are cooking up a final opportunity here. 27 players left alive, 27 teams, so that means no placement points have been granted so far. And it's really up until that top 10. Half the points are outside of the top 10. Majority of those points are inside of the top 10. So for some of these teams, just getting these placement points isn't going to be enough. They're going to need top 10 performances, maybe even back-to-back top 10s if they're looking to continue their journey on towards Sunday. Kaizen barely above the damage threshold by 66, but he knows not to make the wrong move, especially this late in the game with so many other teams surrounding.
This is it. This is his chance. This is his moment. If he can take off here, if he can make a big end game, a top 10 potentially, it might just be all he needs. But first, though, he's got to survive here. He's barely up. He might just be able to find DeGuerra here. Great tag there, and he does take him down, and now Rocket rams his way on, up, and out. Can he get all the way to the top? Close enough.
Wow.
Perfectly there. It was nearly over, but he even finds a zip line to get all the way on inside. There goes the elimination credit, alive long enough to find it. Meanwhile, Reason also finding eliminations too. I know we got to interview with our good friend Amar. It seems like all of his hopes and dreams are coming true for the German community out there.
Talk about the Brazil community. King and Phaser finally have some sense of high ground. Saw them far low on the leaderboard with 2 opportunities left. This could be their chance to boost up the leaderboard, even if they don't get inside of the bubble. As long as they get close, they're keeping the hope alive for their entire region. But just like Perza here all by himself, 5 eliminations so far, 6 as a team, 34 points with a couple of those being placement. He's just waiting for the last possible moment to try to go ahead and rotate. He does have the front side of the zone, so there's gonna be a lot of players passing by he could try to get an elimination on, because with 7 builds, he might need one.
This one, he's gonna have to pick his poison, go for elims, go for the loot, or play for extra. Let's see what he decides to do here. Still trying to make that decision, not looking to get greedy though. Instead, it's gonna focus on positioning here coming shortly. This is the last charge in his rocket ram. Meanwhile, Kaizen flying all the way to the front side of zone, puts himself in an excellent spot here. And he just sees so many chances to find tags.
Just biding his time, trying to play the smart game, even though he's below the damage threshold. He's not trying to make that leap all in one bound, even finds some minis along the way, gets above the damage threshold before it goes away altogether. Top 30 player situation. He's going to be one of them, trying to put the team on his shoulders, but King and Phaser still find a way to hold on to that high ground. Put so much damage on Yanis, who tried to contest him up there, sends him back down low into the mud.
What a game for Shalom and Papa here. Also ranking their way all the way up right now. Getting very close, getting very comfortable, but Shalom falls is all up to MK Papa here. Has to put the teammate on his back quite literally. They decide, hey, you don't have to save me. I'm going to try to stay up right here. Clicks is going to fall. Epic Will has to do it by himself in the end game. He has no build. Shots come from everywhere. Down he goes to his NA friends. TK there. And now, Snazy, Podesai, another end game for them. This is their moment. This is their chance to do it all.
I know everybody at home can hear the crowd through our mics cheering loud and proud. We already seen Podesai get a massive amount of points as a solo. This time, yes, his dynamic duo trying to go ahead and lead the charge into the qualification spot along with Pink and Vico. They've been doing so much damage all around the lobby all game long, and they don't intend to stop here, especially with 7 eliminations. They already got themselves into the top 10. Now they're trying to grab the last half of those points.
And only 1 build left. He comes all the way down to low ground. They'll be alive for a little bit longer, but 4 duos remain. One's a single solo in the mix here. In this entire game, Shadow from the shadows, the back of the leaderboards, all the way on up, here to play Epset. He makes an end game. This is going to surely put him in a true chance for the bubble spot. Down he goes to the hands of Pink and Vico. Pink and Vico have rocketed their way up. It's going to be such a contentious final round. But first, who will win this one? Who will secure that dub here? Podesai will surely get eaten alive by the storm, and he fails to build there. It's unfortunate here. Comes in through the side, down he goes, and it's now a 2v2.
That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom. Fall damage is real on the Vico, but he gets the trade at the bare minimum, and Pink and Vico take the game. That could have been it, Monster. That could have been the moment where they qualify to the grand finals on Sunday. They're knocking on the door of Acorn and Cold, so I'm going to throw it on over to the stage where we have Frankie standing by to pick their brains.
I think that might have been the most important victory royale we've seen so far. Boys, I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one, and you, Vico, had the game of your life. How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just the go-to tarping and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh, this is what I've just been told by the producer in my ear. I am
I'm sorry. Justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize. I mean, four elims is pretty impressive. All right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Killing Mero and Cooper, because we had nothing, and I just killed both of them, and it just revived the game. I don't know, bro. God, it's the greatest, bro. All my mum's life. Oh my God.
How did you manage to get yourself together to get those 2 eliminations, though? Because you were on the back foot.
I mean, a duo like me and Vico, like, we don't need loot. Like, we have the fragging capabilities. Over the course of the last 2 days, we haven't been able to show it. But I just told Vico, just keep a positive mindset. Like, no matter what throughout the game, don't give up. We'll get them kills. Like, we're good enough. We got them kills, we came back and we won the game. I can't lie, I knew that we would qual. I just had to put the belief into Vico.
Why do you think it did take you so long to put up the performance we know you were capable of?
We were struggling with Surge a bit, and we kind of choked some mid games, but we got it now, I figured out, and yeah, it's gonna go better now.
I did speak to Pink yesterday about how you became this unlikely double act and how he's taught you a few things in game. Why don't you tell me what you've learned since joining this man?
I've learned how to use my brain actually, and not just like use my capabilities of being able to fight and my mechanics. So I'm actually thinking more now, and I'm capable of using my brain cells. So.
I'm glad you've learned to use your brain cells. I've got to head back to the desk, but before we do, I know your mum is in the audience. She's always by your side. Have you got any words for her?
Thank you for always supporting me, and thank you for being the best mom in the world.
Well, hopefully that is enough to get you into tomorrow's grand final, because I don't know how you beat a performance like that. Everybody give it up for Pink and Vico!
Let's go! As they stated, they've been trying to put up this performance for 2 days, and now what a better time to do it than on the penultimate game. Double-digit eliminations, Pink and Vico. Let's go, boys! And this is all off the back of Vico's recent win, right? Getting the Red Bull contested overall win. Now, I mean, I don't even know what to say, Levin. What do I say here?
It's just spectacular from these two. The game sort of started, and they were lingering around that 40-point mark, and I was looking at them and I was going, I don't know how these guys are going to call right now. It's not looking good at all. I was getting really worried. Then all throughout the game, Kenny, I just keep seeing their names in the feed, right? You know, Pink throughout the mid game, seeing his name in the feed. I'm thinking, I know what's happening here. I know exactly. I've seen it so many times from Pink in particular, even with previous duos, but obviously Pink and Vico, where he needs a clutch game, and he's like, let's just key. Let's W key. Let's just go in, and they can do it. They have that fragging ability.
Honestly, Pink is so excited right there, but I think Levin was even more excited. It was great watching that game with him. And I know that you and him talked about the mid game, but honestly, it started from the early game there with Pink and Vico going up against Batman, Booga, and Rapid. They were able to take one down, but then played it safe. They didn't go on the aggression, which worked out really well for them, because then there was a third party that came in and did clean up Batman, Booga. But then, of course, we saw the eliminations that they got in the mid game, and then in the end game there, they played the mid ground really well, waited for it to be around 7 teams left, and then that's when they went for the high ground.
I think Pink finally knows what pressure makes. It's diamonds, right? And these guys are diamonds, and they've been shining in that game. I mean, the pressure on them. You mentioned, right, obviously, you know, winning Red Bull contested for Vico, what a moment that was for him. Obviously, Pink last year won game as 8, right? So, like, these are two players, a rare example of two players on the same team who have won lands before. They had that experience in the stage, and I just really wanted to see them actually then be able to deliver. So, to see them do it now is really satisfying.
And I mean, the whole arena just erupted right in that moment. I gotta relive it, but this time, let's do it with a listen in.
50, 30, 1 HP, 150 on him. The gingerbread.
My wall.
Conan.
My wall.
Cracked him.
Go.
Get buddy. Just play for body.
Got it.
Pop big. Give me mats and I'll lead. It might be a solo on height, by the way. We have height. Okay. I think so. Yeah, we have height. Spray. Pop big, I'll spray. I'm zero build.
Check my scraps.
Right
now.
They're fine.
Top two.
What, 2v2, we should drop down and get snipe pump. Drop down.
50 wide. Let's go!
The passion, honestly, you won't see passion like that anywhere else. And it's just such a testament to how much Vico's improved, because if you've watched Vico for a while, right? The old Vico before he started playing the pink, at some point during that end game just would have just lost his head and just gone and tried to W key someone he shouldn't, overextended, completely lost the game, right? The new Vico, right? He knows when to pick his spots and he takes them perfectly.
And look at that right there, moving up 26 placements to now be in 7th place. That showcases that even though they may have had a rough 3 games, by grabbing a double-digit elimination victory royale, that gets you over 100 points, Zeke.
That's right, and I talked about it right before. 91 was the threshold yesterday, right? All you need to do is have one amazing game and your duo could fall or jump up from outside that top or bottom 25 rather for Pink and Vico. What a moment. But now we have to start thinking about this is it. We're getting ready to go into the final game on the day. The bottom 25 will be going home. As we turn attention to the bubble, take a look. Frosty, KZ, and Way sitting on 84 points currently, and just start to look out at these names. In 30th place, Moneymaker and Fanyan. Anytime we've seen these guys on a screen, this arena has gone wild.
Oh yeah, and deservedly so. What an incredible duo right here, and all they need is just a few more points. With this being the final game of the lower bracket, I don't think that they're going to be doing anything too crazy. I think they're just going to be going with what they know best.
The pressure truly is on right now. I wouldn't want to be them. I love, high stakes moments, but I love to watch them. These guys are in it. It's going to be tough.
I'm getting word. This is it. As much as I want to break down more, we are ready for the final game of the lower bracket. So Marina makes some noise as we go up to the casters.
This is the final countdown. It's almost like these are gladiators in the arena right now, putting on a show for us and everybody at home.
Yeah, that's right. And that last game really has crunched the standings here. It's going to be so difficult now.
Je vais te regarder quelque chose, c'est logique qu'on n'entend plus rien. Et ce qu'ils disent, de toute façon, j'ai envie de dire, on n'a rien à foutre. Même moi, je les écoute pas. Je veux dire, même moi, je les écoute pas.
And keep their dreams alive. They got the Axe of Champions up for grabs. The lion's share of $4 million. And I think just as important for these competitors, calling themselves the best in the world when it comes to Fortnite.
That is absolutely correct. The standings, the minimal points required will probably be much higher than 91 because if you compare the top points from yesterday to today, it is so much more closer. That threshold is much tighter. This is by far a much more difficult qualifier round to get out of. But first, Yuma, Jama, Moneymaker comes in, looking sharp as ever here, gets the first tag, but his teammate is also hurt. Swings around.
No,
can he go ahead and put it all together here?
This is a big battle for both of these teams because this decides if they have even a chance to keep themselves alive, and they immediately get disengaged from Jama and Yuma. Moneymaker's just hot on the heels though. May not know exactly where he's at, but by going this route, he knows now he has to be in that direction. He spots him out at the tail end on top of the roof. Shots gonna be fired. Jamon taking a lot of that damage. Fanayan there to finish the job. They keep it alive, Monster.
What a well-played elimination right there. Comes in, finishes the job nice and easy this time. The shoes on the other foot. They are here to change the narrative, change the story.
Mais déjà, t'as Clément qui s'est fait KO dès le début.
Chance, well, we already know. You can be all the way at the back.
Vico, ça, on sait que
One win can potentially take you to the top.
Yep, and with some of these teams already have their ticket on that battle bus ready. We've seen some reckless play to try to defend their drop spot, but a nice shot from Anon and Sons to deal a load of damage on their opponents. All about how you capitalize on this opportunity now. You can see the crouch coming out from Anon. He's trying to hide exactly which direction he's going to come from, but FKS doing the same exact thing, trying to peek through one of these windows, and he has a gold sharp tooth. He could definitely run pump either one of these players.
I'm sorry to say it, but FKS and Adapter just really representing as far as their drop has been better. They have really out-dropped Sons and Anon every single round that we've seen here for the most part. This is the first time those Suns and Anon have found a very good and promising loadout here at the Temple.
But the positions have switched. Usually it's Suns and Anon playing from the low ground, which hasn't really worked out for them. Now we have the side angle and a lot of damage onto Adapter. He's trying to follow it up with combat SMG, trying to get him to expend as many of those resources as possible to make the fight that much easier. A little peekaboo shot from Adapt. FKS trying to clean that one up as well, but they just get pushed right back into the same box. Shields are going to get dropped. One's going to go down. Adapter trying to hang on his final lifeline, but Suns with another angle. They win the most important battle of their day so far.
What an incredible win right there, and all of a sudden now, that could be the run. Dreams shattered. Hopes being made at the same time.
Not too many contested fights actually go down over here towards Brutal Bastion, even though it is contested. A little bit of a north and a south split between the two teams, which kind of maybe explains why they might be lacking a little bit when it comes to Storm Surge versus other contested teams here in the game, but they don't know exactly where their opponents are at. Bowles has the loadout that he wants. He wants to go ahead and pick up that big pot. Side sets the sniper. Sheeton and Pixie are so far away, and they have that elevation, so it's not going to be an easy find to take advantage of. Well, Phaser, he found something. Tries to go for a quick couple of early shots. Snazy immediately builds up, takes that elevation away from Phaser. King is a little bit too far away, so if they're able to pounce rather quickly, that'll be two separate 2v1s. But it does look like Podesai is going to go for a disengage momentarily, which allows Phaser to kind of stabilize, reclaim his position, and reunite with King.
Very, very important set of engagements in front of King and Phaser here if they want to make it to top 25. Ping, Kyrie need to do the same here, and the Eclipse State is starting to get a little expensive. A lot of teams nearby. Meanwhile, Edgy falls there. Fights happening here. All in the last game. Pink and Vico taking that heated streak here directly into the next game. Already in a battle. Already trying to turn online here. You know, feeling pretty good. It's up against Shalom. Shalom made an end game there as well. That was a big, big turn of events for him.
See Pink and Vico right now. Now that they more than likely punched their ticket to the finals, playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more reckless, trying to repeat the fragging ability that they had in that last game, going a different direction than some of the other games that we've seen so far. Third party coming in, making NK Papa's that job that much harder as Vico continues to go ahead and push them in, take away a lot of their territory. Pink is on the other side, but he needs to be careful because he's running out of resources to work with. But it does look like it is going their way continuously.
One false move and it could be all over for Shalom here. He has to hit this shot, but he's missing it. Vico finds his first, and down goes MK Papa first. Shalom now solo, but there is a duo starting to fire in. That might be the saving grace here, as they did not get the full finish with Shalom. Back against the wall here. Vico continuing to push in. He's heated up. It's looking good, but these are not his walls. Hurt now from the third party. Back down to the low ground. Vico and Pink back up. It's cost them so much. Heals, material, and everything in between. We know they're top 25. But at the cost of Shalom's game potentially here now.
The minimap is showing that the third party is getting fourth partied, making sure everybody has an invitation to the celebration, and that allows Pink and Vico a little bit more flexibility to continue the 2v1 onslaught, and they finish the fight. They send him back to the lobby and end the run for Shalom.
Shalom and MK Papa were right on the 13th spot. But if you just took away 10 points, they would be on the bubble, on the line inside the top 20. So we'll see if it can hold up now. They'll have to hold their breaths until the next game. If we saw a repeat of last game, it's going to be tough.
No, it definitely is. Especially now that they have to sit and watch. Only place on the leaderboard they can go is down, but at least they've secured their spot thus far. Source taking a little bit of damage. Taking a few seconds to try to heal up here over towards Steamy Springs. You see Bully and Shadow in their lines of sight. Just Shadow, actually. So these kids give Bully a chance to try to alleviate some of the pressure or just continue to rotate as Skits and Sora do go down to Duke and Edgy. Duke got to be feeling himself after that huge 2v1. against his NA counterparts. And just got to ask if he has the reboot card because there's a chance to get Edgy back into the game, as it does look like he's going towards the edge of the zone where you'd think some, or at least the least amount of players are at.
Duke, by far,
Kaizen. Ah, ben voilà, on a nos deux Français qui sont pour l'instant très bien qualifiés.
Coming out of game 3, securing them inside the top 10 so far. Now, the team that probably needs the crowd's energy the most, Epic Whale and Clicks are on 24th position. And we want to emphasize, to get out of the lower bracket, you have to get to 25th position or better. They are just on that line. One mistake, and it is over.
You just have to figure out a way to dig deep, get that energy. River and Gazer going up against another duo here. Rapid, Q, and DX. Shots also coming in from around the map, making it that much harder to try to take this one in a convincing manner. But the piece control goes all over, but a great shot by Rapid to go ahead and get a knock onto one. Quickly going to clean that one up for the Siphon. Getting that refresh on the maps as well. You can see he's max. QNDX ready to continue putting down the pressure, advancing forward every chance that he gets, trying to cut him off. River's going to be by himself. A little bit of a miracle is going to be needed, but he's quickly keeping them on the run, going up elevation. Definitely one box at a time, trying to tear down the walls of his opponent, give himself some real estate to work with, trying to stabilize his position. And momentarily, he's going to do just that. And another shot being fired on the Rapid, so the bait and switch is going to come in, and they played that one to perfection to take down River.
Let's go. Well played for Middle East right there. Meanwhile, Tahi has to clutch up for death. This is it. They're working together right now. They find DeGueda there on the rotate. Very nicely set here for the rest of the game now. They can pick up these materials. They can pick up the extra finds here. Get right to the zone. Plenty of time to work with as well. This will put them well within the surge. Comfort for now.
D'accord, c'était mangé, c'était violent.
Saw Kaizen go down in the
petits duos français sont qualifiés.
Clement was also out, but they've positioned themselves on the leaderboard in 15th place. Got to be confident that it is going to hold, but only time will tell as Anon goes down to the deal. Suns as well, so another duos run here this weekend comes to an end, while another one is shining bright.
Love to root for death. Young kid from the Bronx alongside Tahi, but jumping over to Okis, who's trying to put up the solo clutch here. For a moment there, he had a bit more on the standings, but now pressured in by Kitos and PHN. They're working the pincer maneuver here. One wall and two, and Okis now runs, trying to stay up. The early med kit here, they don't want to risk anything, making sure that they put themselves in the most optimal position to win this fight here. You have to respect every pro player that has made it this far in the stage. The best of the best globally here gathered for the weekend's tournament. There is no easy set of eliminations, but Okis is going to fall here now to the hands of PHC. And just like that, the Brazilian boys gain another. Well played.
Trying to continue where they left off yesterday and go up that leaderboard. FHD and Hero. Does look like they got a little bit of a slower rotation compared to most in this game. Almost uncontested towards the north side of the map, and that's where they're putting their money on to see if it is going to go in this direction. But the only question I really have, Monster, is how much surge do they have? Because if you're going on the slow side, you're not going to have very many opportunities to pick that one up. And even though they have a good amount of wood, full brick, right now they're just trying to get as much metal as possible because they know how useful it is in that end game.
Meanwhile, we get to watch this back one more time. Tahi and Death, how they managed to find their eliminations right off the rocket ramp to set up the angle. Tahi, who came back from an extended break, joins back up with Death in the final last chance qualifier, pushes his way through, and then secures himself the ticket, the ride here to wonderful Copenhagen. And now this is his last chances, his last efforts at play here in game number 5, where they absolutely have to come inside the top 10 if they want a shot. So does Clicks and Epic Whale. They just need to play just well enough, just good enough, better than the upper half of the lobby.
Yeah, that's basically two different sides of the coin. Death and Tahi
Put
need
that
a
thing in the
VR if they're looking to qualify, or a massive amount of eliminations. You said it yourself, Clix and Epic will need to do just enough to go ahead and punch their own ticket there. Stacey and Podesai at this stage in the game, I feel like they did more than enough to find themselves confident to go ahead and play yet another day of Fortnite tomorrow. And a chance to win $1 million as a team. And each placing below that is no slouch either. There's a massive amount of money up for grabs. $4 million to be exact. 7-man is trying to put the team on his back here. By himself. You see he has the vault loot and he's in 27th place.
Epic Mailway just found something there, but 7-man has the tournament run on his back. Snazy knocked to the hands of Epic Whale, but saved. Picked up here. Now starting to run out of heals. They don't have much time. They have to get to the zone now. It's all or nothing, and there it is. Luckily, they were super close. It ends up working out. But Clix and Epic Whale are inside the storm. They're inside the mega city, just coming out a bit late there. So danger lurking everywhere nearby. If 7-man makes it to the finals and King makes it to the finals, we'll see that contestant again. Grand Final is going to be so crazy. The new teams are joining in.
Yeah, the storylines are literally writing themselves right before our very eyes. You see Vortex and Belusi go ahead and capture Rift Island, and that is going to be a must for them. They are right now positioned in 46th place. So not only do they need that Rift Island, they need to continue strong in the rest of this game, pick up a huge VR for the placement points. And I even feel like their job won't be done there. They need to sprinkle in a couple of those eliminations as well, but anything is possible. We've already seen it yesterday.
Caught a glimpse of Peterbot there as well. Big strides for Peterbot and Bala in the last half here. They keep up the pace, but first, YKZ have to do a lot more. See what Frosty's can do. Frosty's got lots to work with here, but the pressure is on as he is on that line. He is the protector of the 25th line, if you will. It's got Raru just next door, Death and Tahi. All teams that would love to go ahead and find these eliminations.
Have to have a little bit of that goal line defense. Not let anybody squeak past them. And that could be a different type of pressure itself, knowing you are in 25th place. Anything can happen. Peterbot and Bila have shown that as well. To qualify to this stage, the different weeks of qualifiers and the grand finals, they fell short with different teammates. But they went ahead and remembered the recipe for success. When they were teammates, they got a first place finish in FNCS Championship. The following season, they got a 6th place finish as well. So they realized what works. And I feel like they're trying to put that to the test here.
This is a deal that was highly regarded on NA to be an elite force, undoubtedly. Now they're joining forces here again today. I got to touch base with Peterbot, and he had a lot to say. His on-camera demeanor doesn't quite show it, but the kid's got a lot of heart and spirit. So far, he is holding that line as well in 21st. Ooh. King and Phaser, man, they have a huge task in front of them. They need an end game. They need a big, big moment here. So does 7-man. 7-man is by himself. That is also his biggest problem here, is that if he makes it and 7-man makes it, they will be contesting one another. That's the reason they're here today, a very difficult upper bracket.
Yeah, it just really goes to show how much all of these players are tested, not only throughout the weekend, the day, and in this game. Decent amount of the lobby. I should say the bottom half of the leaderboard. Some of them are in a big situation with their backs up against the wall. Cooper goes down to 7-man. Can he clean up that elimination? That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves. Cool. I feel like I've seen Pink and Vico positioned next to Bully and Shadow almost all game long, all day long as well. They're trying to aggress onto him instead of going away. They're trying to break into the box, but he falls too far down. That leaves Bully by himself on the high ground.
The wild part about it is Shadow has that, like, all that potential to really finish the job. We've seen him come back with late tournament strides and key his way through teams. That is where he plays best. But unfortunately, he's caught out trying to go against the fired up Vico and Pink. They're just, you know, in the zone, in the stride right now. And it's truly showing. And they'll find themselves this elimination. This will surely secure the deal now. It's over, it's done. Bully has to put the rest of the tournament on. for himself here. You know, they have to at least be proud that they went from being one of the teams placed last up into the 30 spots.
Yeah.
Can he push a little further? Solo is going to be a crazy task. He's going to have to dig deep to perform that.
And you see a lot of the teams that were on top of Rift Island or around it, they get that far pull towards the south side of the map. Cooper and Miro actually do both go down. 7-man's going to clean up both of them. Bully falls as well. Batman Booga trying to hold on to his position. And then we got Snazy and Podesai over on the other side. It does look like they're on the hunt. They have at least one player around him. It does look like he might be a solo. And I wonder if that's 7-man who's already been heating up. Well,
7-man is playing so well. Those are 8 points. Those are 8 points. He was at 26. That's going to jump him up. He was 190 damage below. He already found the knock. He finds up Miro afterwards and crushes them at the same time.
Look at his loadout. He doesn't even need any variation of the shotgun either. He goes in for that mythic stinger over towards Relentless Retreat. I questioned it. I questioned it yesterday, and my answer is here today. You can see why he's doing such things, but he's still below the damage threshold, continuously falling. He needs to figure out what he's going to do, and right now he's just trying to pressure a team across the map. Hope some of those shots sneak through. But he has a couple players on the backside. Hen and Vasquez, Bryce as well. And this could be his opportunity as he looks back to try to get that surge.
Well, one thing's for certain, this is the best performance we've seen come out the Middle Eastern region as a whole at any in-person event. They have just continued to get better and better. And 7-man is truly showing us why they are champions of their region. Although CalGamer is down right now, but he's got to do it again. He needs more surge. 2 eliminations was not enough. Next up might just be Bryson Chubbs, but first, he's got to pick his poison. He's got to move here now, and he's got to move soon. He's one of the last persons here on the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to attempt to out-heal it, wait for those opportunities for these players to try to go ahead and continue moving towards the zone. That's going to be his best chance to try to strike. He's trying to contain the storm surge, but he's still 100 down, 133, continuously falling. A lot of his heals are going to be expended in this situation. But what choice does he have? He's a solo in a world of duos.
Yeah, and that damage that shows just slowly slipping away, getting further and further, looking for any of that leftover loot. He knew that he had something here. There was stuff to spare. Has to pop the slurp juice, take the double. I was going to say the double movement potentially, but no. Needs the shotgun. He's got to do something monumental now. Will it be a solo? Will it be a duo he lands on? Let's find out. He finds a team rotating here. It's Belusi and more. But into the box, and he almost does it. It was so close. He finds Q&D, but Rapid was there to seal the deal, zip him up, and unfortunately, that's it. That's Rap. So what a performance. You have to be so proud you made it that far.
Yeah, just outside of that bubble in 26 is where he went down. And he's doing it with an unorthodox playstyle, not really carrying a shotgun until that final moment.
Oh no, this is everything.
Well, 139 below though. They realize the situation that they're in. Even though they might want to back off, they have no choice but to go forward. That's PH Zen and Keto's on the other side. And this is where they're just trying to back down. They're doing just enough, 1 foot in front of the other. But if they continue to wait for too long, Storm Surge will activate, and they don't have many heals between the two.
This is so scary because PHN has been on fire, but he doesn't have shields. Clix has to do it. He has to do it here and now, and he does. Puts up the numbers. Well played, but it's not enough. He's still 5 below. He's going to have to heal here and find a tag. Can he get it? But no. Shots from above. It's Hen who plays upset. Pam's still here. If he doesn't find a tag, it's all over. Epic gets it in the nick of time and enough time to potentially save his duo. Oh my gosh. But Clix is dropping everything. He's saying, hey, you have to stay alive. Play for yourself. Do it here and now.
Yep. This is the final moments. We've seen Epic Well clutch out before in the past, but that's exactly it. He doesn't have any heals to work with. Neither did Clix on his down body, so it's all up from here. But unfortunate, he's just trying to go ahead and use those bounce pads. Every tool he has in his tool belt to try to get there, and maybe even try to sneak attack one of these teams that might know he's there. Perfect rotation coming out from Epic, not really getting tagged up. This is his chance. He's barely on that mine. He's barely on the threshold trying to stay alive.
Stay alive a little bit longer and you can get the placement points. That is truly what he needs to do. He's in 27th. Once he breaks past 25th, every team that falls will be a difference maker. It's all or nothing right now. He is only 91 above, just barely there, but the chance, the opportunity, the hope is still alive. So is Death, another solo who needs to stay up. One more team will be it. Phaser's already down. That means King is on his final leg too. King falls as well. And they are down and out. Epic Whale is now on that absolute line here.
Wow, he pulled zone as well.
Oh my gosh.
Talk about a blessing in disguise, a miracle even. That's going to allow him to let some of these teams go ahead, go over his box, under his box, and this could be the perfect moment to catch somebody off guard, but he has to be careful because a lot of these teams surrounding him are going to be full-on duos. You can even see Batman, Booga, and Rapid there. There might be one player towards the bottom that he try to take advantage of, but it doesn't look like he's going to peek in that direction. He's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
2 points already given to him. 2 more points now.
No.
Top 23, but the surge updates as teams start to fall here. He's the final line. He is the one below. To his left, to his right, players everywhere, but the zone is behind him. And now, off he goes, 200 builds in front of him, showing you guys why he is a 6x FNCS champion. Can he clutch up? Surely he can. There's a player there. He sees the builds come out. It's Freshwood. Can he break it though? No! Decides to go for it. 18 seconds now before the zone starts to close and move in. Players jumping everywhere. Zone's on his tail side. Crash pads in front of him. He takes one. Left exposed. He's nervous. Tensions are high here.
Time is definitely ticking. Only a few seconds left before Storm Surge activates. This is going to be the moment right here. It's all or nothing for Epic Whale trying to stay alive. 293 below the threshold. He's trying to move forward. He sees a couple players in front of him. The damage is there. He's trying to do just enough. Playing a game of peekaboo, but he's still below the damage threshold.
One tag! No! Bila finds him! But did he do enough? Did he get to top 20 or not is the question. It's going to be so very close. How many points did he earn? Back into the game, though. The line is there. Peterbot is firing his way up to the top. Ooh. And he's still going. Finishing the job that Epic left off. A clean finish there onto Rapid.
He's hoping and praying that every one of these teams are below him are getting eliminated by people who already have their spot secured, just like Peterbot and Bila. They're inside that top 25. They're trying to push themselves even further, and he's hoping that it's them who take down some of these players. Moneymaker, Fnayan are going to be right below Bila. That's one of the teams that needed a big game here on the day. High ground's going to be stolen away from TK and Quanti. One of them's going to go down. The crash landing comes through, but Peterbot just dunks him out of the lobby.
Peterbot turning online now, but he loses Bila in the process now by himself. Peterbot has definitely done enough to get to Sunday finals. At this rate, it has to be. But Groles on the low ground here for Clownski has to put up the numbers. This is incredible. If he does enough, he can actually push players out of their top 25. This is one of the few players that needs a little bit more. But Deal's in front of Peterbot. There's still a few top teams in the running here.
Yeah, there's only just a couple of teams outside of that bubble that need these big points. Top 7. Every single player left is going to be solos. Peterbot falls. He was just on the bubble as well. Noxy getting an elimination onto Lucy. Final 4 players. This is it. These are the moments. Noxy falls. 1v1 situation. Vadil versus Groles. A player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win. Groles goes down. Vadil takes him out. But who qualified? That's the question we're asking.
What a well-played fight it was, and Vadil and Savage get a win like we know they should. Absolutely deserving, and you have to give him the crown. We'll be seeing them at the finals.
You can see the celebration, the loudness. Frankie on the stage, let us know.
Vadil and Savage, not only did you just take the victory royale, you have also topped the leaderboard at the end of day 2. Congratulations, Vadil. I know you feel a bit on a high right now, but can you put this moment into words for me?
I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. I just solo win. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the other people doing, but I guess it worked, yeah.
You were winning. That's what you were doing. Savage, what was it like watching this man solo clutch?
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen.
Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
There was a reason that you wanted to duo with him, but did you imagine this moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I had no idea what I was getting into, but this kid... Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll allow it this once. I want to come to you, Vidil. This is your 8th LAN, I believe. So you've got plenty of experience under your belt, but you have never lifted a trophy before. Can you imagine yourself now at the front of this stage lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Easy.
And what does it look like to you? What was that feeling in your brain when you think about lifting that trophy?
Well, I don't know, like, I would be so happy and like so proud of myself, and then, yeah.
And I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage, because there have been people in Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, that would be crazy. So, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage and Vidil!
I mean, come on! How else do we want to close this lower bracket? From first place in the last chance major to first place in the lower bracket. This is a story in the making. Congratulations, Mr. Savage and Vidil. I know y'all heard the crowd erupt here in the Royal Arena. My gosh. To come down as well to a solo fight.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that time and time again, these guys have seen themselves in a solo situation. In game number 1, it was Mr. Savage. In game number 3, it was Vidil. But look at Vidil right here with so many eliminations already, and then going into a 5-1v1. He was prepped, he was ready. These guys have already shown they can do it, and then they did it once more.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything put in front of him. Again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout the year, we constantly talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket. Doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Ooh, I mean, that's the question, right? But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each other, how much they have each other's back. And look at that. First place coming out of the lower bracket with 249 points, but also Agers and Kanata coming in second. We all knew after Major 3 that this duo had it in them, but then they faced the impossible task in day 1, going up against the likes of Malabuka and Thomas HD, but we all knew that they were capable of showing up.
100%. I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like Vidil in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We got to know the 25 players who have made it on to Global Championships Grand Finals. Here is a look at your list, and I would want to call out one duo in particular. Bottom left, second from the bottom, Rolls and Clown. These guys literally battled it out there in game number 5 of the day, and they literally found themselves in that top 25. They were outside, and in a single game, they said, Grands, we'll be there.
Unbelievable. Rolls and Clown are a duo that if you watch competitive Fortnite in the EU, their name you've been seeing about throughout the year, right? They're names who are in these lobbies and at any given moment can put on a performance like Rolls put on there. And boy, did it come at a good time, right? You know, I spoke to them before the competition started, and I actually asked them, between the two of you, who's the carry, right? Is it Clown, is it Girls? Who would you say is the carry? And Girls looked at me straight and said, look, I'm going to be the one that steps up. And here in that last game, to clutch up, to send them through to the final seek, it was Girls once again.
He played it so smart and so aggressively too, and obviously that just gave them the right amount of points that they needed. But also Stain and Datus just barely scraping by. We saw them have such hot and cold games throughout the day, but when it mattered most, they clutched up.
Such a good story, and of course, Danish fans rejoice. Steno and Lucy will be going on to grand finals as well. There is so much representation. There is so much on the line tomorrow. My goodness, my head is racing. Like, I'm just thinking of everything, all of the things. But what's important about today is for the 25 that did go through. Now you have to level set. You have to figure out what's the plan going into tomorrow. We know there's 25 duos there. What do we need to change up to prepare ourselves?
Well, I mean, the teams that have competed here today have either competed in day one or at least got the chance to see how the teams have competed. But that also works inversely, where the teams in day one now got to watch all the teams compete here today. So any kind of secret strats they potentially have is probably not going to be used anymore. They have to go to the drawing board, look at the VODs tonight, and you know a lot of these players are going to be studying up because there is $1 million on the line tomorrow for that first place spot.
Yeah, 100%, man. Everyone's going to be scrambling tonight, figuring out. Let's establish now what the map's going to look like even, right? Because certain teams, right, are they going to switch up if they're going back to a spot that they were contested at? If you're Vico and Pink, you now go back, keep going to your spot and try and deal with Akon and Cold. If you're Cammy and Seti, you're seeing Davis and Stain qualifying, and you're going, oh my goodness, not these guys again, right? So, you know, again, you're going to have to spend the night really thinking about how tomorrow's lobby is going to play out for you.
So many things to break down. First, let's get a temperature check. We got to go back over to the creator lounge. We have the birthday girl herself standing by, Mama Benji Fishy.
Thank you so much, Z. You said it right there. The birthday girl herself, Mama Benji Fishy, the wonderful Mama Benji Fishy. Can we get a bit of a cheer for Mama Benji Fishy? It's her birthday, everyone. It's all for you. Now, of course, this is a global competition. So many people know you from the Europe region. Tell us about yourself.
Je sais pas comment il va parce qu'il a pas, j'ai pas encore parlé avec lui aujourd'hui.
I'm mainly playing competitive Fortnite. Obviously not at the level that.
Désolé, je t'ai vu que t'es parti faire quelque chose. Voilà. On vient de... Ah, sa mère. Du coup, comme je disais, j'avais pas juste que j'ai retiré l'accord du son. On vient de finir de regarder les FNCS. On sait que nos deux petits joueurs français ont été qualifiés. Et ouais. Je peux rien dire d'autre que qu'on est très content que nos deux petits joueurs français soient qualifiés. On va dire grand chose de plus. Et donc on va continuer en no build. On va bientôt passer élite. Ouais, ça va bien mettre mon rang. Voilà. On est à 78%. Donc on va continuer en no build. Et ouais. Tout ça pour vous dire que nos deux petits duos français ont été qualifiés demain. Et demain, on continuera encore avec la World Cup. De ça, faut même pas m'en parler. La World Cup, je vais la continuer demain. Voilà, métallique. Frère. Tu brilles à mille feux, mais... Ah bah attends, Tom, si tu veux, je fais une game de ranked pour voir si je peux passer élite en no build. Et après, t'auras qu'à revenir. Parce que là, normalement, je serais déjà quasi parti en game, là. Mais t'inquiète. Je fais une petite game d'élite et après, Je fais ma petite game pour voir si je peux passer élite et après c'est bon. Ah, c'est encore ça. D'abord que ça me proc une game et après je t'inviterai. Le temps que la game elle proc, on va aller voir pour l'instant combien de vues le live il a au total. On a un pic de 6 vues au total, ce qui est très très fort. Mais moi je m'y attendais pas. Si je peux aller faire ça par là. Des vidéos. Ouais, tu vois, je peux aller voir ici. 22 vues déjà. Ah. J'en ai rien à foutre, frère. Attends, je te connais même pas. Donc, ouais, Tom. Tu peux lancer ton jeu, mais je ferai d'abord une proc game pour essayer de passer Elite en build. En vrai, j'ai trop content de pouvoir avoir ça, même à une petite communauté comme ça. Alors par contre, ça va être bizarre de prendre aussi peu, que je vais pouvoir écouter aussi peu. Mais de base, c'est ce que j'écoute de base, mais c'est juste avec les FNCS quoi. Que j'ai mis aussi fort. D'accord. Pardon. On est déjà à 27 vues, on a un message 23. On a eu un pic de 2 messages 2 fois, 3 fois même. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ça a été amélioré, ça veut dire? Il y en a eu 28, non? Ouais. Ok, j'ai proc ma game. Je vais voir que j'ai proc ma game. Ah, par contre, je vais faire comme là tout à l'heure, frère. Je vais reprendre du temps avant de devenir serveur juge. Donc ne jugez pas mon niveau. Oh putain de sa mère la pute. Voilà, encore que une caméra de merde. Je peux rien foutre, frère. Voilà, ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas spawn ici, frère. Bon, pas de contest. C'est assez dommage pour récupérer des pourcents simples. Voilà, je viens de te dire heureux qu'il n'y a pas de contest. Hein. J'ai foncé dans le gros vat, mais... Eh ben frère, je veux bien là le jeu. Hein. n'hésitez pas à envoyer un message en chat. Hein. Je regarde et je réponds à tout le monde. Ah putain! Ouais, c'est dangereux ce que je fais, mais... Hop là. Putain, quand t'es dans le jeu, bon, j'ai au moins une moyenne de fuite. Star, frère, ça m'a fait peur. Donc, comme j'ai dit, je fais vite une game de ranked avant que...
Voilà, my soul.
Ouais.
Bon, regarde, j'ai trop. My soul, tu vois qu'un truc, quand Podacé et Sneezy ils étaient en bas de la montagne, ils sont montés, ils sont morts là. J'ai trop le seum. Vraiment, ça quand même, je te jure.
Ça fait pop 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 dans les bras. On connaît déjà le scénario. On est technique comme en Mario. La peu frappe dans le télé.
Bon, j'ai 2 secondes parce que la musique elle va vraiment trop fort. Hein, parce que là, même moi ça me pète les oreilles juste comme ça. Hein. C'est bon. Je t'ai des mutes et j'entends plus rien. Et j'ai mal.
My soul, j'ai vu dans le faire, mais trop fort la musique.
Ça, je l'ai déjà très bien entendu qu'il la mettait très fort sa musique. Hop.
Putain, ma soeur m'a fait rater mon spawn, cette salope.
J'ai rien compris, mais ouais, c'est lui.
Ma soeur m'a fait rater mon spawn.
Moi j'ai raté mon spawn à cause de ma putain de caméra, frère.
Ah,
j'essaye de la régler, mais du coup ça m'a fait sauter. Et du coup je suis passé à Frenzy. En vrai, Frenzy goat hein. Vraiment. D'accord, les spawnakov c'est très cheaté, mais Frenzy aussi. Hein. Je te le jure, il y a un bot, frérot, je l'ai pris.
Oh, je l'ai pile, ça dans la vie. Comment tu joues en game solo?
Moi je suis en ranked nobile de solo.
Moi aussi.
Ouais, moi c'est pour passer élite que je fais ça. Hein.
Moi pour passer hors 1.
Ah mais j'ai pas le bot qui a pop en fait. Ah si, j'ai le bot qui peut pop. Qu'est-ce que je raconte?
Ouais, mais je sais pas si c'est moi. Et le bélier, je l'ai à l'infini, il me semble.
Oui, parce que c'est qu'en tournoi que t'as pas en infini. Sinon tu l'as à l'infini.
Ah, c'est qu'en tournoi?
Oui.
Je pense qu'en ranked aussi.
Non, de base ça aurait dû être en ranked aussi, mais ça n'a pas été mis en ranked.
Bah, tu sais, c'est quoi le meilleur pompe pour...
La nobile, ça va dépendre en fait. Des fois le space va être très très fort, mais quand t'as le pompe tactique et exo, c'est le pompe que tu vas avoir quoi.
Moi je l'ai en bleu là. Je le garde, on va dire.
Mais tu peux aller à Rumble Ruin parce que t'as un bot qui te le vend à Rumble Ruin. Mais après à un certain moment, c'est très convoité le spawn. Hein.
Non, mais là, je te donne. Bah, tu prends ton ballerine, tu vois la petite. La station d'essence avec les caravanes là. Je spawn là, mais je le spawn, tu vois, le spawn à côté de Eclipse là.
Ouais.
Entre. Je spawn là, mais ma soeur elle m'a tapé dans la manette, genre.
Moi j'ai tapé dans ma manette parce que elle me cassait les couilles à bugger. Et du coup, bah. Ouais.
Là, c'est ma Xbox ou l'autre?
PS toujours.
Et Xbox, elle bug ou pas? Ça le Xbox.
Je sais pas, j'ai utilisé depuis un petit temps.
Pourquoi je suis en train de farm comme un mongol? Mais ça, c'est une habitude que j'ai de merde, tu vois.
Et moi, le fait c'est que j'essaye de bien retape, etc. parce que moi j'ai pas de protection.
Moi, j'ai juste 2. En vrai, la DMR, c'est fort, non?
Non.
Bah, ça met du moins 50 et tu parles de.
Ouais, mais il faut que tu aies un bon switch avec un pompe aussi. Même que tu aies le pompe tactique, il faut que tu aies un bon switch aussi, quoi.
C'est vrai.
Ah, il a mis un bunker, il a mis un.
Quoi? Est-ce que je prends un bélier ou je garde 2 répulsives et j'essaie d'avoir d'autres?
Joue répulse. Le lié va te servir à rien dans la vie.
Vas-y, j'essaie d'avoir braquage de sac là.
Il a le pompe à charge.
Ah oui, ça vit, hein.
Mais il met pas les 200 qu'il devrait mettre.
T'as mis à 200?
Non. Il met pas, j'ai dit.
Ok. En vrai, j'ai regardé un peu les trucs. Et c'est vraiment galère, hein. Les FNCS. Et je me doutais, tu vois.
Crac, un HP, mort. Ok, c'est bon.
Mais franchement, je suis en train de farm depuis tantôt. Moi, je suis un débile, c'est impossible. Con comme moi. Regarde ça.
J'allais chercher le sauvegarde que j'avais là tout à l'heure.
Ouais, je crois qu'il vend de la viande, le bot.
Et j'en mets une grosse, après j'allais push les bots.
Ils sont vraiment forts, ce qu'ils disent. Je savais déjà qu'ils étaient forts, tu vois. Mais genre, ça me choque, mais ça me. Oh, balai. Est-ce que je crois balai ou répulse?
Moi j'utilise toujours balai.
Balai. Et est-ce que je prends des fours de poche?
Oui, il faut toujours une protection. Si t'as rien comme protection comme chauffeur par exemple, tu prends l'effort de poche.
Et genre, attends, je crois que je vais dire mon chef, tu me dis ce que je lâche pour le four de poche. Attends. Sous les coffres ici. J'ai pompe automatique d'expert bleu, PM épique, balai, 2 poissons bouclier bleu et 4 aspergeurs de slap. Quelle chose lâche?
Attends, t'as combien de poissons?
2.
T'as quoi d'autre encore comme ça?
4 aspergeurs de slap.
C'est tout?
Ouais.
Et t'as quoi comme arme?
Pompe qui spam on va dire et PM.
Et t'as une protection, c'est ça?
Non, j'ai pas de protection.
Ah, t'as le balai.
Mais je peux prendre. Ouais, j'ai le balai.
Lâche tes. Soit tes poissons, soit tes aspergeurs.
Je prends la.
Tu m'aurais dit que t'avais les exos, je t'aurais dit automatiquement lâche tes putains de poissons, mais tu les as pas en exo, du coup, je sais pas.
Ouais, je vais lâcher les splash. Ah non, attends. Ah, mais les bouts curatifs, ça veut dire que ça devrait alors.
Moi j'ai bout curatif, j'ai le bush dans les. J'ai la boue dans les bush, j'ai bush curatif, j'ai le premier coup d'assaut et le truc où j'enlève moins de sprint.
Très bon ton combo là.
Ouais, mais c'est pour ça, dès que j'ai pris le bush dans le truc, j'ai essayé d'avoir la boue curative.
Mais en vrai c'est bien, ouais, genre les atouts, il y a beaucoup d'atouts qui pas qui se mélangent, mais tu captes.
Oui, bah ils se complètent.
Ouais, comme élan de slap, plus élan redéployeur, le saut gravité là.
Non, c'est le saut en gravité avec
ouais.
redéployeur.
Ouais, je sais pas si j'ai vu ça. Ouais. Il y a beaucoup de trucs comme ça qui. complète.
Et après, tu peux aussi utiliser des bonbons, tu vois. Que moi j'ai utilisé par-ci par-là. Là, j'ai utilisé de la gravité, frérot, j'ai pu push le mec en 2 secondes parce que j'avais de la boue plus de la gravité.
Oh. Ouais.
Mais tu vois là, moi, en fait, je sais pas quoi enlever pour utiliser une protection, tu vois. Mais je sais ce que je vais faire. Je vais faire le rat.
T'as utilisé les protections, non?
Oui, mais j'ai pas les protections, mais j'utilise un soin à full en fait.
Oh. Prends-t-il si n'est pas ta peur d'un poisson?
Il m'a fait peur le mec.
Après, il avait accablé ma moto, mais il est parti trop vite. Il y avait un autre mec sur moi après.
Faut que j'ai de la boue.
Oui, là. Ah, c'est bon, c'est tué.
C'est bon, j'ai de la boue.
Oh, il y avait rien d'intéressant.
Parce que dès que j'ai pris vite fait les dégâts de chute parce qu'il y a un mec qui était à la hauteur, il m'a fait peur d'un coup sec, frérot. C'est pas qu'il m'a tiré dessus, mais j'ai pop quasiment sur lui avec le balai, il m'a fait peur. Je suis descendu direct en fait. Et en ce moment, je cours à l'infini, donc comme. Sérieusement, j'ai un des. C'est un des meilleurs combos de la build que j'ai là en fait.
De quoi?
Bah, avoir des combos de rota, c'est le meilleur combo de la build. Pour être ça, c'est les meilleurs combos, c'est les meilleurs renforts à utiliser, c'est les renforts rota en build.
Ouais, clairement. Pourquoi j'ai eu un cache. J'ai un cache caché. Et dedans, il est épique. C'est-à-dire, j'ai peut-être un meilleur pompe.
Non, ça m'a mis dans le sol, putain.
Mais est-ce que j'ai un chanfort de poids juste pour protéger le milieu? Non.
Bah, déjà, je me suis protégé moi du aïe en prenant un drapeau, frérot. Parce que j'ai pris un château. Dis-toi que quand t'as des soins, des fois, quand tu prends une protection comme ça, gaspille-les directement en fait. Que personne tombe dessus. Surtout quand t'as des soins cheatés, parce que moi j'ai pris château, mais j'avais truc. Ah ben voilà, frère. Frérot, le seul endroit où il peut me tirer dessus, mais full tête. Génial. Déjà, il est en sneaky, je l'entends pas. De deux, il met full tête, frère. J'avais un trop bon stuff. Même lui, il avait un trop bon stuff, hein. Je dis pas le contraire, hein, mais frérot, avec une AR verte, frérot, il met tout ça, frère. Et ça a même pas une château, par contre, ça j'ai capté, hein. J'ai capté ça, ça a pas une château, hein. Je vais te regarder, t'inquiète, hein. J'ai pris 3-4%, ça je sais. En tout cas, je suis quasi elite, donc c'est un peu logique. T'as un good stuff. Il a le nouveau pompe, ok. Il est inhabilité. Shoot-le dans les airs si tu peux. Ah, juste à côté de toi. Mais la lumière, ok, à côté de toi, la lumière.
Ah, vas-y, quoi.
Bah, t'as un good stuff, mais t'as pas un good soin, quoi. Fais gaffe, parce que t'as une vénarde du coup derrière toi, hein.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai.
Elle est là, tu l'as vu. 34. Elle a un roquette, hein, fais gaffe. Hein. 34, 34, 34. Elle est dans le bush, hein, juste derrière. Elle est dans le bush, tu le vois. Tu l'as vu? Au côté, de l'autre côté.
Non, je la vois pas, je la vois pas.
Si, tu la vois à travers le bush. Ça, un HP, push. Elle arrête son onde de choc. Lâche ton balai et prends ton air. Elle est en dessous. Tire. Voilà. Tire. Pas grave.
Je sais pas tout. Je rush ou pas?
Essaye de trouver d'autres soins parce que là t'as qu'une pizza, ça va être la merde.
Il y a une grosse pote à gauche, je vais voir.
Ouais, donc c'est d'un cache ça. Prends les mini. Et garde les mini en stock. Hein.
Ouais, y'a qu'une.
Non, moi si j'ai bien vu, j'ai un mec circuit.
Un mec circuit? Oui. Je sais qu'il y a un bot qui donne un coffre, genre qui dit.
Mais après, dis, tu sais qu'il y a un bot qui donne une air lège. Hein. Là, tu l'as vu, c'est la vénarde en plus.
C'était ou pas? Attends, pas vu.
Ah non, c'est cache aussi. Mais attends, elle m'a un balai. Hein. Tu recharges et tu mets le balai. Hein. Tu lui popes à la gueule, hein, c'est tout. Garde la hauteur quand même. Joue toujours stratégiquement. Garde-toi, roquette. Je sais pas d'où exactement. Là, tu l'as vu. C'est la vénarde. Mais lui a un bunker dans la bouche. Voilà. Elle est derrière les shots. Il faudra que tu essayes de la push parce qu'elle va te mettre encore en roquette après c'est mort.
Donc je vais aller derrière ou pas? Derrière elle?
Elle arrive je crois.
Non j'avais encore rien en haut.
Ouais non je l'ai vu aussi. Tu mets un balai,
est-ce que je mets un balai derrière là?
Oui. Prends la hauteur. Mais non. Voilà t'as atterri là. Tu l'as vu. Elle peut juste tirer dessus à la PM. Elle te met 0 de dégâts avec ça. Casse le truc, elle est cachée. C'est ce que tu dois faire ça. Par contre, si elle t'a mis à la PM là, tu l'as quasi crack. Y'a le mec derrière toi. Il a la DMR. Ok. Voilà, move ta caméra dans tous les sens. Normalement, ils vont se fight entre eux. Et t'auras le temps de te mettre du soin ici. Mets tes mini, mets tous les bidons. Tous les bidons possibles.
J'arrive pas à gérer mes fights en...
T'inquiète. Dans environ 1 heure, je cut mon live qui aura duré assez longtemps.
Oui, en vrai, il y a de longtemps ton live, hein.
Oui. Bah, je l'ai commencé à 15h et là je l'ai fait non-stop parce que j'ai laissé les FNTS avec dans la visualisation. En fait.
Mais gros, juste ce qui est bizarre, c'est qu'il y a eu plein de gens à la fin. Plein de gens. Genre, il y a une augmentation, genre, au début, il y en avait toujours 2, à la fin, il y en avait 4.
Ouais, d'un coup, il y en avait 5 et après, il y en avait 6 et ma sœur de Ronsandia 4 à 3.
Moi, ça, je comprends
pas. En
vrai,
ça me va, moi, dans tous les cas, tant que je vais toujours augmenter petit à petit, ça c'est sûr. T'es top 10. Du coup, comme je disais, si tu veux, après on fait de la ranked no build Joe, mais avec mon autre compte. Hein.
Moi, je veux bien.
Pour te traîner un peu, et comme ça on pourra faire ma vite fait par-ci par-là de l'équipement sans.
Parce que quoi, je veux que, sans mentir, je stresse trop. Parce que toi, là, je peux venir, je peux me construire, je peux me box et tout. Là, je me dis, qu'est-ce que je fais, tu vois?
Mais c'est pour ça qu'il faut toujours avoir des protections. Et les matelas, ils sont pratiques en build, mais pas en no build.
Ouais, j'ai vu tous les moves qu'ils faisaient avec les matelas. Je savais pas qu'ils pouvaient être autant utiles.
Moi, je l'ai appris il y a un petit temps déjà, mais avant que je l'apprenne, vraiment, avant que je l'apprenne, je connaissais pas l'existence que ça peut être cheaté ça.
Ouais, pour moi, c'était de la merde comme avant.
Faut toujours bien écouter ton environnement. Tu l'as vu. Essaye de pas rester vers le milieu quand t'es dans no cover.
Ok, attends, je vais partir vers là-bas.
Si tu veux rester au milieu, tu dois chercher de la cover.
Non.
Rota phase zone, hein, parce que même que t'as pas de cover, la rota phase zone, faut que tu trouves un bush dedans. Que personne te voie quand tu trouves le bush. Hein. Tu peux utiliser ton... Utilise ton balai, t'as pas de cover, Et après tu utiliseras les matelas. Mets-toi derrière les rochers en low ground. Non mais continue, un move pour essayer de trouver un bush, hein, mais tu les trouves ici, tu essayes de les trouver en passant par ici en fait. Pour aller prendre les fiches. Voilà. Et essaye de trouver un bush fast. Ou un igloo. C'est la même chose. Un bush ou un igloo, pas un bat, parce qu'un bat c'est trop prévisible qu'il y a quelqu'un dedans.
Est-ce que je peux voir dans le bat s'il y a des cachettes ou pas? Attends, là il y a des bush.
Ouais, prends-les à la place de tes fiches. Mais reste tout près de tes fiches à ce niveau-là. Mets-toi dans le bush à côté. Il y a un bush derrière toi. Non.
Non,
c'est pour pas utiliser ton bush.
Attends.
T'as quasi 0 cover. Quand t'as pas de cover,
on
n'utilise jamais. Essaye d'en trouver. Parce que là, c'est les covers que tu t'as stack.
Oh, katana.
Et là, c'est des covers que tu adores stack, tu vois.
Ouais,
mais si t'as le château, là, tu peux l'utiliser. Et quand t'as une cover que tu stack, essaye de le garder au plus possible. Vraiment que quand t'en as vraiment besoin. T'as entendu le mec avec la tiro là où t'es passé. En plus, il y a une faille. Essaye de rota fast slap. Rota avec tout ce que tu peux. Hein. Faut que tu rota fast.
Là, là je peux utiliser mon balai ou...
Oui, 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 oui.
Oh bâtard.
Et heureusement que je t'ai dit oui, oui, au moment. Ah, t'as l'autre bout de la zone. Si t'avais les prédicts de zone, ça aurait été déjà plus facile pour moi de te donner quelque chose en ordre en fait. Attends vite fait avec ton balai sur charge, loot un peu, je sais pas. T'as des bunkers, prends-les. L'autre côté, non. Non. Hors slappy, on va dire environ. Hors slappy.
Dans là-bas
Voilà, là.
Ah ouais.
Tu lui prends la place de ton bush.
T'as dû te regarder quand même. Si. Non.
Regarde toujours si t'as pas des mules à pouvoir stock. Ton pompe est full, oui, parce que c'est le nouveau space, du coup c'est pas l'ancien, faut que j'ai de l'habitude. Bah rota zone, hein, t'as tout, hein, t'es fou, non?
Est-ce que je rota vers là, genre je fais...
Essaye toujours de rota, le grand ne peut pas vraiment te voir.
Est-ce que je monte en haut et tout alors?
Ce qui est en fait, c'est que je peux te donner que quelques astuces, mais pas dire exactement parce que les retards, en fait, c'est propre à soi en fait. Là, les fan games, c'est propre à soi les retards.
Et bien ici, c'est bien, ça.
Il faudrait vraiment que tu essayes de trouver un château en ce moment parce que les deux bunkers, ça va te servir à quelque chose et pas à grand chose en fait.
Le château, ça part quand?
Fin de saison, normalement, je crois. Non, essaye même pas de piquer. Essaye de te mettre en zone, quelque part où tu peux te cacher sans utiliser de protection. Et quand on a besoin d'une protection, tu la balances d'un coup sec. C'est pour ça qu'on nos builds avance beaucoup plus avec des protections en main que des armes en main. Protection. Voilà. Mets-toi la mini. Et passe directement au-dessus de ta protection. Mais mets-toi en dessous de l'escalier.
Je vous apporte ou pas?
Non, 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 non. Essaye toujours de regarder par l'escalier si tu peux pas avoir... Là derrière, tu peux prendre un pic sur le mec. Voilà, voilà. Regarde maintenant de l'autre côté, voir si tu peux pas avoir... Parce que les mecs derrière peuvent plus tirer dessus, c'est sûr. Les mecs derrière vont plus pouvoir tirer dessus, à part lui. Oh! Tiamine, voilà. Et regarde derrière toi directement pour voir ça où le mec est. Là, tu l'as vu. Ok, 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 crack. Va sur le stuff du mec peut-être que t'as tué avant. Ok, termine-le si tu peux. Ok, pas grave, va sur le stuff du mec que je t'ai dit. Normalement, il est tombé vers le bas. Voilà, il est là. Prends le katana en rota. Et rota reste de la zone en fait. Mets-toi quelque part où tu peux te protéger par exemple.
Je mettrais bien le caillou, non?
Ouais, plus que 3 sacs chaque cap. Tant que t'en as un que t'as mis un HP. Ça c'est sûr. Sinon, utilise la faille. Va avec ton katana en faille. Va avec ton katana en faille, t'inquiète. Et tu regardes où ils sont. D'accord? Tu ouvres vite fait ton planeur, tu les as vus, voilà. Ils sont tous les deux là, je crois.
Non, c'est un bot, non?
Oui, non, il a un bot avec lui. Ok, l'autre il est où? Là, tu l'as vu derrière le rocher bleu en bas à gauche.
Ouais, je vois.
Voilà, maintenant tu te mets en zone à un bon endroit. Mets-toi dans un arbre, mets-toi dans un arbre. Ah putain. Bon, mets-toi derrière un arbre. Parce que là il va... Fais gaffe, parce qu'il est de l'autre côté hein. Ils sont tous les deux autour de toi, fais gaffe hein. Oh GG. GG. L'autre il est en dessous, oublie pas. Soigne-toi. Calme. T'as encore du soin normalement maison. Je sais que c'est pas la zone mais pas maison. T'as du soin là-bas, je sais pas c'est quoi mais t'as du soin. T'inquiète. T'as la MK, t'as MK. MK, il prend là. Et cours zone. Katana. Et en même temps, essaye de regarder par rapport à ton ennemi. Tourne-toi maintenant et regarde où est ton ennemi. Tu l'as pas vu, donc il est de l'autre côté de la montagne certainement. Là, tu l'as vu. Casse l'arme. Hein. T'en as rien à foutre, t'as des munitions. Hein. Yaf, il a un sniper. Hein. Ah non, il a la DMR, ok. C'est un bot. Casse l'arme, voilà. Et tire. Mets-toi, attends. Voilà, mets une protection. Normal. Tu l'as vu, il va piquer. Il pique. Et tu as ma truc pour autant. Il s'est mis dans l'arbre, Voilà, mets-toi en dessous et casse l'arme en vrai. De toute façon c'est la zone, donc tu peux t'attendre de casser. Regarde toujours que tu n'entends pas tomber. Hein. Prends ton groupe. T'as failli faire la pire erreur de ta vie. Hein. Ok, GG 135, il a pas de vie. Mets-toi dessus. Voilà. Voilà Tom.
Oh chef.
Level 365. Je sais Fabien, c'est moi. Je suis toujours comme ça.
2, 3, 4, 5. Et je suis légende 8. Franchement, je gagnais ça. Attends, je gagnais 50%. Plus.
Mais du coup, en fait, comment tu fais? Parce que.
Franchement, je gagnais
9%. Pas salué, t'es venu, ouais, je suis level 365, en fait.
Regarde, mon pote, il m'avait tout le temps. Attends, je vais les élastiques. Et tout d'un pas, c'est attends. Oh, il me rejoint, mais non. Oh, on peut faire la classe avec lui si tu veux bien. Là, on s'en trio quand même. Là, et un pote, il veut me rejoindre, mais. Ça l'attend, mais. Mon pote, il est parti. Mon pote, il est parti longtemps après ou pas? Wizaz. Non.
Pas parti trop loin après.
Je
pense, j'avais 4 mon live ici, je reprendrai un autre vers 22h jusqu'à minuit environ.
Voilà. Peut-être 12 heures de streamer là. Et en vrai, je trouve que Podasa et tout, ils sont vraiment monstrueux, tu vois. Genre, on a.
Ouais. Désolé, mais du coup, je vous dis à la prochaine. Enfin, du coup, tantôt dans 2 heures, 1 heure environ, 1 heure, 1 heure et demie. J'espère que cela vous a plu avec la World Cup. Tantôt on continue à grind, je sais pas, mais on fait quelque chose. Allez, je vous souhaite une agréable fin de soirée, Vous avez compris?